to world champions. The pathway is clear and the challenge is set. Are you ready to break limits? Tune in to MDL PH Season 8.
Judgment! Witness the power of pure lightning! All that lies below is under my vigil!
Kailangan mong gumawa ng tunog ng Falcon. Ngayon. In 3, 2, 1. Yung ibon.
Ay, ibon.
Good morning, class.
Pasika! Sip-sip!
Okay, please take your seat. Please take your seat. Yes, maraming salamat, Haji. Ikaw lang na naman ang umupo sa ating front row. And salamat din sa pag-attend ng classes sa ating mga boys in the back. Ayan.
Kami yun!
Okay, welcome back. Welcome back sa inyo. Mula sa inyong napakaikling bakasyon. Kumusta naman? Nag-enjoy ba kayo? Nag-enjoy ba?
Teacher!
Okay. Oh, good to know. Good to know. Alam nyo, sana nag-prepare kayo kasi ang alam ko, in-inform ko kayo na pagbalik nyo, meron kayong quiz agad. Question number 1. Nasa loob ang balat,
Sa loob ang balat.
nasa labas ang laman. Ano yun? Yes, Marco.
Pako.
Marco, hindi.
Sa loob ang laman.
Yes, Ogwen.
Saging!
Hindi, nasa loob naman ang laman ng saging.
Balik ka na! Nasa labas ang laman.
Ano yun, Haji? Hindi.
Nasa loob ang balat.
Yung kinakain yung nasa labas. Yung nasa loob. Hindi siya
Butas?
kinakain. Or gulay. Yes, Bert.
Bayabas?
Hindi.
Nasa may balat pa rin ang bayabas sa labas ah.
Nandito siya na. Ayan!
Pineapple? Hindi! Mais!
Next round tayo, mas mahirap to. Tongue twister naman. Okay? Gayahin niyo ako. Kung ano yung sasabihin ko, repeat after me. Kailangan mabilis, kailangan malinaw. Okay? Tatawagin ko kayo isa-isa ha. Pwede kayo mag-practice pero huwag kayo masyadong malakas ang boses. Okay? Okay. Babae sa bubungan, may bubuyog sa buhok.
Babae sa buyungan, babae sa buhok.
Can you repeat?
I will repeat. Babae sa bubungan, may bubuyog sa buhok. Owen, go ahead.
Babae sa bubong.
Aji, dahil lang dyan ka. Okay, go.
May babae sa bubungan, may bubong sa buhok.
Ang galing! Sinong gustong sumunod?
Ako!
Flap, let's go!
May babae sa bubungan, may bubuyog sa buhok.
Kyle!
May babae sa bubungan, may babae sa buhok.
Mali! Pagbigyan na natin. First, Ogwen, Marco, sinong gusto sumunod?
May babae sa bubungan, may buhok.
Malapit na.
Ako naman.
Isa pa. Oh, sige, pagbigyan natin.
May babae sa bubungan, may bubuyog sa buhok.
Yun! Ganun lang. First, ikaw na, iwan mo na yung dalawa. Oh,
May babae sa bubungan, may bubuyog sa buhok.
palakpakan natin.
May babae sa bubungan, may bubuyog sa buhok.
Ogwen!
May babae sa bubungan, may bubuyog sa buhok.
Okay, Marco, bilang ikaw ang pinakamabagal, kailangan mong gumawa ng tunog ng Falcon. Ngayon, in 3, 2, 1.
Uy, ano ito? Pato City yung
Yung ibon.
Ay, ibon.
Parang kwago yun. Pero sige, pagbigyan na natin siya. Matapit nang matapos ang quiz so far. Parang nag-aral kayo ha. Gusto ko lang sabihin.
Basic.
Ang galing nyo.
College lang, ma'am.
And feeling ko gusto kong tawagin ang inyong class president para dito. Mr. Ogwen, please stand up.
Alam ko na.
Mr. Ogwen, sobrang lapit nyo nang mag-champion last season. Unting-unti na lang talaga. Ano ang babaguhin nyo? Ano ang kailangan nyo gawin this season para mag-champion na kayo?
Manalo! Tama! Tama nga!
Ngayon, isa-isahin ko na rin kayo kasi lahat kayo ay papasok na ng season 18. Kung meron kayong isang salita na pwedeng gamitin para i-describe ito, ano yon? Haji! Kyle!
Brian.
Flap!
Champion.
Birds!
Laban!
Ogwen!
Palag!
Super Marco!
Pilipinas!
Haji!
Work hard!
Dalawa yun, pero pagbigyan na natin. Okay, thank you so much, class! Pasado naman yata kayo. Class dismissed. Thank you so much.
Pitongpot.
ka ba? Handa sa laban, sandata sa aking kamay. Watch with my click, wavy fire in the eyes. Yeah, I walk with my head held high. Ano ba yung takot kung tere ang aking gabay? Remind you kung anong na-obtain. Palaging first place, like kayo sa PH. I'm here cause I got God, my team is super fan. Eyes on the prize, finesse, cause it's our time. Palag Na To, me again, you already know. Automatic ka na ng Pilipino. Pwede sa mo steal the show. Automatic ka na ng Pilipino. Lakas ng Pinas.
The 18th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Infinix, the official smartphone partner. Unleash your ultimate with the Infinix GT Verse. Smart, the simply reliable connectivity partner of the MPL. And Visa, the official payment partner of MPL Philippines. Be the gamer you want to be with Visa. Our partner in esports, Clear Men. Power up and stay fresh daily with Clear Men. And our strategic partners, TT Racing, China Airlines, Ferry, and SIP. Don't miss any MPL PH action. Follow our official social media accounts and subscribe to our YouTube channel. Palag Na To. Catch MPL PH Season 18 action live at Victoria Sports Tower. Grab your tickets now via the official MPL PH website. MPL Philippines is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Magandang hapon sa lahat ng sumusubaybay sa MPL Philippines Season 17. Narito po tayo sa ating napakalupet na Superfan Saturday at kami ang inyong makakasama. Womi pa rin, Rock Hard at pati rin si Joshi Cakes. At para sa ating English broadcast, Hans Galeria, kamusta tayo dyan?
Yup, it's all good over here. Just like what he said, he's already mentioned my name. Brigida and Ranmar Santa Cruz are obviously wishing you guys to stay safe in the middle of everything that's been happening outside of the MPL arena because we'll bring the action just as is.
MPL Philippines is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board. At katulad nga ng sinabi ni Hans, ay kailangan nating mag-ingat ngayong araw na ito dahil napakalakas ng ating ulan and sana safe at dry po kayo sa inyong mga bahay na nag-e-enjoy ng MPL Philippines ngayon. O kaya kung nasa labas kayo, ay sana nag-e-enjoy kayo kasama ng inyong pamilya.
Yeah, as usual, ito pa rin the best way to really experience MPL Philippines for the longest time. Just stay dry in your homes. Kami na bahala lumaban sa kung anong kailangan labanan.
Tama naman. And kung merong mga papunta para sa mga next matches, doble ingat lamang po sa mga super fans na papunta dito sa Victoria Sports Tower.
Oo. At kahapon, napakadami ng MPL action natin na napanood. Napagana ni Sanford yung Carmilla at Atlas, tapos ang Onyx ay napakalakas pa rin. Ano bang mga kaganapan kahapon na masasabi mong tumatak talaga sa madla?
Honestly, there's been a lot. Number one, quite quick games. Masasabi ko na it's been kind of surprising for me how drastic some of the mistakes have happened and how teams have managed to capitalize in certain situations that the other teams just wasn't able to.
Yeah, I honestly don't know if it's considered a good thing that the errors are so obvious, or are they something that you really have to be concerned about? Because I think a lot of people would agree on what were the major errors that we saw in yesterday's games. But another surprise to me, I guess, is how big the awards for the weekly champions are.
I love shiny things, and you can see there being held by Super Friends. That's the memento that you get for getting the top 1 seed every week. That's why you have those little symbols beside the names of Onyx and Falcons, who finished week 1 top seed and 2nd seed.
At dito nakakatuwa makita no, yung mga ganyan kapag dumami na. Dahil makikita natin kung matagal na ba silang nasa taas o bigla silang bumaba. And I feel like looking at the Infinix standings right now for Season 18, we could say that TLPH, even if we know na galit na TL ang pumasok this season, ay nandun pa rin sila sa punto na they are competitive but not yet the top dogs like they are for the last few seasons.
I think this is definitely the phase of the tournament na kailangan nating i-temper yung mga sarili natin. I also actually like that they are not overheating like what some people would expect, especially now that they have a really good foothold kung ano, nasan ba yung power levels nila.
And nabanggit na rin ni Hans kung gaano ka-obvious yung mga naging errors kahapon, and that was AP.Bren up against Team Liquid Philippines. But now, meron silang shot on getting this win against a TNC Pro Team. Titingnan natin kung kaya nilang itama ang mga maling nangyari kahapon.
On the other hand, you also have Smart Omega facing off against Team Falcons. This is only Omega's 2nd match of the season, so there's still more surprises against an undefeated team such as Team Falcons.
Yes, and I think a matchup that we've all been looking forward to see whenever the season actually comes through, that's the epic rivalry, but things do feel a bit different, but it's still Liquid and Aurora to close out our Superfan Saturday.
Yeah, it seems like potentially we're going to be getting a sweep day, but I'm not going to tell you who I'm thinking who's going to win today. Oh, you're not going to get that from me.
That's very smart of you.
Well, if ever the sweeps do happen, it's going to be 6 action-packed games for today. We have 3 best-of-3s in store for everyone watching MLBB right now for MPL. And this is, again, gonna be a long day. Hopefully, safe po lahat ng mga nanonood ngayon ng MPL. At sana pagdating natin mamaya ay hindi naman binabaha ang ating mga kaibigan na nanonood. English panel, mamaya na lang tayo ulit. Magkikita tayo mamaya sa ating mga susunod na matches. Pero sa ngayon, magbabalik muna tayo dito sa...
And yet, it's gonna be us again. We've already introduced ourselves.
Hello.
It's still Hans Galeria, Brigida, and Renmar bringing you the action for the triple header of today, guys. It's only been week 2. We haven't even gone past majority of the games that have happened over the course of the week, and I can therefore say that in terms of some of the changes with the recent patch, honestly, I don't think that there's a lot that we have to consider, but major adjustments have to be done by the first match composed of our 2 teams.
Yeah, I think especially the slight, I think that's why we consider it slight, because they're very minor adjustments, and there are only very few heroes affected by it. We already got to mention it earlier in day number 1, but even then, some nerfed heroes came through and were actually successful, but this is what we have to talk about right now.
Is it just me, or does this feel like a movie poster?
Yeah,
I feel like I've seen this somewhere.
Yeah, it is.
I'm running out of the... What's the name of that director that has this, those really funky movies where it's all colorful and stuff?
I don't know, like, but the color grading is giving the fault in our stars. I don't know.
Yeah, you know what?
I don't
Let's go
know.
with
Like
that.
that's what I'm thinking about. But hey, this is not the fault in our stars. These are some rising stars for both of the teams with Zaida and James Panks. A lot of people were saying that these are the 2 dudes that have been heavy carrying the bulk of offense and defense for both, but yeah, that's a lot of stories to tell, especially if you are the other supporting cast who wants to build up your own weight too.
Yeah, that's why I don't want to consider them rising stars. They are the bona fide stars of the team. You mentioned it just now that they are as seen by the entire community as the members of their teams who are really caring for it. And of course, for TNC, they have the 2 new players, but then there's a lot of interlock between these 2. Their histories weave together.
Yeah.
Of course, we all know Escalera started off his career in TNC Pro Team.
Yeah, I guess it's more, for me, rising duos, because it's the duos taking charge and rebranding themselves, I guess. Because especially for Escalera and Lancy, I'd say maybe a lot of people had some expectations of how their dynamics were going to work, but surprisingly, with a little more polishing, I guess, their aggressiveness could become something really good for TNC, I hope.
You know what? I like it. Bonafide stars in Zaida and James Panks that have managed to not only meet expectations, but maybe exceeded every once in a while.
Yeah.
And Rising Star duos, they've already gotten certain amounts of victories. We're just waiting for them to build up even more on that because it hasn't really come into fruition over their last few sets of games. But for TNC, there's a lot of things that we can look forward to from this team.
I agree. And especially considering that they don't really give off that much of a rookie jitters vibe.
That's true.
When it comes to their debut games. Vin and Zen, and even the way they present themselves in interviews. I like how they're just very chill.
Yeah.
You know what? We're gonna see how chill those guys are together with some of the members of AP.Bren as we toss you over to our hosts. Here they are.
The weather may be gloomy, but the energy inside the TNC's dugout is fiery and ready. And right now, we're here to talk with their newest members, Zen and Vin. Guys, kamustahin ko muna kayo. How's the debut matches? Kamusta ang first week here sa MPL?
Pa sa akin, sobrang saya and dami namin natutunan nung first week namin.
How about you? Kamusta? Meron pa bang rookie shakes or confident na ba?
Siguro confident na kasi tapos na yung week 1 eh. Nalabas na namin yung parang kaba.
Speaking of week 1, nung week 1 ba merong mga binigay na advice sa inyo yung mga teammates nyo na matagal na dito, mga veterans na? Ano ba yung mga advice na yun?
Kadalasan be humble and huwag kayo magpapa-aura. Ganun.
Huwag magpapa-aura. Ano pa?
Labas lang daw namin yung laro namin sa suporta nila kami.
And syempre, grabe yung naging preparation nyo since you were rookies then going to MPL. Meron bang mga naging surprises pa rin na hindi nyo ina-expect during week 1?
Surprises. Wala naman masyado, lang. Siguro naninibago lang ko sa stage, sa high level stage na yung paglalaruan. Yun lang.
So, high-level stage, but now you're going to be facing veteran players na dati rin galing dito sa TNC. Lancy, and then you have Escalera on the other side. As rookies, ano yung mindset ng isang rookie going against a veteran?
Siguro, ang advantage namin siguro sa kanila yung parang mamalitin nila kami pero hindi re-respetuhin namin sila pero bibigyan namin yung best namin.
Kumbaga may underdog mindset pero palaban, tama? So, kung bibigyan nyo ng percentage, gaano na kayo sa tingin nyo ka-ready na harapin ang AP.Bren ngayon?
Sa akin, 50-50 lang.
50-50 lang?
Opo.
Yun na, final answer?
Apo.
50-50 because right now they're listening on the other side of the MPL arena. O then, anong sagot niya sa 50-50% na confidence dito ni Vin and Zen?
Panig ng AP.Bren at nakausap na nga natin ang mga players from the other side. We have here Lancy and Escalera for AP.Bren. Hello sa ating mid duo. Hello?
Hello po.
Ayan, sabi kasi dun sa kabila, 50-50 pa lang daw ang mindset ng ating mga baguhan na sina Zen and Vin. Ano ba ang tingin nyo na percentage ng ipapalag nyo against them?
Siguro sa amin 100% kasi best duo kami ni Lance.
Ayun, best. Lancy, paano nyo nasabing best duo kayong dalawa?
Kami, duo bash.
Bakit duo bash? Anong meron?
Hindi ko din alam eh.
Di mo alam, pero syempre alam naman natin yung mga nangyayari outside of the broadcast. But then, strong pa rin kayo together as a duo. Diba? Sa lahat ng mga naririnig nyo. But then, dito nga, balikan natin. Kumusta ba kayo today? Kalimutan muna natin yung nangyari at mga nababasa nyo. Kumusta kayo ngayong araw? Ano naging preparations nyo?
Ngayon okay naman, medyo malamig lang. Pero yung buong team feeling ko hindi naman naapektan sa laban namin kahapon.
So, nag-reset talaga kayo today. And ngayon, gusto ko lang din malaman, what were the comms like doon sa game 2 na medyo lamang na kayo and then you guys slipped doon sa ating mid-game?
Yung game 2 po ba?
Oo.
Wala talagang comms na nangyari doon eh. Lang talaga, medyo malikot lang talaga XP namin. Siguro, ayun lang talaga yung naging usapan din namin na about sa disiplina.
Okay. Oo. Tapos, nangyari na ang nangyari. So, ano namang natutunan nyo after that game?
Ayun siguro, yung paghawakan namin yung lead, parang hawakan na lang talaga namin yung lead. Hindi na kami maglilikot. Especially
Okay, so ang magiging comms nyo mamaya, wag malikot, gano'n.
Iwas likot.
Iwas likot ha. Lancy, ano naman sasabihin mo mamaya?
Iwas likot lang.
Iwas likot lang.
Nakabahan kasi ako kay Hito eh.
si Hito talaga yung threat para sa inyo.
Alam niya kasi kung paano ako gumalaw.
Oh! So
Baka-
dahil nga, dati kayo magkakasama, alam na niya.
Oo.
Okay, kabisado na
Si
niya.
Hito lang, si Hito.
Si Hito lang. Eh, paano naman yun? Players naman yung makakatapat niyo. Tingin niyo ba advantage niyo yun na kayo ang mas veteran kaysa sa rookie?
Siguro po, hindi din. Kasi si Hito talaga yung nakakabay.
Si Hito talaga. So, kung meron kayong mensahe ngayon para sa TNC Pro Team, ano yun?
Good luck lang, tsaka tayo enjoy lang namin yung laban.
I-enjoy daw na Escalera, pero ikaw, ano gusto mo sabihin kay Hito?
Yun, Hito, wag masyadong salam Kawawa tayo dyan.
Para kay Hito pala yung message. Pero kay Zen and Vin naman, na rookies natin, anong masasabi mo bilang veterano?
Kay Sen and Vin, malaki talaga potential nila na mag-represent. Enjoy nyo lang yung journey.
Okay, para message to self naman.
Para sa akin, good luck na lang.
Para sa batang ako.
Kahit anong gawin, andyan na yun eh.
Nandiyan na yan. Okay, nandiyan na yan. Nandito na nga ang TNC Pro Team and AP.Bren. Maglalaban na po sila para sa ating first match. Kaya naman pumunta na tayo sa ating mga casters para simulan ang laban sa loob ng Land of Dawn.
Thanks again for that one, Thea and Odin. Just to break it down for you guys, or summarize it at least, TNC trusts the fact that they're youthful. They accepted that they're going to be underestimated, but for AP.Bren, it's that all roads lead to Hito. And for some reason, it's bound to be like that, and they understand what you guys have been putting through in the comment section. But now we're going to be putting Renmar at the pressure cooker, because here are your Infinix GTverse keys to victory.
Yeah, for AP.Bren, finish strong, keep the early game pressure. It was alluded to by Escalera and Lancy. They did address it. It was even Escalera who said, well, our EXP laner has those jittery fingers. Sometimes things happen, but they have to make sure that when they have the lead, they keep it. They're not going to do any more things that are unnecessary and that could lead them to losing that. For TNC Pro Team, don't wait for late game win conditions. Yes, they were able to get a beautiful win against Aurora in game number 3 last week to ensure that they'll be able to take that series. But in game number 1, they dominated Aurora, so they can actually dominate early and end games quick. If you can do that against AP.Bren, might be the best way to go through this series. Now for these two, mid-rotation is key. That's why we looked at Zen and Vin and Lancy and Escalera. Now Lancy and Escalera might do some veteran plays in the sense where when they see a piece of information provided by Zen and Vin, they'll suddenly commit a play. Something that will catch the young bloods off guard. But then of course we know the newer players in the league also have a tendency to do that, so maybe it'll be Lancy and Escalera who'll be surprised.
It just depends on who surprises who, because again, some veterans or maybe even rookies could also change or depict the tempo of this game. But finally, TNC will be facing off against AP.Bren. Here are our teams.
Down from a loss, but they're back on track. Ready to sting and looking to attack. Beast, turn it up for AP.Bren! Eyes on the prize! Out to win their second, proving the first is no fluke. They're back in the arena and ready to execute. Phoenix Army, it's TNC Pro Team! And our Marshal, Wilbert! The head coaches for AP.Bren, Coach Bitoy, for TNC, Coach Itumax. Veteran experience against rookie power. Which mid-trio will take over? MPL Superfans, ito ang Superfans Saturday!
Renmar said it best, veteran experience is what we should be expecting from AP.Bren, and will that help them in this match?
And I'm glad that these veterans who they look up to and consider the leaders of the team are clearly not affected by whatever has been going on and has been thrown at them, especially after their loss yesterday. It's great to see that they're heading into this match with rather confident vibes, knowing that they can take charge and just repair these errors that they've clearly seen in their yesterday's match.
Well, meanwhile, for TNC Pro Team, a lot of their game is determined by their roam mid and how well they pair with with Zyda. But Zen and Vin were told by their teammates, they themselves said, just play whatever you guys want to play, play your game, and it'll be up to the veterans to adjust to you, which is healthy to hear. Usually we hear it's rookies adjusting to vets. For TNC this year, it's vets adjusting to their rookies.
And I think that goes with the entire system that TNC wanted to go for. Last season, we've seen them with a totally different lineup compared to now. And the fact that they are trusting these newbies, not really newbies to the scene, but maybe newbies to the MPL, that gives you a lot of confidence, but also gives you some sort of amount of pressure. And again, looking at this team head-to-head, it's very close. We might have to talk about that in just a bit, because for AP.Bren and TNC, we might get to hear from a couple of these players. So here are our two teams with a ping check.
Bistoy. Ito lang nga sa settings. Yun nga pala guys, sa may mga pasok ngayon tsaka pupunta ng MPL venue, ingat po kayo guys kasi malakas yung ulan.
Bait-baitan ah!
Sarap ko pala. Bait talaga ako, baliw. Malakas yung malakas yung bagyo eh. Invite. Ay, pa-invite ako. Low. Mic check.
Sino kaya mananalo? Si Bitoy o ano? Tito?
Sino? Malamang kay ako dyan.
Alam mo na yung laban ah. Alam mo na
Oo.
yung laban. Kanino?
Ay, hindi kay ako dun.
Kay Bitoy ka?
Kay Toy Isbit ako dun. Legit lang
Ako rin.
Alam ko na yung alam ko na yung sinasabi mo, Pangs eh. Alam ko na yung labanan dun, pre. Ito na nga ba yung sinasabi ko eh. Ito yung pinakamahirap na part eh. Sa mga naapektuhan ng ulan guys, ingat kayo dyan. Pati sa mga pupunta ngayon sa venue. Sana mag-enjoy kayo at makauwi ng ligtas guys.
Yavin, don't worry about it. Hopefully we'll get to hear more from you later on, because it is inevitable that when you perform a lot better than what people expected you to, it means that you're going to have a lot of those mic checks. And for AP.Bren, it's a task for them to do. They have to perform way better than what we've seen from them yesterday against Team Liquid.
Yeah. Again, it's very unfortunate that I think it happens not just once or twice, at least for the first 2 weeks, that AP.Bren had to have losses like that. And I really hope that they take it to heart. I really hope that is one thing they'd be extremely mindful of, because I don't think early game has been such a problem for them. If they're able to take away Turtle 1 from a team like Team Liquid, if they're able to just establish their rotations against teams like Team Liquid, then what are the chances that they can just do it in such a fight that's expected to be close? Because these are the 4th and 5th seeds currently in our current standings.
Yeah, and remember last week when they faced up against Onyx struggled against AP.Bren. They had to crawl back by finding some wins in moments where we didn't expect Onyx to find wins. AP.Bren can take the lead against Onyx. AP.Bren can make the top 1 seed struggle in the late game. So that just means AP.Bren can do a lot of things. But it all boils down to, what are they doing? Are they doing the right thing at the right time, or are they doing the wrong thing at the wrong time?
You know, that's a mix that I wouldn't want to figure out the answers to, because your AP.Bren, your TNC are going to have to figure it out. Game number 1 in terms of the draft are now here. In terms of what we saw from majority of the picks that a lot of teams have had over the course of the season, we've seen double stunts from Liquid. We've seen a lot of Kaja plays from Onyx. What is AP.Bren's identity so far this season, given the span of games that they've already played?
Well, it's quite mixed, but they seem to be willing to experiment a lot in the center of the map. Of course, they don't want to give the Barretts now, because you see AP.Bren wanting to play things like the Mathilda in the center of the map, Mathilda mid, pairing it up with a roamer that can help clear it fast, get a concussive blast roamer. Now the Paquito's open. With the Freya gone, Atlas gone, I don't think AP.Bren would want to rush the Belleric, so just decide between the Hirara and the Paquito. Maybe they can go crazy and they pick up the Marcel, because the Valentina will not come up later in the draft until later. So if it's not the Marcel, then just either start with the Hirara or Paquito.
Yeah, and either way, I think if we're going to follow the patterns, there's a chance we see an Esmeralda again in the first phase anyway.
That's true.
So they might be okay with the Paquito going through, but this is the more unexpected route for AP.Bren. They lock in the Belleric.
Man, Escalar's been planting seeds all season. He's been planting trees all season long so far. I know it's only been 2 weeks, but he is the priority for AP.Bren. It seems like a lot of what they want to do centers around the Belleric. So with that, TNC, just go ahead and pick up the Valentina because, yeah, you're not gonna go up against the Marcel, but once you see the Belleric on the other side, it's like, you know what, yeah, let's just pick up the Valen, and then they get the Uranus, so now there's not gonna be a lot of EXP laners that can handle that in lane. Besides the Esmeralda that AP.Bren loves to pick up in the first phase. So just pick up Esmeralda and either Paquito or Hirara.
I mean, yeah, I think Escalera could be a potential reason as to why Dangerous Grass was built in the first place.
Whoa!
The Paquito will be the change-up here for AP.Bren. Again, Hirara is nowhere to be found for both of the teams, and it might be a possibility for TNC to actually pick it up.
Okay, so it's we would rather not have a dead lane for AP.Bren, or maybe we can't really tell just yet because the Belleric, considering that they picked up a Mathilda, maybe can still be a flex, or it can already be the mid duo for AP.Bren. It can be Belleric Mathilda, which I guess would also work out for the kind of playstyle that we see from them. It's a mid duo that can allow you to be aggressive but can pull you back whenever you just feel like you're overextending a bit.
Seems like that's going to be their usual pickup. They've been very vocal, especially I saw this interview wherein for AP.Bren they love to pick up the Esmeralda because it works for them against the top teams in other regions, such as Indonesia and even in Malaysia. So if the results in scrims show that Esmeralda is great for you, then go ahead and pick it up later on. And maybe that's what AP.Bren is banking on and why they didn't pick it up. They knew that they'd get the Esmeralda anyway. They just locked in the Matilda that they love to play with. This Paquito on the hands of James Banks is great. It still has a very glowing record. I have to revisit. Oh, wait, I already lost to Liquid. Liquid and a Suyo, which was interesting.
Which is an early Suyo pick too. So.
Yeah. So they pick up the glue. It could have been a glue Valen in the middle of the map, which means Paquito would have had a little bit of difficulty to deal with the presence of the glue in the major team fights. You'd have to watch out just getting mounted on by the glue. So it's a good ban by AP.Bren.
Yep. Again, bringing back to the fact that the Esmeralda could be an optional choice or a potential choice here for both, or should I say for AP.Bren, because there's still a lot of flex that could go along with that. Belleric going to XP or Rome, Paquito going maybe gold or even in the jungle position. But majority of the times we've seen the Paquito go into the jungle position. And if I remember correctly, this Paquito this season has a totally good record. I believe it's still undefeated, or maybe I'm mistaken. But from the start of day number 1, it was still undefeated heading into week 2.
Overall, until it lost to Liquid, as mentioned earlier by Renmar. And that was AP.Bren too, so it's them specifically. And it was a really key hero for James Panks. But great ban, taking out some of the more Shizo-like carries that they might play around, since we're looking at a lineup that can really box out for maybe a carry in the gold. So it's interesting to see what other options can Shizu pick up, because the Brody also has been stolen away by TNC.
The Moskov gone. It's going to be really sad if you pick up the Claude. I mean, Claude, Brody face off against each other a lot. Usually not good for the Claude. TNC are just going to be playing a lot of early... wait, no, the Clint is still up.
Yep.
They can just go ahead and pick up the Clint. Eudora up against the...
Whoa!
So interesting. I thought they'd go for something with a little bit more reach and range. Unless they're going to be going all dive. Because if you're going to be... Okay, if they pick up the Clint here, then it makes sense. You're going to have the Eudora helping heal.
Yes,
there it is.
Okay, so the last 2 compositions of AP.Bren started to make a lot of sense. There's enough mobility to go around. There's some setups brought about by stuns and the Belleric Wrath of Dryads that just has to be in certain positions. But for TNC, they're still looking for their own roamer.
Yep.
And from where we're looking at, it's the Marcel, Kaja, still some very good choices here for TNC.
Majority of the go-to setup heroes are already down, but I was also looking at the possibility. It's not like you can pair it up with the likes of a Vexano or an Aurora, but maybe if you just really want to limit the movements, it can be a consideration. The Kaja might be, but what else is there?
Still have either the Badang and the other here. Oh, it slipped my mind. There was another roamer I was thinking of. Oh, there, Badang.
Badang, yeah.
Yeah, that's all I needed to remember.
Okay.
I didn't need to remember the other one I wanted to say.
Yeah.
That's all good.
The first thing in your mind. Never doubt
your
yourself,
first,
Renmar. Because as soon as you doubt yourself, that's when things go wrong. Never. Doubt yourself. You're okay.
Can I hire you for therapy?
Yes, of course.
Thank you.
Just schedule me anytime. It's
Sure.
on weekdays, Mondays to Thursdays.
All right.
We're here on Friday to
I'll
Sunday.
message your assistant.
Yeah, anyway.
By the way, Brigida scheduled me for next week.
Yeah. Oh, you're the secretary now? You're hired immediately?
Yes, I have your schedule.
How fast the hiring process is. Hopefully for AP.Bren and TNC, they can speed things up the same way. Because for AP.Bren, we saw them yesterday. It seems like they were at a hold of the early game for the first 7 or 8 minutes of game number 2. Game number 1, let's completely forget about that because TNC was just doing what matters on their end, as well as they were able to beat Aurora in a 2-1 series. So both teams, they have some positives entering this game. Just a lot of things to tweak about, especially for the Phoenix Army trying to carve their way in terms of experience, finally losing those jitters heading after Week 1 for this Week 2 matchup that we are bound to see from the Phoenix Army with Zen, Vin, Lancia, and Escalera, the mid lane duo that we've highlighted from the start of this match is going to be opening up the very first game of today's triple header.
Ooh, that's a very aggressive Master Assassin coming through for Jome on the Brody.
Yeah, usual pickup now for most Brodies. Just makes laning up against him even more of a pain. That's why AP.Bren couldn't afford to pick up the Claude. And TNC knew that the Clint would be coming up as the last best pick. Their answer was the Badang for it. And it's this Badang is picked up with the same mindset of why you would want to pick up the glue.
Right.
Disrupt a lot of the Paquito entries.
And looking at it again, those adjustments, or should I say the rotations, have worked decently for both AP.Bren and TNC. They're simply just getting majority of their objectives, not really forcing a lot of team fights compared to what we saw in week number 1, where there's a sudden entry point that either AP.Bren or TNC would work with, but none of that are going to be seen as of the moment.
Yeah, TNC are really taking good control of the mid. You could see it. There's not much room for Escalera nor Lancy to move around nor even poke their counterparts across the river. But Zaida and James Banks here, okay, he doesn't get to seal it away. He will be slightly behind.
So James Banks needed to go for the full orange start because if he decided to get closer to the top side of the map, his rotation could have been disrupted by a entry into the jungle by Ryota on the Uranus. So at least for TNC, you know where James Banks would have started, where he was going to go. So far, they've been man-marking each other's rotations very well. James Banks already 4. Zaida will hit 4 after he gets his orange buff, so it's a long delayed take for it. He's not going to have his purple for turtle number 1.
Okay, that's a flicker already forced out of Zen. And this is a really terrifying early for AP.Bren. That's a Eudora plus the burst from a Paquito. But so far, TNC have regrouped. They're already here nearby the turtle, but it's going to be James Banks picking up first blood. But Zaida takes away the turtle.
Again, some solid trades here for both of the teams. It's AP.Bren getting a kill, but objective goes to TNC, and they will be looking for more.
JM Pinkman is not going to get out of that. No flicker left. He already used it to set up.
Yeah, good chase down there by Zaida and Ryota. They knew that James Pinkman could have been chased down. Flicker already committed to go for the entry. Lancy gets caught in the mid by Zaida, and TNC's momentum continues to flow. James Banks had to fly out.
Yeah, fortunately, the guiding wind was there, but Zaida has been getting kills and assists despite and after them taking that objective too. It seems like a clear advantage for TNC this time.
Yep, they were able to get an extra kill, one of those going to Zaida, and it seems like the activity has started to happen as soon as that turtle was finally gone. Great team fights we've seen from both teams, but because of some extra or extended team fights that TNC was able to pull through, they've managed to lead at least 400 in terms of gold, and with Zaida getting that first kill, it's going to help him a lot just in case he builds up on that Sky Piercer later on. With that
Piercer. Piercer's going to be on Paquito. Meanwhile, the Piercer for TNC should be on the Brody. The Hirara should be going for that more sustainable, like the Warax Endless Battle. Wait, no, not AB. But yeah, the more sustained build. Just play around the eventual power spike of the Brody, which it's good that, as you mentioned, the Sky Piercer stacks also went in for James Banks because you're going to be each other's like, equalizer for that. So with TNC getting some kills, I wouldn't be surprised if after this, once they get a few more one line of rotation in, you're going to be seeing AP.Bren being aggressive on the rotate, trying to get some more Piercer stacks for James Banks.
It was something I really thought AP.Bren could take advantage of though, because they weren't clearly winning out in mid. But the moment that they started to position themselves for the first objective, they were already able to force out flickers. They were already able to take majority of the control. But TNC grouping up and just going for the re-engage, everything seemed to happen so fast for the Phoenix Army. And maybe that is something AP.Bren weren't really able to calculate. But it's somewhat still the early game again, although we do have a stat that says majority of the teams who take the first hurdle oftentimes eventually to win the game.
Yeah, which is why I was quite surprised with the fact that AP.Bren was forced to be out of that turtle bit instead of them fully committing onto it, given the advantages that have already happened. But you're looking at this dude. You're looking at Zen.
This dude,
just
yes.
shutting
This
everybody
dude.
out. This dude, this kid, this newbie, this young blood, whatever you want to call him. It's still a solid performance. There's a bunch of win and losses over the block, but again, Belleric has been his best hero so far, still undefeated. That's the idea that you want to build up, especially if you're one of the newer players in this season.
Best in numbers, but I would have to say my favorite that I've seen him play would have to be that glue. Again, my mind goes back to what he did against Aurora in game number 3. It was that pick off along with Vince Angela on him. When they found the Harley, they were able to get onto him and then take him out. That stopped the push from Aurora that could have been devastating. You see the aforementioned Angela right there. And if Angela and Rafaela, if the healing mids work really well for TNC, I know they're playing more damage right now. I'd love to see them try it out again. It seems like it's good for TNC to have more healing on their side.
Yeah, for one of our rookies to debut and play majority of his games on a healing type of mid lane. I know it's not really as explosive of a performance, but there are really certain plays that come through. And that's the thing, you never really know. Like, what else can he play in mid? What are his other key heroes? Because I'm pretty sure when he was back in the amateur scene that he's been playing a lot of the carry type mid laners, and we haven't seen any of those come through just yet.
Yeah, especially being part of like a global ban setup. You're forced to unlock certain heroes that you haven't technically used before, but will be forced to use in certain situations. They've managed to get finals finishes, podium finishes in the developmental league of MPL. But if you're looking at AP.Bren, these dudes also know what it takes to eventually win some games. You know, you have Escalera, who's been the rookie of the season for the last few, or should I say season 9, if I remember correctly. And then you also have JM, who's also traveled around the world. So I would say that for AP.Bren, if they can use certain experiences to just avoid those mistakes, I mean, you won't get slept on just like that guy.
Okay, okay.
Oh, it's Mirara.
Oh,
Mirara.
Oh, Mirara.
Yeah, boy.
I wonder, yo.
Hello.
Fair enough.
Good
fair.
cos. It's a really good cosplay.
Yeah, I like it. I was quite surprised. A lot of people were even saying that he looks like you.
Hey,
Actually, you know
yes,
what? When Miracle all made up and looking like that, y'all look kind of related.
Yeah.
Okay. I received a message from someone saying that. Yes.
Now the chat's gonna be asking, because I'm kind of reading it right now. How many likes for Brigida Hirara?
No. I would do that only if Renmar does that.
Oh, no one would want to see that. Don't even bring that out there. I'm not so much of a fool to agree with you. I will say this now. No one in the world would want to see that. Maybe besides my girlfriend, but anyone else, no.
Hey.
Guys,
actually, you know what?
I'm waiting for chat to say, no, we want to.
You know what we should see? We should see Brigida in a Miracle cosplay.
That's true.
Oh, okay.
That's true.
Get
You know
all
what?
made up to look more like Miracle, and let's confirm whether or not you guys actually just look related.
What does he have right now? Like a mullet or
No, he has broccoli hair
His
right now.
permed hair.
I think that's something that you can pull off.
He's a broccoli boy right now.
Yeah, and then just wear a suit just like the rest of us. You know, I feel like that's gonna work for
and
you.
do this pose.
Yeah, you put that one little mole that he has.
Yeah.
Draw a little bit of like a peach fuzz mustache.
And then do a live stream too.
Okay.
Yeah, do a live stream.
Yeah, do a live stream.
Put that hat around the arm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that real? Was that real?
It is.
Oh, okay. I never knew.
Oh, you thought it was part of the Hirara
Yeah,
cosplay?
I thought it was part of the Hirara cosplay.
No, that's actually...
Yeah, it's for real. Okay.
It works great with the Hirara cosplay though. It's like
Yeah, they were saying like 150k likes. I think that's
what?
laughable.
150k likes where?
For the Miracle cosplay or Hirara cosplay, whatever you would want to do.
Oh. And I think we can do that. It's something really unexpected happens this season. Let me think of what, but it has to be something as extreme as Mirko's saying he'll do that if BDR eventually wins the championship or something, you know?
Okay. I guess we're gonna have to force that out of you. You need to come up with something that at least if it happens, that it happens. Okay, go ahead, man.
Team Liquid Philippines don't end regular season top 2.
Oh. What?
You know what?
Wilbert, save me. Come on, Wilbert.
I see how valid
Wilbert.
it is.
Okay, Wilbert.
No, Wilbert's not gonna save you, man. The Pork Chop Master is not gonna save you. No, he said it himself.
I didn't know.
He said it himself that he can call himself the Pork Chop Master, and we're gonna live by it.
Yeah, we already have the Chop Master in Sen.
Oh my God.
We have the Pork Chop
Master,
Master.
And I like how he has his own version of the handshake. You saw that? Okay, we're gonna go. Instead of the normal chop, he does double fist bump, sideways chop.
Yeah, and then the camera just zooms out.
That's cool.
It's not zooming in.
I like that.
Okay, Vegeta, you get saved from the like situation. We're
Thank
gonna
you,
talk about
Wilbert.
that some other time. But for TNC, again, quite a recap. They were able to get the first turtle and lead in terms of the kill scores. Zaida has managed to get the Hunter Strike as well, and not a lot of, again, activity is happening before those objectives have happened. It's just that they're simply getting jungle creeps and then landing on those turtle pits when it matters.
EXP lead for Jome in terms of the laning phase against that Clint, but the gold leans just a little bit more towards Shizo, now even slightly more towards Shizo as he got the last hit onto that gold crab. But Shizo's done a great job in the lane, taking care of himself, not really susceptible to any flanks, and he is beating the Brody in lane, so it's a good job there by Shizo.
Yeah, let's just see if it's AP.Bren again who decides to start things up, because it seems like the punish has been better for TNC.
Here's her now for James Banks, so he didn't get a stack from earlier.
Oh, and Vin has the Wrath of Dryad too, and now they actually find one, forcing out the Purify from Escalera. Not a good start for AP.Bren. They have some ways to set up still. JM Pinkman is going to be there, but Zen gets found out that bottom rush. And Zaida will freely get this turtle. No contest or no team fight breaking out whatsoever from both sides until now that TNC eventually decides to go full commit. There's a punish that's going to be put onto Ryota, but they take out 2 in the process. Zaida going for it, and the dives from Jome as well, and a double for Big J.
Bro, this is what you were talking about. Those uncharacteristic moves from TNC. Just because you're underestimating us doesn't mean that we can't surprise you, because we can.
Yeah, and that's why you can't hesitate right now. If you're Escalera and Lance, you're gonna have to make that play. It's just they decided not to make the play here. Since JM Pinkman didn't use the Wrath of Dryad here, they had to use it defensively. Vin, beautiful. Flaker Wrath of Dryad stolen away from the Belleric. And AP.Bren, though they were able to get a counter and a stack onto James Banks, he eventually still just got taken down by TNC.
Yeah, it's only going to boil down to those major initiations that have been done by TNC for the majority of this game. It seems like the rookies, the new guys on the block here for the season are starting to out-aura farm AP.Bren, if you're talking about it. Because again, they did say a while ago that they know that TNC could potentially have some answers, but they did not expect it for that time.
Okay, now AP.Bren are trying to go for one, and that is going to be Jome that they target. A really good pickoff and a Purify forced out of Ryota, but Zaida's gonna come through, look for the back lines. JM Pinkman might be first to check out these brushes, but he gets the Wrath of Dryad stolen away from him instead. Will they have enough damage to deal with Ryota? It doesn't seem like it. Zaida's still holding on though. Okay, finally they get out.
11 seconds before the orange buff spawns, AP.Bren, they know that they need to try and look for a play. Lancey finally gets his first item 6 minutes in with a glowing wand.
It's very essential for them. I think they're going to be forcing this bottom lane turret, and that's exactly what's going to happen, because the cannon is going to be there, but then a sandwich is going to happen, a 5v4 situation.
Oh, they just want to focus on one, but eventually they catch 2. That's going to be the counter Wrath of Dryad, and it's Zen who's going to fall down first. Jome is going to be able to make it to this fight, but there's already going to be a 2-for-2 trade. It's a killing spree for Zaida, and Jome just finds more. Lancey, where can he go from here? He's just going to get chased by Zaida, not even going to land the stuns. And the torn apart memory adds another stack to that Sky Piercer.
11 kills for TNC, 3,000 in gold. Not the start AP.Bren wanted. Beautiful flank and sandwich play by TNC. Even if Shizu decided to flicker and dash the other way, he still would have gotten taken down.
I mean, so long as Zaida gets to live in certain situations. It was so nice. We have to see it twice. Zen started it off, Bin started it off as well, and then they've just managed to sacrifice their own lives to create some space for Zaida, who has eventually created so much damage in terms of TNC's lineup. And AP.Bren, they're going to be going back shortly into the base with a 4.6k gold lead as they are trying to protect what is left from the Hive.
This is such a problem. Who can actually stop Zaida from doing all these movements? Who can just lock him down? I don't think anyone from AP.Bren is capable of doing that. You have a stun on Lancey, but
yeah, that's pretty much it.
That's it.
Yeah, you're going to need coordination, which doesn't look like AP.Bren has a lot of right now, especially from last week, from yesterday.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's a clear shot caller or something. It's just not flowing right for them. How they're playing, the calls that they make, when they're making it, it's so disconnected right now for AP.
If there's any time for them to prove us wrong, I think now is the time to do it. Because again, you have a way for you to get the stuns possible towards Zaida. It may be a very slim chance, but with that stun coming in from Lancey, I think they could still pull it off in certain situations where TNC tends to overextend.
Yeah, the difficult part of their lineup is, and which is why I was kind of surprised that they still picked the Eudora, is there's already a Uranus on the other side.
Yeah.
That in itself means you won't have the damage to actually mess the Uranus up before it ushers in the rest of TNC. Oh, I thought Escalera could still get away, that's why I kept yapping.
He could not with that amount of damage, only with a Purified 2.
He had Circling Eagle. He could have eagled and then flew far away.
Yeah.
He was okay until he wasn't. It felt that way as they had some tools to escape out of that situation. But I guess AP.Bren, it's not just even trigger discipline, it's trigger misuse. Like, he's not even utilizing it to the fullest of its potential.
I think
it's not helping them now.
To add more to that, I feel like they don't even know they have a trigger.
Oh, that's worse. That's tougher. And with that being said, man, TNC gets another Lord.
I don't know if it's a play that was supposed to be made because we were moments away from the first Lord and there was no one else to really open up the map as much, which had or who had enough mobility to get out in case there was danger, but he eventually saw too much danger.
You know what this feels like right now? It feels like that family reunion where one relative is just getting it from the entire family.
Yeah.
And then the perfect relative is just like, you know what, hon? You're doing great. Just stay there. Enjoy the chicken. Enjoy the lumpia rolls.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, AP.Bren's the member of the family who are just like, really still? You're 27 years old, haven't finished uni yet. Oh my god!
Gosh.
Oh, they found out. Oh, they found out. Oh no, they didn't.
Oh,
no, they didn't.
Wait, the caster curse! We gotta stop saying things before they actually get finished or something.
You know what? I'm not even going to speak anymore. We're going to take this away. The Lord is going to be marching. The Holy Shields are going to be available. What exactly is going to happen? How will AP.Bren defend this?
It's a question. It's a question we pose, especially towards their wave clear. Their wave clear, which is mostly just what?
Shizu.
Well, if you use your ultimate on the Eudora, then maybe there's a bit more.
Yeah. But that's too expensive to use if you're Lancey. I mean, you would want to use it on maybe even Jome, but it's Ryota who keeps pissing people off, just appearing when he's not wanted. And they're going to be bursting down on this top lane inhibitor, but then Ryota's going to be biting more than he can chew.
Oh! What? No one is falling for TNC!
They have enchantments. I'm sure of it.
They couldn't. There wasn't even a knockout punch, knockout strike from the Paquito to help finish it off. Even though James Banks had a Sky Piercer, they still couldn't get Ryota down. It keeps going from bad to worse.
They're back, and they're back, and it's a two-man setup coming in from Zed! Lancey's nowhere to be found. Circling Eagle already committed as well by Escalera as they take the first base turret of TNC. Zaida versus James Banks, a one-on-one, but there's going to be help from Escalera. Zaida might have to get out of this, but oh my, that was Lancey falling, not even using the ultimate. So tough.
It feels like Vin and Zen are one step ahead. It was a pretty initiation from TNC, and they're leading by 5 digits in terms of gold. They want to burst down on this middle lane inhibitor, but AP.Bren is not going to allow that. At least keep that for us. At least give us some sort of liberty to still defend later on, because TNC will no longer force the issue. They're going to be waiting for the Lord that will be spawning in under 20 seconds.
4,000 gold difference between Zaida and James Panks. James Panks at this Paquito has been great when we've seen it pop off, but we haven't seen it like this after 16 hours maybe? It hasn't been that long since their Paquito loss against the Suyo of Team Liquid PH.
Was it enough time to reset? They said they don't really care about whatever has been going around. It says, or they say that it doesn't really get to them, but
Yes, that's more accurate. They care, it just doesn't get to them.
yeah, it doesn't get to them. But based on what we're seeing right now, there hasn't been enough conversation between AP.Bren, it seems,
Yeah.
to address what needs to be addressed still.
Or maybe there is, but it's just not effective so far. Like, they're not connecting the dots based on what is supposed to happen here for AP.Bren.
You can't fool me, AP.Bren. Y'all were capping. You guys were capping at that point.
Holy cap.
Oh my.
Holy, I don't know. I think that's what for me to say it.
Yeah.
It probably is holy cap. Hopefully for TNC, it won't happen the same way. They're still leading by 10K in terms of the goal. That majority of the inhibitors are finally out, and Ryota is just delaying everything for AP.Bren to stay hungry and stay in the base, just for them to not get anything before this Lord Siege happens.
And I wonder how many stacks Jom already has. Ooh.
This is gonna be huge.
Yep, if Zen finds another setup, but it's just them clearing the way. They're gonna take their last base turret before the Lord eventually marches inside the base. There's no setup coming through just yet. TNC are waiting for the perfect opportunity. There are still potential countering danger for AP.Bren, but never mind that. They go for Shizu straight away. And Raya 2 coming in from JM Pinkman. It doesn't seem to do much. It's just Sky Piercer after Sky Piercer stack on top of each other for a Dome. And that's all it took for TNC to take game 1.
Vin, Zen, Van Gogh, that was pretty from TNC Pro Team, dominating the first game.
You're going up against a team that doesn't really have a clear idea of what kind of picture that they want to paint. Then it'll be easy for a team led by some hungry young bloods, looking to prove themselves, looking to just make place for their veterans who are willing to adjust to them. That is the story of game number 1 in TNC against AP.Bren. And did anyone notice that Shizu actually dashed in instead of away at that final clash?
I did not, but I'm okay with it.
Yeah, no, he dashed in. He dashed in straight into a Ratha Dryad.
No, if the replay
From the
shows it, then we will
Valentina.
have no choice then. But,
Yeah, we have no choice but
you know,
to see it
until the
twice.
replay doesn't show it.
Yeah, it was not so nice. We have to see it twice. Unfortunately, that's the new mantra now, but yeah, that's just how it is for us. It feels like it's the complete opposite, where TNC are more the vets. Here's Renmar talking about Shizu. I wonder if that's going to be the case.
I didn't see it.
Yeah, now you see it.
Yeah, I wish I didn't.
Well, I'm sorry, it was right there.
It's okay. At least you've brought that up. That's a point of improvement for AP.Bren. It's just unfortunate that it happened in the very last clash, but Zaida too hot with that Hirara taking control of game number 1.
The nails.
Of course, that's what you noticed.
Wait. I always get surprised when I see those nails, but I don't know. It's been since week 1 that he's been already being able to perform, and even though before entering the season we did say it was somewhat of a rebuild around Zaida, it's great. I think as time progresses, we eventually realize the kind of mindset TNC has been going with. It's really them just pushing their rookies and adjusting accordingly to one another, and it's really, really great.
Yeah, it just works out for them. Like, maybe... I know heading into the season, we've been hearing that Zen and Vin really injected like a youthful energy that the team needed. Especially, of course, with Jom, Ryota, Zaida. Not to say that they're old. They are very young.
Yes, they are.
None of them are even close to crossing 25.
I think so.
Yeah, but in terms of experience of how long, because the longer you you are in this system, you are in this esport.
Yep.
It's not that you get slower, it's just the way you see things change. But sometimes you just need that youthful energy to remind you, hey, this is what you should just do. Just go make plays. Just start something.
Yeah, I think that's what we also have to acknowledge with how Vin and Zen has managed to move around the map. It's just them taking control. I start to notice the way that everybody was saying that, okay, fine, we'll play through you. We'll play through the rookies. And that was what was instated in that first game. That that fist crack, that Wrath of the Dryad from the Valentina. It was the start of something that's so much better for TNC.
Because most of the big plays were gonna come from them anyway. This isn't like the TNC Belleric Ryota XP lineup, you know, where I think some of the big plays came from Ryota, or maybe better attempt to make big plays came from Ryota. Every single one of them in this particular lineup just felt like they were activating and enabling the calls that Zen and Vin wanted to go for. Because Vin, it was always the Wrath of the Riot that he was trying to go for anyway through the IMU. And these fist break, fist cracks combos.
Yeah. On point. That's why I forgot the other hero I wanted to mention in the draft, and it's literally just a badang I got to mention. The carry brought to us by Vincent in the game, of course, Zyda, who is also the MVP. Perfect. Almost 90% in the kill participation. Had all the damage. You saw it. It was just, honestly, a very textbook game by TNC. Textbook, but then at the same time, Zen and Vin made plays when you least expect them to. They already got the objective. They could have backed off, but then Vin found that angle. Zen was ready to jump on it, and TNC were also ready for it. Besides wanting to just give a lot of praise for the roam mid, you also have to give praise to the veterans.
I agree.
But because it looks like they're just G to go with whatever Zen and Vin want to do.
Yeah, I agree. It seems like because of what Vin and Zen were able to do, it makes it so much easier for Ryota to just calculate the amount of HP or amount of damage that he's going to be taking when he's under those turrets. For Jom to just deal damage to those turrets, and for Zyda to eventually get MVP. It's also Aurora's choice, still unleashed. The GT50 Pro brings height of roll, liquid cooling, and all-day 144 FPS to every match. Now backed by GT Watch 5 Pro and GT Buds 5. Collect the full GT set and unlock the ultimate experience. I'm not wearing it as of the moment, but it's been so helpful for me to track my steps whenever I run somewhere. But you can also run to the nearest stores and meet the Infinix Xpad 30 Pro, a big eye care display for binge watching and late night reviewing, casual gaming that's not fussy, and a slim, light build made to go wherever you do. A game winner, deadline killer. I mean, that's what they've been using from start to finish in order for them to help out with their reviews and stuff like that.
Yeah, you could take a look at the Filipino broadcast, and they're using the exact same ones. All of us have these to help us throughout the day.
Yeah. Again, major love to Infinix. Okay. That's
you laugh?
him before, though.
No.
So
Why'd you laugh?
Yeah, you know what?
No.
You say it because strong play starts with confidence. Clearman, a proud partner of today's MPL action, is the shampoo made for men.
Stay cool, stay fresh, and lock in a clear win. I was just surprised.
Power up and stay fresh daily with Clear Men, the shampoo made for men.
Huh.
Hey, why is he looking at me like that?
Because you're kind of sus right now.
No!
Kinda sus right
I was just surprised. I thought he was, you know.
Now laugh at the muscle then.
I'm not gonna laugh at that.
Laugh at the muscle now.
No.
Why weren't you surprised about that?
You're starting
I
to
am
see.
proud of you.
Okay, thank you. Give some more words of affirmation, please.
You have underwent such a glow up.
Such a what?
Glow up.
Thank you.
All right, we're gonna put up some Brigida younger pics right here.
Yeah, you're gonna have to search that.
It's
just search over the Note app or TikTok or YouTube.
No, this is why we have the Infinix Xpads right here.
Agree.
That's such a big screen.
Yeah, she uses it for viewing the games. We just use it to troll, and I'm gonna do that right now. You know what? Go ahead. We'll give you a minute. We'll give you a minute to talk about that very first game. Just spare us some time of searching for a younger photo of Brigida. Yeah.
If you actually find one, I don't know. I don't know anymore. Okay, I guess I'll have this graphic all to myself then. It's a jungle goal difference comparison between James Banks and Zyda. Where are they exactly here in this one?
You see, it looks like multiple timelines like branching out. I don't know, but these are the results of all of the junglers. So all the other lines that you see are the junglers from the other team. So this is just to look at how they look like in the early game and where they decide to veer off. Usually you see for James Banks, I think because they've had more snowbally wins, that you see James Banks on the upper end of the white line, while Zyda has had some longer games, and he's had some games where they lost the early game. See it branch off, but then as it goes longer, if you follow the orange line of Zyda, the goal difference gets way higher, while you see the dips for the side of AP.Bren, signifying their tendency of just losing mid to late game after getting an early lead.
Yeah. So if you look at the middle line, it's always AP.Bren really getting a great start, or more often than not.
Yeah, I agree. Especially for James Banks, I think it goes without saying that the team plays around him.
Yes.
It's just that as of this moment, he didn't have enough to eventually build on those momentum, because there's just a ton of errors that even the rest of the Bees were just committed to, and James Banks was just unable to deal the damage that he was supposed to.
And it seems to always be the case, right? It seems like they are always playing around James Banks. It makes me wonder if there are other ways and approaches in which they can actually play with their composition. Because if you can't totally go for the play around James Banks play, which I think a lot of teams have already read out by now, then that's going to be tough. Like, what's next? Because teams are constantly trying to shut him down, and you could see it through the dips eventually in this timeline.
I really like that graphic.
Yeah.
It was kind of hard to decipher, but then once you realize, like, okay, with the lines, you know what it means. They need to recolor code Onic and AP.Bren though, because I was like, okay, where's the AP.Bren line? Wait, no, that's the Onic line. So yeah, at some point you see the AP.Bren line actually go into the negatives after going good for like 5 to 7, 8 minutes. Then you see a big slow dip towards the end as the game goes on.
Yeah.
So it really goes along with what we've been saying about AP.Bren. Their early is great, their mid to late just is not working for them.
Yeah, again, we appreciate whoever did that, man. You're a G, you're a bro, you're a dudette. I don't know. I don't know what I'm supposed to say, because assist might be cool as well, but here's the draft recap from what we saw. I think you guys have mentioned the Eudora has been a problem in this draft. The first 3 maybe was kind of like a curveball thrown to TNC, but the Eudora really had to set them up for not so good team fights in terms of the matchup.
And it was tough because they needed a hero for the Aurora, but then they lost in picking that everything else they needed. Good wave clear, a little bit more of good distance making between the two.
Yeah.
I can't recall if the Novaria was taken. It wasn't even.
It wasn't.
But then they needed that extra more bit of crowd control. I think they were expecting that the Mathilda would lean towards the mid lane and then they'll just pick up a different roamer, maybe something like a Gatot Gacha. We've seen them already play that combo. But then since they decided to swerve the Esmeralda into the roam so that JM Pikmin plays frontline and initiate, they lost big AoE and good distance in their mid lane because they had to pick up the Eudora.
I think the most we saw out of the Eudora pick and how they could have used it to its fullest potential was before first turret.
Agree.
And that's about it.
Agree.
Because they forced out flickers from Zen. They were able to be very aggressive with their rotations. Not necessarily winning out in mid, but they were always there to accompany James Banks. And putting these two heroes together in the early game could provide really good amounts of burst. But they really struggled to find at least one player to burst down. And that's where everything shifted towards TNC. And I don't think they were able to recover from that at all.
Yeah. As soon as the things started to become chaotic, it feels like Lancy didn't know where to position himself, who to damage, who to take the pokes possible. Because again, like you said, the flicker did work, but for some reason, they still weren't able to secure the first turtle, in which they had the position to take it already. So again, should it be decision-making? But I really feel like that was just certain limitations of the lineup that they've had. And the question now is, can the veterans keep up? We've seen glimpses of brilliance from both Vin and Zen, especially in game number 1, not just in week 1, but for Lancy and Escalera. They've said it themselves a while ago at the interview that there's a lot of things that they need to work on.
Yeah, at least I like that they're light about it. I think they've been in this seen long enough that they know that you really just go through these moments where it
Yep.
looks like nothing's going right for the team, or
Right.
things are going right but you can't close it off. They have already started off of their season with a win against Twisted Minds 2-1 to open it. Even up against Onyx, as we pointed out earlier, they looked strong, so there was a lot of hopes for them heading into week 2. It's just yesterday, it seems like a part of me is thinking that's still in the back of their minds. There's moments of hesitation, the comms still
yeah.
don't look clean.
Hesitation, I feel, especially as we don't see them going for the risky plays that they used to do in week 1.
That's true.
There were no flicker attempts from Lancey, even though he was on a Eudora, and he could have probably went for some in the early game. And it felt like they were just waiting for one another more than doing individual plays, which we're so used to seeing them do.
You know what? That's so true. I think their reminder during the start of the interview was to not move a lot. Not to move
Be
at all.
disciplined.
Right? You just have to be disciplined. You can still take those risks, but at least manage them if it goes south. I feel like that's one of the things that AP.Bren still can't seem to find a good balance of taking the risk and actually being disciplined to go along with it.
Yeah, exactly. Balance, I feel like, is the main thing there. If this was an older meta where we had utility jungles and you were playing around gold laners, play safe for 13 minutes as much as you want.
You're good.
But you really cannot afford that anymore in this current metagame.
Oh. This is gonna be different though. It has to be different. No Mathilda will be available for AP.Bren.
That's surprising respect by TNC.
Yeah.
I did not expect them to actually take it away.
I don't know if it's... Well, maybe it is respect. They just want to take away a lot of the comforts as much as possible.
Maybe. I guess it's also because of game number 1. I'm sure it didn't really provide that heavy of an impact, but when Jome is found at the back lines, it provides them, or it sets them back for quite a bit. So I think that's what they're worried about. But both the Matilda and even the Rafaela is going to be taken out. So Vin is not going to get his hands on those healers except when an Angela's available.
Yeah, the Harley getting taken away by TNC is just a signal that they're leaning towards a Hirara in the jungle. I wouldn't be surprised if they just go Hirara and then they'll get their roam Angela, a mid-Angela roam glue for later or somewhere along those lines. If they go ahead and give the Paquita, I wouldn't be that surprised. Oh, excuse me, Barrett's is also open. So
Correct.
there's a lot of big trade pieces open. The top 4 you see in the AI draft predictor, Paquito, Barrett's, Hirara, Brody, all available for their trade, although the Brody might come a little bit later in the draft. Barrett, of course, is the first pick. Uranus open for AP.Bren if they want to take it.
Yeah. Interesting though. Majority of the pairings you would put alongside the Barretts are actually banned out by TNC too.
Yeah.
So we're not going to see any of those. Not unless they go for an Angela later on, which I think considering that it's Vin, there is a chance. Because he's only ever used healing mid laners.
Yeah, except for the Lilia,
Except
though.
for the Lilia.
I think that's the only thing. Because, again, if you're looking at it for Vin, or should I say for Ryota, just in case he's going to be the one to use this hero, he will be the major front line here, and the Valentina is going to be picked up once again by Vin. The Beleric and the Hirara are going to be taken by AP.Bren. Hopefully, this sort of flex from the Beleric would work better for them since it's been used by Lord JM in game number 1. It just wasn't used to the fullest potential in game number 1.
So we'll go ahead and pick up the Paquito, yeah. So the Paquito closes out the draft. AP.Bren, I think, you just pick up their gold laner. You need that continuous damage. It wouldn't be too criminal to just go ahead and pick up the Claude here at red 3, or maybe pick it up later for red 4. In terms of the mid lane, you can pick that up later too. I think you hold on to the idea of the Beleric potentially being a flex.
Yeah.
So yeah, if that's the case, just pick up your gold laner now.
Because honestly, it's up against the Valentina again.
Right.
So it can just be something beneficial for TNC in the team fights later on again. So if it's...
Yeah, there's the Brody, the Claude, and Clint. I think those are
There you go.
the heroes. You have to make your choice. And the Claude is what they're going to be going for. So AP.Bren can set up for success even in the later portions of this game, while TNC is obviously going to be holding towards the early game momentum, just basing it on the first 3 picks alone.
Beleric, Claude, the gold lanes for Jome still open. I think AP.Bren would be keen on just banning out the Brody too. Because if they get the Brody, then TNC are just going to run away with it, having the Paquito Barrett and Brody together. You're not going to make it to the late game for the Claude. In terms of the gold lane picks, you'll still have the Clint and the Moskov still available later. Good ban here on the Esmeralda.
Okay.
It's just comfort being taken out one after another, man.
Seems like it.
Yeah.
Just imagine again that Rafaela Matilda and then an Esmeralda. I wonder if another hero is going to be taken out here that
Lancey.
AP.Bren already used from before.
What's a Lancey hero that they can take out if it's
Lunox.
comfort?
No, I'm just kidding.
That or Eudora?
That or Eudora, yes.
Huh.
Yeah, Eudora now would be better, but I just want to see them with more like range. You know they're already up against the Barretts. I think you show your flex at red 4, you pick up your roamer or EXP laner, and then you adjust your mid laner. If TNC play a tanky front, then you can close it out with a Vexana. If they don't play a tanky front and there's not a lot of dive to access it, you can pick up a Novaria. I think you just pick your mid laner as the last pick for AP.Bren. Make that your linchpin to adjust with. Which is why TNC are banning out these EXP laners. They're making the choice very difficult for AP.Bren in terms of flexing either the Belleric into the EXP, and then what are you gonna end up with a roam? Things like that.
Yeah, I think they're also willing to fight setup for setup because they already have the Valentino on the other side. The Barretts is going to be the main priority for the front line so far, and TNC will be looking for the roam position.
Ooh, actually, they can go ahead and pick up a glue.
Yeah, that was...
Wouldn't be too bad.
That's true.
Yeah.
And even if it does be a consideration for TNC, the Vexana option might be... Oh!
Okay.
Ooh, into the Valentina.
Okay, so there's an abundant set of sets that TNC, aka Vin's gonna be going for here. Would you go with Throne of Ruin or Wrath of the Dryad? Either way, I don't think Vin's gonna go wrong here.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough. You can't pick the Clint anymore. I think you might just be stuck with a Moskov if you're Jome. And then for your roam, the Atlas is still open. Yeah, Atlas made it through all the way to the end. I think they just closed it up with an Atlas Moskov. Oh, they still pick the Clint into the Alice and Cloud. It's still very doable, but it's very tough to play.
Yeah.
What do you go with the last one then if you're AP.Bren? I think this is a Lancey hero for sure. They're going to have to burst too. You did say that before. If it's tanky front line, they have a Lunox and a Barretts, then you go Vex. But Vex has been hexed because the Angela is going to get picked up for the very last pick of AP.Bren.
Whoa. I did not expect that.
Yeah, well...
Me neither.
Neither did I. Maybe it's... trying to look at it from a perspective of, are they gonna play this through the XP lane? Or because are they waiting for enough time to scale? Are they buying? Because I don't know. Both sides are scaling anyway. And,
right.
Well, it's Angelus together. Theoretically, it could be very annoying for AP.Bren early. If JM Pigment can get comfortably to level 4 and then Lancey could be level 4 for the first turtle, then you can get turtle 1 and then an invade. So you have to see where the turtle's gonna spawn. You're gonna have to be careful of your rotations of your TNC.
I guess they're also playing around the Hirara for the very first 5 minutes of this game.
Oh,
talking about AP.Bren,
yes.
right? Because the Angela's already there. Claude, Alice would have to farm up so much and so long just so they could make some certain amounts of impact in this game. But for TNC, they already have the Clint. They can take advantage. They even have Zyda, so that's something that they can work on in the very first minute.
Look, it's a mystery shop for Shizo.
Oh.
Instead of the usual master, because some Goldeners will put the Master Assassin onto the Claude so that dueling is a little bit easier against the opposing Goldener that also has Master Assassin.
Okay.
So it's, I guess they just really want to speed things up and use whatever early game advantage they have as much as possible and just supporting it all the way. Because it's an Angela Belleric in mid. So it's really just supporting James Bang Switch. I think it's a similar idea to what they wanted to do in Game 1.
Yep.
Only that this one's a lot more obvious.
Yeah, brother's gonna have to be LeBron James in this one, man, in 2016 Cavaliers or something like that. Because That's the early game that you would be expecting from AP.Bren here. Meanwhile, for TNC, obviously you're looking at Jome that could potentially win his lane, but so far Shizu has been doing his end of the bargain. Both teams are just securing their laning phases for them to transition into that very first turtle and hoping that they wouldn't have any casualties before that happens.
Only player in the lobby right now is Shizu with a Purify.
Oh.
The only one with that Puri. Escalera forces to use his Flicker out. No surprise initiation for AP.Bren, but the Roamers are not going to be hitting level 4 heading into Turtle 1 anyway.
Yeah.
So, A-okay for both of the teams, yeah.
So at least for now, just go for the plays. Because as long as Zen doesn't have the Fatal Link, then maybe you could play it a bit more riskier, but if he does get it eventually later on, then that's going to be a problem. Escalera doesn't have a Flicker though, and TNC are just going to burst this down. James Panks, he can't even approach! Escalera's still going to go for the set either way. He doesn't have anyone around him, but he will... Wait, okay. We really have...
I'm sorry, that really just looks like they're not talking.
We really have to revisit how AP.Bren...
Yeah, are those headsets working? I think it is. It's just they're not opening their mouths.
Okay, now James Panks is gonna try to provide the damage. He gets terrified but still survives. Oh, never mind. Aurora still finds the last hit. And now they lost 2.
Yeah, that was painful.
Jungler for jungler, but yeah, that's there needs to be a quick recovery right now for AP.Bren to come back. Ooh, you started with this.
Now that's the first Fatal Link setup you're gonna see, and that's gonna be on Lancy. The 3 heroes in mid for AP.Bren have already been taken out at least once.
And 2 of those kills has went on to Vin, so it's definitely going to help him to scale even further, leading by 800 gold against Lancy's Angela.
Yeah, and that's not what you want to see early on, because if there's a significant lead between the 2 mid laners, it makes it so much harder for a smoother curve into the mid game.
Yep.
Especially on this Angela that, yes, you just want to hit level 4, but look at the level difference. It's 3 levels separating the Angela and the Valentina. Lancy, once he hits level 4, Vin should be closer to hitting level 7.
Yeah, and we were saying AP.Bren wanted to play through their mid trio because their sides are going to take a bit more time. They had to activate themselves early on, but now they're suffering in the early stages of the game.
Finally, the Heart Guard is online for Lancy in almost 4 minutes of this game. So James Panks can be a little bit more aggressive. It's just that it's been tough for him to find positioning. Just because, just like you said, TNC already packs the damage and Vin is going to be carrying over with Zyda having 2 assists and finally getting his Hunter Strike.
Okay, at least James Panks is close in terms of gold. Maybe that's what I'm just gonna decide to look at and focus on for now. Between TNC and AP.Bren, as TNC are clearly trying to take control over this first or second objective already. It slipped my mind. I can't believe this is already the first objective because the Heart Guard just came through.
Yeah, yeah, you did think that it was gonna be there, but unfortunately for AP.Bren, it took a little longer. At least it's finally here. TNC still leading 1.6k. The positioning in terms of the turtle, as Zen is going to be pushing it or pulling it towards TNC's side. AP.Bren is just too busy securing majority of those jungle objectives as they're going to be trying to fix on this.
Now or never for AP.Bren. They have to pounce. They have to make a play together as a team.
Oh, Jam Pinkman's trying to go for it. Are they going to try? Escalera still not using the Wrath of Dryad. It's actually going to be Shizu taking the objective. Does AP.Bren want to engage? They're going to go for the fight! But there's going to be a counter Wrath of Dryad as well. Ryota trying to run away. No one falls just yet. TNC are all going to survive.
How did no one die there?
Well, you got a lot of sustainability on the other side. You got Jome, who got no one dove on, by the way, from the side of AP.Bren. Free hitting Clint. You get a Claw that goes in with a Blazing Duet, healing on the Angela. That just leads to a stalemate. But still, AP.Bren got the turtle.
Yeah, at least they got a win out of that, man. It feels like it was a set of blunders in the very first 2 minutes of this game, but a win, no matter how small it is, would eventually help them out a lot. You're seeing KK Dot on your screens with that Kimby here. Haven't seen him in a while. Great to see him here.
Yeah.
But obviously for AP.Bren, it seems like as soon as the Heart Guard came into action, there's some more activity that the Bees can work with. But is that going to be enough against the scaling that TNC was already able to build on, especially with Vin, a 2-0-1 Valentina potentially bursting down some of the other heroes?
Yeah, I think that's why Joan was also open to free hit. AP.Bren just decided this Valentina hurts, so we need to take it out. But at the same time, that Clint is going nowhere in a fight once you dive on him. Yeah, you force the flicker out. It's going to be so easy to chase down the Clint. You start with the Clint and then you work your way out from them. That might work out better for AP.Bren.
Yeah, and I'm thinking too, because at this point, if it ever so happens that they're just pushed to their limits and they'll have to deal with the map instead as they buy time, what can they really rely on? Because they're on a Clint, you have to play around the Clint. It's not like a Moskov or even their jungler, maybe. At most, it is gonna be their jungler, maybe.
It's like they doubled down on early game damage and not really leaving a lot for the others because the Claude Alice was on the other side and they did pick it up before TNC picked up the Clint. So I guess they're going to live by the fact that the setups are going to be there. They're going to hope for the best that the burst damage will be sufficient. Because if it doesn't, then we might be looking at an AP.Bren taking this to game 3. Something that we haven't seen in a minute.
Yeah. They do have the potential to do that. All right, okay, so he went straight down the middle this time. It wasn't the double fist bump side chop. That was a little bit more towards... Oh, okay.
Oh. Don't worry, we're going to see another variant.
Yeah.
We're going to see another variant, man. I wonder what happens here. Again, for everybody who's currently watching, we're just trying to fix some things and making sure that all of our players are going to be A-okay in terms of the playstyle that they would want. And we obviously want to invite you guys. Hopefully, if the rain outside is not too strong for you to go here at, you know, Victoria Sports Tower. Still have a lot of seats. You guys can go ahead and watch and buy tickets for the rest of the 2 games that are going to be happening.
Looking at the stage right now, our marshals are assisting Jome with his headset as of the moment.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I wonder what just occurred. Since you talked about headsets, I feel like that's also the same scenario that we're going to be working with. Renmar is officially back with us. He's never really left.
I could leave.
Right? Don't.
I could go.
We have time.
You know what? Let's test it out. Go.
All right.
Hey, where'd you go?
Bye, Bree.
Hello? 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 Okay. Are you back? Are you back? Are you back?
No.
Are you back? No?
I suddenly answered that I said no.
Nah, I didn't really leave. I'm still here.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Are we having a face-off now?
Yeah, I don't know. Who's going to be facing them off? Come on, give us something, girl. There we go. Is this Odin's face-off matchup?
I think so.
Is that what we're going to be looking at? Not a lot of activity so far, man. Give us those side.
Okay, that's...
Okay, there we go.
Oh, and if everything's okay. Oh, yeah. See, that's why. He didn't do that earlier. When he did the normal chop, everything wasn't okay. When he did the okay chop, his actual chop, then... Come on.
Yeah, it's an unofficial chop when it doesn't do it.
Yeah.
That's just how it is for Wilbert, our Marshal. But heading back into this game, TNC still holding on to a 1.7k gold lead, and as they should, because they do have a Clint, they do have the Paquito and the Barretts. For AP.Bren, the scaling should be arriving a little later than usual, but they would be willing to prolong this game in order for them to get there.
Yeah. Fury Hammer, endless battle for the Clint already. Good cut up top. Escalator and Shizo just trying to hold down the fort, extend the farming and laning phase as quickly for as long as they could.
It's been so tough.
That's all they can do.
Yeah, that's all they can do. It's just to farm, wait for the next turtle to spawn, and then use all of their AoE skills, man. It's the Throne of Ruin, Blazing Duet. There's a huge amount of it, potentially huge amount of damage as well. It's just that the scaling isn't there yet. The damage potential will not be available, but maybe Zyda's gonna feel it now.
Okay, that's gonna be the Heart Guard used on to James Pants. They got to isolate Zyda. I think this is going to be a kill over to AP.Bren, and they actually get it. That's a couple seconds before our next and last turtle of the game. And that is going to be a slight win for AP.Bren.
Yeah, very clean there. AP.Bren, they have to build through this. They found a great pick-off. As they will be able to. Gonna be a free turtle, no jungle. TNC equalizes by pushing up top. And there's gonna be no invades by TNC to try and slow down their tempo. They're still gonna wait for Zyda to get back. And yet, now again, we're just seeing the potential of what this Angelo-led lineup that can just feed into supporting any one of the team. You can put hard guard on any member of AP.Bren and it will work out for you.
Yeah, especially when you put it at the armor of James Paxo is currently 1-1-1. He finally got his first kill down bottom, and AP.Bren are gonna be more happy with that scenario working out for them. And slowly but surely, we're starting to see them occupy a majority of the turrets or places around the map as a fight is gonna be happening here.
Oh, he missed!
Oh, Yota didn't land that, and now he might just collect the flicker from Escalera! And Dream and set from JM Pinkman!
There we go!
AP.Bren are now going for the cleanup. It's just Zen left all alone. He's gonna find the stuns, but he is gonna go down. AP.Bren get to secure a wipeout.
See, if you coordinate and you dive, there's nothing the Clint lineup can do. Ryota, of course, also missed the engagement with the Detonus Welcome, and when AP.Bren decides to bounce, their lineup is almost unstoppable for TNC to deal with.
That's a breath of fresh air when you're looking at it. Them talking, coordinating, like you said. Just thinking about a miss from Ryota. It was already a whiff happening for TNC. Wrath of Dryad, Throne of Ruin. Nobody else or nowhere else for TNC to go at that certain moment that cost an overwhelming victory for AP.Bren that ballooned their lead to a 3.1k gold lead. And not even those middle lane turrets are finally gone. TNC would have to think of something here.
Now let's see if AP.Bren can keep it up. TNC, I think they can just snowball, build a very little snowball into an even bigger one just by getting some pickoffs. Pick off here, pick off there. You see Escalera, give it to him immediately. You force out a flicker if he has it. Force out an ultimate like this.
Okay, that's gonna be Escalera. Slightly poked down to half HP.
That's a step. Now the roamer can't front, but you still have JM Pinkman to deal with.
Yeah. JM Pinkman is going to be a problem. You don't know where the heart guard is going to go just yet. And all they're doing right now is zoning. No one can really come close. It's all the kills going to the right hands as well. James Panks is currently on a really good lead up against Zyda on this Hirara.
Yeah, this is what you guys talked about in the graph where James Panks tends to really be the richest person, not only in AP.Bren, but for everybody else in this game whenever he tends to succeed in those mid-game portions, especially here in game number 2. They're holding on to a 4.5k gold lead. Conceala's going to be utilized by Zen. Will he go right now?
No, he does! And he catches too, but there's going to be a counter engage from AP.Bren as well. JM Pinkman trying to block off the way. Escalera still alive, and that's going to be the Blazing Duet, but he gets cancelled! James Panks shoots down! And the Blazing Duet and Shizu falling too! TNC deny the siege!
Not today, says the Phoenix Army. All inhibitors are gonna stay alive, and the Phoenix Army with a counter-attack.
And you could tell that AP.Bren wanted the siege to last a little longer, but their hand was forced because Zen decided to initiate, and they were willing to take that risk. Remember, this metagame rewards risks, and that rewarded TNC so well that they've equalized the game.
Now they're going to be on the offensive, looking at those mid lane turrets, just focusing on it one by one and starting to reclaim some parts of the map as the AP.Bren gold lead suddenly disappears and TNC are just inches away from getting it right back.
I really want to see how that happened though, because I think the one person from that Fatal Link setup was Shizo.
Yep.
So I assumed he already used his Purify there. And he still got caught through the Detonus Welcome. Like, that was a sequence you do not really expect to happen if you've already been able to reposition enough. But I think more importantly was the kill on James Panks too. That was a dive that was slightly miscalculated by James Panks.
And this is where we find it again. AP.Bren, when they have the lead, when it gets to the point where they need the siege, they just look uncomfortable. Misplays, miscalculations. One Detonus Welcome, one combo, but still AP.Bren has a slight lead. they still have the capability to just throw their bodies and then turn it around from there.
Yeah, this is what... Yeah.
They just have to watch out for the fatal links. Shizo has to delay his entry. James Max just a little bit. Allow JM Pinkman, Lancy, and Escalera to slowly whittle down the health of TNC, and then AP.Bren, their main damage dealers, enter.
This is where the balance starts to come in for AP.Bren. Again, they've said it right from the start of this match. They are looking to be a little bit more disciplined, but not only that, they're looking for more synergy. They're looking for more executions that will really put them at a better position in this game, because TNC has managed to land a bunch of answers. Now with the Lord finally spawning in this game, Shizu is going to be putting himself right at the middle of action, while majority of the others are going to be forcing some retribution spells, maybe even some certain pickoffs for them to get even a little advantage in this Lord pit.
Yeah, you're going to be seeing Zen on the lower half. I think Ryota and Zen, they'd like to stay apart from one another, have two frontliners holding separate ends, but AP.Bren are now rushing the Lord, forcing a response from TNC.
It's only Zen being zoned out. The other members of TNC can't catch up. Ryota trying to make his way through, but he does not get close. That's a free Lord.
Yeah, despite the gold lead, it's very close. It's almost non-existent. AP.Bren still has the advantage in terms, again, of how their lineup looks, their damage profile. The TNC, despite them having the resources, do not want to take that risk. So AP.Bren, I think they're going to try one more time for a big play. They can end it with this one. They just have to be disciplined, and Shizo really has to time his entry.
Yeah, on the other hand, you're looking at TNC that may have some certain amounts of damage, but doesn't have a decent amount of wave clear. You're looking at Zyda, of course, that could push and pull some of the other heroes. Zen, with some setups, they were able to do it once, but some inhibitors are going to be falling down eventually, with Escalera finding Zyda at the top lane.
Yeah, Zen is looking like he's trying to position himself for another play though, and he does! Force out the Purify from Shizu already. That's going to be a small advantage for TNC in the long run, but it's going to be Zyda caught here up top. Do they have the damage to deal with him? He is going to try to escape. He actually survives.
Wow!
Pull, and no one from TNC falls yet again.
Yeah, Ryota almost got eaten up by that Barrett. Oh, excuse me, not Ryota, James Panks. He was able to dodge it just in time. That could have been really punishing. Good discipline by AP.Bren. Although they could have taken the risk to dive, they said, you know what, play it safe, we've taken enough risks, let's just force this game 3 to happen.
Yup, there's been a certain amount of risks that they were able to do that went onto their favor. Getting and blitzing that Lord is one, and sieging that middle lane inhibitor is another. For TNC, this is where the scaling starts to go down. It feels like the damage might not be enough. Zen setups are going to be there, but then Purifies over and over are going to be utilized by Shizu just to stay alive in certain situations. So if you are TNC, what exactly is going to be the route here? You do have the damage, you do have a certain amount of setups, but will it be enough up until the 18th minute of the game where the Lord is going to be spawning up?
Yeah, the thing, even though their damage is all burst type, and theoretically they should be able to shred, that's why these two lineups are very tanky. That's why no one built Sky Piercers here. No one decided to take that risk of, okay, let's see if we can build up, get those stacks, so that we can get that damage that we need to finish things off. So we go back again to what this lineup is good at. When you have an Atlas, Valentina together, and then another main frontliner in the EXP, then you just chip down the first target you see. You force them to use their battle spell, you force to use for them to use something, and then you back off. Then you chip whoever shows up next. You keep that up until AP.Bren have just had enough of it, force a fight, while Jome is left out in the open.
Yeah.
So TNC, they have to play around supporting their Clint to make sure that he can free hit, stay okay, while leaving enough an opening to rope AP.Bren into a, hey, take this fight. But then actually, it's not going to be good for them.
Yeah, because honestly speaking, the raw damage of AP.Bren towards the late game looks very terrifying. That's a Hirara and a Claude that can just go for the more aggressive dives later on. So TNC really have to take it slow, one step at a time, especially towards the heroes that show up first. But at this point, you already have Lancy out of the picture. You don't really get to expect Lancy show up anytime soon. So who is going to be the first one that they see? Is it going to be a JM Pinkman? They actually are dealing with some damage right now. Okay. The cooldown's gonna be shorter, but will it come back in enough time? That's gonna be a multiple match setup from AP.Bren again! They are just not allowing entries for TNC, and they isolate Triota as well. James Panks going for Vin, Flicker going to be available, but they lost Jom, they lost Triota. Both of their sides aren't gonna be here for the defense.
And again, TNC tried to do what we said that they would, but this is just how good the Alice, empowered by an Angela, and the Belleric is, especially if they're firing off together. Also, I wish Ryota just decided to go for that fight, but hey, we're going to game 3.
Okay, that's gonna be a throne of okay, a big man to catch side off guard! And AP.Bren, they finally get access to the base as James Panks takes one more kill. They still have the Lord. Zen's trying his best to pull it away. He actually buys some time though. Jom finds Lancy.
That's it.
Could this be a defense by Jom? But it seems like it's not. AP.Bren, bring us all the way.
We were looking for answers, and that was definitely one from the Bees as AP.Bren ties the series, and we're taking us to game 3.
It feels like what now we've gotten from 2 games is a team that have finally decided, you know what, JM Pickman, if you want to be the guy who just keeps going forward, we'll build around you and we'll play for that. So you pick up the Angela here for this Alice, or the Angela for the Hirara. But in the times where JM Pickman and Escalera just decide to engage, that's when you see the Angela go to the Alice, and then it actually does a fair bit amount of damage, even though James Panks and Shizo haven't hit anyone yet. You already see TNC's life bars, especially for the frontliners, already going close to half.
Man, they cover so much space. We've seen them be very patient in the first 5 minutes, and then all of a sudden, as soon as they all got their ultimates, it seems like Escalera had a lot of Wrath of Dryads in him. And JM Pinkman had a lot of Throne Ruins as well, and there was not a lot of room for TNC to move in, especially with the range that they were provided with.
Yeah, and this is why this Clint pick worried me. JM Pinkman, you know, well deserved, man. After the 24 hours that you've had for you to get a game MVP here on this Alice, deathless, 11 assists, 100% kill participation. They played around JM Pickman, and they played around him well. Going back to what I was saying earlier, this is why that Clint pick by TNC Pro Team to me was, I get why, because Clint over the Moskov in lane is Clint more for the laning phase.
Yeah.
But in the mid to the late game, it's so tough for you to fight against that Alice, against that Angela, Hirara, all of that. That's a lot of dive. Even that Belleric is enough to mess you up. But the Moskov pick would have been a pick for the mid to the late game once you're all fighting as 5, because the Moskov has a lot more ways to reposition, get out of the reach of the Alice and then the Belleric, and then you go ahead, re-engage, free hit from a distance. So since TNC picked up a hero that's better for the laning phase but not so great in terms of the team fighting theory, then that's why you saw it's tough for them in these fights. They are good on the defense in the base, but outside of that, Jom is struggling.
Yeah, but that's a highlight. That's a MVP highlight right there. Their game-winning highlight too, or the last sequence we saw before they eventually got to close out the game. And mind you, again, this was an Angela who got the hard card very late into the game.
Yep.
But it was all time that they needed, and maybe that's another way to look at it, because yes, their early game kind of suffered, especially when you look at their mid trio, but that just meant that majority of the attention from TNC was towards them anyway. So the sides were pretty much okay. I guess they were free enough to somewhat deal with the demands of their lane, and that's what got us to this close to 18-minute game, which eventually falls into the hands of AP.Bren.
Yeah, it makes it a lot more understandable in terms of why AP.Bren haven't pulled the trigger in the early portions of the game. It's because they were waiting on Lancy. They were waiting on the healing aspect that could provide the direct support for James Panks to actually go ahead and wreak havoc towards the TNC lineup. And because of that, they were able to at least make some scaling possible for not only Shizu, but even for Escalera, who's not supposed to get a lot of scaling, but eventually needed it for him to be durable in the early portions or even in the front line. So the Visa, the carry, brought to you by Shizu, which is heavy on that damage output. We haven't seen a lot of it because we've been noticing majority of the setups, but it's there when it matters, and he's able to deliver it.
Yeah, the Claude pickup was perfect. Right there on the perfect slot at red 3, and how AP.Bren manipulated the draft so that TNC Pro Team were just stuck with a gold laner that would struggle in the big team fighting picture of the game. Late laning phase, it was quite even, but then once we got to the mid to the late game, it was all Shizo, and give it to him. He did a good job, even though it was a bit of a rocky start at the beginning. He started off this game with a kill, and then he built from that.
With that being said, both of AP.Bren and TNC Pro Team just having some positives in this specific series. You know, we've been looking for that maybe last week for AP.Bren, maybe since yesterday, but we're seeing some signs of brilliance from both of the teams, honestly, and it's the mid lane duos that have been making some certain impacts in this series. But before Game 3, you can also check out Acecraft, the STG game that you don't want to miss.
Random skills, bullet deflection, and a retro cartoon art style that brings back childhood memory.
Jump back into Acecraft now and start your aerial adventure.
How do we jump exactly? That's for you to find out. But of course, the clock is ticking and the seats are filling up. Don't miss your chance to witness the match between Twisted Minds PH and Team Falcons PH right here at the Victoria Sports Tower. Head on to ph-mpl.com and get your tickets now, because there's still going to be a lot of games happening. We still have 2 more matches, including that epic rivalry for later. But for these two teams, we've seen a lot of things that really have improved compared to their last few matches, especially for AP.Bren, with how they were able to connect the dots in some of the ultimates that they've been using.
Yeah, and I mean, just us starting Saturday not through a sweep, which we were kind of expecting to see.
Yeah.
I think, because especially yesterday too, we had all sweeps, and it could have been a sweep week at least for the first 2 days, but so far that's not going to be the case. There have been adjustments from AP.Bren, clearly, and I just hope it really becomes a consistent uphill trajectory from this point onwards.
Is her curse of having an extended series still a thing in here, or like is it no longer a thing? It just you've just totally accepted it.
Last week I just had like I had some.
I don't know. If anyone's gonna curse today, it might be me, because I said today's probably gonna be all sweep.
Yeah.
At the opening.
Ah.
So if today is 9 games, it's my fault.
You know what? It's the new meta, and I'm here for it. MPLPH's annual map change stats. We're going to be seeing it in quite a bit. There's been a ton of games, with Dangerous Grass being the least amount of games played in Season 16 to Season 18.
Oh, look at that. 31 minutes is our record for the longest game so far. And TNC was one of the teams playing in that particular game.
Of course, Omega had to be there.
Of course, Omega had to be there. I know.
Oh no, that's from Season 70. Oh, okay, that was last season.
Yep. Huh. That was TLPH having 2 games that's been very quick. That says a lot about their dominance from the previous times. But in terms of the maps that we've seen here with the 4 games, I think that could also say a lot about how they were able to maximize specific modifications in terms of the map, with Onyx PH first having most wins in this specific map, which is the Broken Walls.
Yeah, I think this was their era wherein Baksha was really good. I think last season we were all surprised, hey, King Kong's great on the Baksha now. It's not just all about, it's the King Kong rotates, it's the Sigma pattern that they were doing. And they love to play Baksha in the Broken Walls, and that's one of the biggest reasons why you see them top 1.
Because I think it was a time we were saying maybe the Baksha's the closest to being
an assassin
amongst
the tanks.
Yeah, that was
I like that.
He had the most potential.
Yeah.
Because he was fast.
Yeah.
He bounces.
He had skill shots. Kind
of.
In a way.
He also tosses stuff. I don't know. That's a thing? Is that a thing?
You know, yeah, he does. He tosses his shield.
You know what? That's fair. Expanding Rivers, on the other hand, it's Falcons, Philippines. So we're seeing some differences in terms of the teams and their preferences with certain maps.
Yeah, and I think even opening up this season, the priorities for the map whenever your first pick or you're on home side is very different.
Yeah.
Depending on the team. Like we opened up week 1, I think, with Broken Walls as a priority for some. Rarely flying clouds or rivers, I feel.
I feel like Expanding Rivers the two heroes that encapsulates it the most are two very unique gold laners. Freya and Bane.
That's true.
Remember there was a time they loved picking Bane in the gold lane once you know it's expanding rivers? Because they knew it's like how fast. You know Bane's really jank, funny running animation?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You see him running across the river.
I wish we had a caster cam right now because he's doing it.
Y'all not gonna see that
I guess we got premium access, and that's what matters. But hey,
subscribe.
We also, he does videos of recaps of what's been happening, so go check Renmar's page.
Aw, thank you.
Just in case you guys don't know that. But here we are, AP.Bren, blue side, game number 3 in Flying Clouds. This is what Bria's mentioned a while ago. Not a lot of teams have been using this except for Aurora, I would say, in Season 17. They're very comfortable in terms of team fights, and that's what we should be expecting in this game number 3.
Yeah, because not even Liquid, who used to like automatically win when it's Flying Clouds, prioritize it as much anymore nowadays. So things have clearly shifted just quite a bit from Season 16 to where we currently are right now, and I'm hoping this game is the closest we'll see, because Game 1, it feels like it's been heavily TNC favored. Game 2 was a bit closer, but it still feels like, even just looking at the draft and knowing the conditions of the game and that one moment onwards, it just felt very AP.Bren favored as well. I'm hoping there will be more back and forth this time.
Yeah, honestly, from where I'm looking at, I think the draft really influences what happens in the series heavily. For TNC, it felt like they've put AP.Bren back into a corner, but in game number 2, that Clint proved to not really work as well as Coach Etomax and Coach Hito would want it to be executed, as they're now going to be stuck here in game number 3. So there should be some adjustments to be made in this specific draft for game number 3.
I'm thinking if anyone on the side of TNC, maybe it would have been better if someone opted to build a Sky Piercer. Because there was a lot of... I mean, that probably wouldn't have done much because they couldn't even get those early snowballs. So probably no one thought about building the Sky Piercer because, again, the same thing that we pointed out earlier. They knew that everyone is so tanky that it might not even be worth it because you might not even be able to get the early kills. And then come the mid of the late game, without any stack, Sky Piercer is just a very sad item. That you're looking at as like, should I just sell you?
Yeah, because
I probably
what
could.
do you even do?
Yeah, well, what do you? Yeah, like, what does this guy even do?
Because I don't think even Jome got to get enough.
Yeah.
Stacks.
We're talking about Sky Piercer,
Yeah,
not
Sky
Jome,
Piercer,
okay?
not Jome. Again, Sky Piercer, not Jome.
Yes. We are
Like
just,
Fisher friends, not food. You get what I mean?
Yeah.
Something like that. Game number 3, anyway. Finally, beginning, and I think from where we are looking, it's still going to be the same set of bans except for the Atlas. The Atlas is the newer addition to the bans. It seems like Zen posed to be a threat against AP.Bren and how they've pissed them off over the last course of games, or they're going to be taking out, which leaves certain heroes, specifically the Hirara, for James Banks to use yet again.
Rhea, Melissa Barrett's taken out, of course, TNC. But go ahead and rush the Belleric, taking it away from Escalera. So you're going to be seeing him playing a different roamer besides the top 2 that we have. But with the Belleric, there's always going to be a slot for a Badang in the roam when you see this. The Rafaela taken out by AP.Bren though. It's a confident pickup by TNC because now if you decide to pick up the glue for roam, you won't have that annoying tandem to deal with the Rafaela paired up with it. So if it's not going to be that as a pairing, Glue Matilda just doesn't hit the same. I think you just pick up the Badang later on for AP.Bren. Or the Minotaur, actually.
Oh.
Minotaur might be pretty good, knowing that you're up against a Belleric and even the Claude's there.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can pick it up later.
Yeah. And still the Matilda's open if AP.Bren want to consider it again. So it's a very AP.Bren first phase that we're seeing right now. I don't think they're changing up much. And I think they're a lot more confident to just do this now because they'll have multiple backups.
Yeah, and considering that it's the Matilda in mid and they need a little bit more magic, I think they just pick up a Gatot Kacha if it's not the Badang. The Gatot Kacha helps clear the wave really well. A great pickup there by TNC, of course. See the Hirara. No one picks up the Paquito. You go ahead and pick up the Harley.
Yeah, that's the matchup that TNC is willing to go for. The Paquito could prove to be handy in certain situations, but TNC thinks not. at this game number 3. It could go into the banning phase later on. But like you said from a while ago, there's some sort of pocket picks that AP.Bren could even utilize here. They could go for a Minotaur if they want to, or should I? Yeah, even a Matilda, because again, it could go into the mid lane, just like how Lancy was able to use it, and even TNC, I think, was using it in certain situations. But the Moskov is going to be kicking things off in the second phase of the banning stage.
Thinking if TNC are still going to want to take away something like the Harith from AP.Bren, that Shizo comfort. Clint is still up, and since you don't see the EXP yet, I think it'd be better for TNC to pick up their mid laner at 4, so that if ever AP.Bren go ahead and close out the draft with the Clint, then you pick up a strong diving EXP laner to make team fighting for the Clint difficult. Similar to what we saw in the previous game. For TNC, when they picked up the Clint, you already knew the Alice was there, and then the Alice was empowered by the Angela that was last picked.
Oh, now they're banning Heroes for Vin.
I think they are thinking about picking up the glue.
Oh, what? Okay.
Yeah, okay, so I think TNC picking up the Harley instead of the Paquito to go into the Aurora is them accepting that, you know what, I think they're most likely going to pick up glue in the roam. But again, Gata Kacho still works just as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, and at this point we might just be seeing something new from Vin, honestly. If the trends continue, because we aren't really seeing the Rafaela anymore, the Lilia too, and they banned the Valentina themselves. I think they will have something different in mind for this upcoming draft, not the Angela, considering that there's an Esmeralda already on the other side. And there won't be as much synergy to go along with it. Okay, now the mid duos have been really bad.
Yeah, I think they're trying to force the Belleric to go into the roam position.
Yeah.
Since those are some of the choices that they're worried about. But the Zushin is going to be the choice here for TNC. We still don't know the XP laner. Renmar, you did say that it should be some sort of diving composition, because the way things are looking like for AP.Bren, they already have a Matilda. They already have a manner of reaching the backlines.
Yeah, I think TNC are banking that there's going to be a glue and a Harith to close out the draft here for AP.Bren, or again, Gata Kacha. Then if ever it's the Harith picked up for AP.Bren, they might just be able to close it out with a Phoveus. Throwing it back, but should be fine. Brody's still available for Shizo, and oh, that might be okay. Yeah, Brody might be.
Yeah.
Brody's fine.
Yeah, maybe if they want a bit more physical too.
Yeah, it can be all magic. Yeah, Gatot.
They get the Gatot. Kari!
Huh? Huh? Are they expecting the TNC are going to be playing something really tanking the EXP?
I think so, since they're gonna it's gonna have to dive some sort in time.
Or is this what they're planning to pair up with the Matilda for, like, what could be? It's just a Belleric right now that we're...
Yeah. We're still about to find out if that Belleric is even going to go to the EXP, since he's facing off against the Esmeralda. Not really much happening there in the early portions of the game, but the roam is going to be the main choice at hand here for TNC. Like, will they already put an existing hero in the draft, or just force themselves to use another? And with that last one, we're about to find that out in just a couple of seconds, because again, it seems like it's been there, but a Ruby is going to be a choice. Okay, so you did say that we're going to see something new. From Vin, we saw Zushin, a Ruby finally making its debut for TNC.
Yeah, this could be a snowball for TNC. Juicin, Ruby, Harley, pretty sure we've already seen a version of this in a bunch of the tournaments before the season started, whether it's the one in Paris or the one in Astana. Oh, this could be a really fast game here for TNC, and you can see it in the lineup right
Yeah. I mean, sometimes we have some reservations when it comes to the lineup ratings, but it seems as if they've just slotted in really good picks to counter out and force even multiple purifies from AP.Bren. If you take a look at this right now, JM, Lancy, and Shizu all had to pick up purifies. You do not want to get caught in the Wrath of Raya nor the I'm Offended. And that's a combo you can expect multiple times here in this game.
TNC wanted to replicate the same thing that AP.Bren did to them in game number 2, where there was a Throne of Ruin, there was a Wrath Under Dryad too. This time, and I'm Offended would put themselves in closer vicinity, and it's gonna help them out in trying to deal the most amount of damage possible, and from minute 1 up until the end, where the Claude is gonna be coming in handy. So, again, same scenario from where we're looking at. It's execution to its finest. Not a lot of risks taken by both of the coaches, where Clint was there from before, and then the other idea from AP.Bren losing in game number 1 was as well. It's just them sticking to the strength of their composition, which is just overall going to be effective later on.
Yep. This is well, the draft doesn't tell us that we're really expecting that close of a fight, at least for now. But I'm still hoping that we get to find, or eventually AP.Bren gets to find a workaround in which that they get to capitalize a bit more on, let's say, the purifies that they've really invested in throughout this game. Because I really don't want to think that they've just been forced to pick these up and then eventually play very defensive, because that's also not the kind of play style that you really want to see from AP.Bren. But at the same time, they're kind of forced to. Like, we can't take it away from them.
Huh. It's gonna be a very, very fast game. That carry showing up, maybe even if that was a Harith there to close it out, it still would have been a Ruby. So TNC already was prepared with a great lineup, with a great answer to heroes that are a little bit more close to mid-range, and the carry and the Harith. I think one of the priorities that Chizo would want to build as fast as he can, if it's still okay with his lineup, with his item build, is just get a Malefic gun.
Oh,
he needs that distance.
We also got that distance necessary, as Amasta has managed to slice it diagonally. Punch it in the air same way, which means that it is official. Game number 3 is bound to happen, with some of the emblems you're seeing on your screens as of the moment, as Zyda gets the level 2 and James Panks is going to be feeding the same way upon his first rotation towards the bot lane.
Double support emblems, of course. Esmeralda and Matilda.
Ooh.
Lots of shields. They're doing what they can.
Okay, at least they get a Purify from Ryota. I think it's going to be a small win for them, especially in the first objective. You don't really expect some Flicker plays to come through just yet. But still, Vin and Zen, the amount of AoE they can do in a team fight are huge problems for AP.Bren.
Yeah, and this is what's tough. AP.Bren is, of course, rightfully so, pack Purifies. But then because of the last pick Ruby, it's a tough choice. You pack the Purify, but then how are you going to get out? It's pretty much you're stuck there fighting that, unless you use the Guiding Wind of the Matilda. If you're the carry, that's how you get out. Then, of course, Lancey would want to initiate, use a Circling Eagle, fight Guiding Wind out, and then Shizo has to be ready to press that button to get into a safe distance. That, again, with the lineup, with the Juicin, Belleric, Ruby together, add the Harley, the entire lineup of TNC can just chase down AP.Bren for not having flickers up.
I guess that's the reason why TNC or AP.Bren rather, has managed to put the pressure on Ryota down bottom, and the first rotation happened there just so a battle spell could be forced. The flicker would be utilized in order for them in order for the chase to not happen as much, as the first turtle has finally spawned. Ryota still has 40 seconds before his flicker appears, but they will be in position to be able to take this turtle.
Okay, Lancey is level 4 now too, but I don't think they will be using that, or they just do right now, and that is gonna be the Circling Eagle towards Zyda, forcing out the Space Escape. So he's okay, he's gonna go back, he's still gonna contest, and he eventually steals away the objective despite all that, and will return to safety. Will TNC get to find a kill off of this? AP.Bren are still going for the fight, the Crimson Beacon comes through, Vin is gonna be safe, and no one falls, it's just TNC winning.
So AP.Bren went to the back line and dove, leaving their jungler helpless in terms of getting closer to the major objective, because the Belleric and the Juicin was threatening him. They need to fix that up.
Yeah, they have to figure something out.
Yeah, if you're gonna initiate, but then your James Max will not be able to retreat that easily, man.
Again, it goes back to those mistakes that they've committed in game number 1 where it feels like they're not on the same page. They have the right intentions to just pull off certain amounts or certain situations. It's just that it's not coming in together. So TNC has managed to maximize on the situations. Sure, Zyda was cut down to at least 40% of his HP, but has eventually managed to return and make his comeback to secure the very first turtle for TNC.
Yeah, it's not a sequence that you're really expecting. It could have been a great start, okay, but Escalera, there's just going to be the guiding wind to keep him safe there. But so far, even in terms of the lanings, I don't think TNC are even putting that much thought into winning their lanes, per se. It's them just being confident that when it comes down to a fight, they'll have the upper hand anyway.
Slow and steady. Turtle 2 should also go very well for them unless AP.Bren can get a pick off to start things off right. But they're not really a pick-off lineup. It's a Mathilda, Gatot, Esmeralda. It's for long team fights, but then you're fighting into a Crimson Beacon, a Don't Run Wolf King, and I'm offended. I'm trying to. My brain is running all the simulations as fast as possible. Of like, dude, how do they win this?
I guess TNC like the extended team fights a little bit more though.
Yeah.
The long list of things that could be a ton of problems, that could pose a ton of problems for AP.Bren. There's someone leading by 200 in terms of gold, and they're occupying this turtle pit first, but it becomes a 4v4 scenario.
Ooh, even up top. Look at that.
Jomes winning that laning. JM and Escalera, they can start things off.
Okay, AOG still here. Falling Star Moon, James Panks wins the retry battle this time. AP.Bren might not decide to go for a team fight, and maybe that's the way to go.
Yeah, perfect initiation there. Falling Maple entry by James Panks, free to retry, and he got it.
Oh, wait, Escalera. Did he okay, he has the guiding wind. He does save that turret too. It's still okay for AP.Bren.
Okay, as long as they were able to protect the turret, I guess that's the notion and the idea behind it. So far, AP.Bren is just getting what they can, entering inside the room, probably getting a piece of chicken or two and just escaping with it, not having any sort of casualties. But obviously, TNC, they're going to try to fight this consistently, hoping that they could land the pick-off, maybe land a major team fight. What's really stopping them from doing that is how mobile AP.Bren has been over the course of 5 minutes.
Yeah, I guess that's one thing. It's also them, well, yes, kind of limited by the Purifies, but at least they have a guiding wind.
JM?
They just gotta use it really, really well. Man, the 1v1.
Dude, Ryota's not letting this turret go. He's gonna use the I'm offended, whatever it takes for him to stay alive, but the Falling Star Moon's gonna be committed as well. I'm assuming not a lot of activity is gonna happen there. But since James Panks already enters, you know what? Let's cut this. Let's just manage to break that down. And JM, join me up top.
Yep. Escalera lands the Unbreakable, but he is going to be the recipient of a lot of damage too. That's a lot of damage coming in from AP.Bren too, however. Shizo, I did not expect him to have that much already.
Yeah, plus the tower hits also, so it made the carry look stronger than it actually was.
Because we were surprised. What minute is it? What minute is it already?
It's just 6
minutes, yeah.
Oh.
But they're sandwiched here.
Oh,
3v4.
Okay,
Yeah.
they don't want to take the risk. Okay, it's fine. It's fine.
The Unbreakable didn't land too, maybe that's why.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Maybe if they could get like that quick little taunt that could have been them to try and start things off. But now the turtle is almost up anyway. AP.Bren looks really good with how they're playing this. JM Pinkman has been bullying Ryota, nullifying the presence of that Rupee, but it only takes one big combo from it. Though I'm offended that Don't Run Wolf King, but I don't think TNC will contest this turtle. They will just give it up.
whoa, AP.Bren. They are finding ways to deal with this situation. It's the second objective that's going to fall into the hands of AP.Bren. And they are just choosing to avoid the fights. I think that's what they're trying to do right now.
Again, because they know if they fight into it, the risk and the chances of them having this game turned around in front of them is way too high.
Just look at that, man. Lanty and Escalera, the duo that everybody's talking about, was right there. They were surrounded by 4, and they were like, you know what? discipline.
Yeah.
Discipline.
Maybe
It's
not.
Maybe not. I don't know if they really said that, but hopefully they did. Because again, that is the name of the game for AP.Bren. It's for them to not force things, not make unnecessary movements, and so far they've been successful. It's just Escalera here in this position, acknowledging that Shizu and Lance are going to be there. Pinkman will be arriving shortly, but this might be a window that TNC will work with. Not so much. They'll just prioritize on those turrets yet again.
I thought they tried to go for the pull onto Escalera.
Well.
Actually looked good for them, and now this just opens up a push for AP.Bren up top, with Escalera holding down the fort in mid.
Amazing.
Now TNC a little bit too overly cautious. They definitely could have taken that Gato down.
Yeah, and at the same time, here in mid, seems like TNC have been really trying to force a fight, but AP.Bren are just dealing with the macro. It's great that AP.Bren have been trying to keep themselves here in this game through this, but that's gonna be a Wrath of Dryad forced out. Multiple knockups coming through with the Circling Eagle, and from the back lines, JM Pinkman! He fights Ryota. Jome responds with a Blazing Do It, but there's not gonna be enough damage. James Pax too, dealing a lot. TNC, they'll have to scramble back under this tier 1, but AP.Bren are still gonna go for the play. They want to surround them and they just want to take it down. TNC successfully defended, however.
Push and pull. In many aspects, it seems like the damage is there and both is not there. It's Schrodinger's damage profile.
Just a lot of damage. It feels like it's TNC being backed into a corner when they're supposed to be the ones attacking, and now they're going to be doing just that with a 60% HP bar on that Lord. Now the Phoenix Army are going to be slowly pulling it down. AP.Bren holding on to a 1.7k gold lead, and with this, since it's a 5-man TNC, they're going to be stepping away from it yet again. They don't want to face a 5-man. You're going to have to force them to do something else before that Lord fight happens.
Whoever wins this Lord will head into minute 14-15 with a 4 to 5k gold lead, holding a lead in the early late game.
Yep. But I think it's also Zen.
Oh, Zyda!
My
Shizu, no.
God!
Oh!
Clutched by Lancy!
Flask of the Oasis to save them right there, but JM Pinkman is gonna fall, and now the AOG just might be the cause here for Escalera eventually going down too. It's a double for Zyda, and TNC have control over the Lord.
Come on, man. Lancy already had his highlight. It was supposed to go good for AP.Bren, but TNC just had to spoil that up.
They already had it. But JM Pinkman was taunted. Escalera tried to help him enter with the AOG, and it just led to TNC getting Lord number 1. I thought they were good. I thought they just back off.
They were like, oh yay, Shizu, oh no, Escalera.
Oh no, JM.
Oh no, he lost too. So, because you see, even TNC is already hesitant. Zen is operating under the assumption that the Purifies are up. You can't expect him to go for very Zen plays, but it's AP.Bren just serving themselves up to TNC.
Yeah, it's like, you know, this can't even be explained by science anymore. Like, I don't understand.
It's paranormal.
It's paranormal activity at this point. You're right. And TNC, they're not holding on to the gold lead just yet, but I feel like it's eventually about to change because of the fact that TNC has it on their side. And they're also going to be marching down slowly but surely. Highlights by AP.Bren. They've done it from before. Can they still do it again? And Shizu has managed to stay alive. And it's Skay, the Star Moon.
Oh, they're going for a backline play! Escalera landing the Unbreakable into the AOG, but Shizu falling is not a good sign. Now that's a Purified forced out of J Pink and SL. Escalera isolated, left all alone. James Pax just finds one. It's going to be Ryota in exchange of 3. TNC! Now they're going for the base! James Pax, what can he do? He still has to deal with a Lord! There's not much wave lead to expect and come through! And JM Pinkman is down! TNC take this series!
The fire sets to blaze even further against the Bees. It's a series for the Phoenix Army.
Escalera found the perfect flank angle. He got the Unbreakable Taunt, he got the AOG, but in the end, it was Zyda who found the angle on Shizu, blasted the carry off of the map, and with no damage, TNC coasts to victory with their Lord.
Oh, that last team fight was as sweet as honey for TNC, but it's a bunch of nani for AP.Bren, because we were wondering what the idea behind some of the initiations that they've done. It feels like they all have it under control. They were doing so well in the first 10 minutes. But if this game only lasts 10 minutes long, they would have won the game already. But it did not, and it just breaks AP.Bren's heart that it had to happen all over.
It breaks my heart too. I hope this is enough of a learning curve for AP.Bren, because we already see the amount of things that have to be worked on, and I wished for a closer game number 3, but not like this. I wished for it to be closer off of really good decisions that have been done across the board, and not miscalculations like this, like the one we're seeing right now in front of us in the highlights.
Oh, it was great man marking, that final team fight. I had to revisit it. You'll see it here. After, oh wait, no, this is, oh yeah,
yes,
you're gonna be seeing the flank. Watch Ryota. Shizo, of course, with free hit. It's the pull from Ryota with the I'm offended.
Yep.
The damage coming in from the reflect through the Belleric, and then Zyda finishing it off. So despite that great initiation, that flank, by James Banks and by Escalera, it looked like a big sandwich pincher play to catch TNC off guard. AP.Bren were still caught out.
It fits the nature that you've mentioned. When you're facing TNC with 5, you just can't get a hold of the Phoenix Army. Let's talk to our winners.
And still burning with their second match win, TNC Pro Team! Wow, congratulations we have here, Zyda and Jom. Boys, kumusta yung nararamdaman?
Boys, how are you feeling right now? You have a lot of supporters.
How was that game?
Sa akin, sobrang saya
For me, I'm really happy that we won because I've been praying for this, that we get the momentum, hopefully, and we're really thankful to everyone who came to support us. And you got 2 consecutive wins, and now I want to know, for you, what sets your trio mid apart from the trio mid of AP.Bren? I guess it's the mechanics of my duo mid, because we have an advantage over them in terms of mechanics. So it's Vin and Zen for you, okay. Yep, and the trio mid played a huge role, and the casters keep talking about it. It's always the trio mid comparison, and how important is it right now? Does it really give you a huge confidence boost, or is it really more on mechanics? I guess for me it's because in the current meta, the trio mid is really important, and that was our focus as we were trying to build this roster. It's really the trio mid, and that we get really good chemistry. And we see that. It translates in game. You see it in your mid rotations. And I also want to know from Joe, you're not part of the trio mid, but we also mentioned the comms. And before we started, you were the one wearing the headset. Why is that? Oh, I was practicing to be a director. Okay, he was wearing the comm set of the floor directors. Okay. Okay. Zyda, I just want to know, does John contribute to your comms? Yes, he's a huge part, because even if he's a gold lane, he does shot calling for us.
This is your only match this week.
And this is your only match this week. And next week, you will be going up against the top 1 seed currently. What are the lessons that you learned from this match that you will be carrying over to your match next week?
We went from game 1.
Because we went from game 1 to game 3. What can we expect from you? I guess we are going to bring with us the good things that we did in this game, and we just have to stay consistent. Before we move on, what is your message to everyone supporting TNC? First of all, thank you, Lord, because we won, and to all the fans who are here right now, thank you, because even if it's raining, you're here to support us. And hopefully you all get home safe, that's all. Thank you so much, Jom.
Congratulations for winning and turning around that game. Once again, our match MVP, Zyda and Jom. Once again, TNC Magingay! And we're gonna throw it back to our casters to find out how that game exactly happened. Casters, Palag Na To.
It was TNC Pro Team eventually getting the victory, and Jome being one of the interviewees that we've seen a while ago as the MVP of game number 3, unscathed and just really solid positioning coming in from his squad to get this game.
Did I hear that right? Big J wanted to be a director?
Yes.
Direct J?
He was wearing the comm set of our floor directors.
Yep, that's the reason behind it. And I think he also, not really directed, but he was playing all along to the active DNC and what they would wanted to do in this game number 3.
Yeah, it felt like a support Claude. It was tough to find where even he was. No, he was one of the people who were just trapped under all of the crowd control. But you see just how good it is to have Festival of Blood, Fighter Emblem on the Claude, Blazing Duet. You have your items locked in. If you can't burst him down immediately, then he's going to be able to regen through. It was a good attempt by AP.Bren. Again, we saw the Wolf mentioned it yesterday. Is the event horizon of the turnaround was when Escalera just decided to go along. That's good teamwork, you know what? That's good teamwork. If one falls,
we all do.
We all do. It just can't be one.
Yeah,
we succeed together.
It had to happen.
We go down.
It's a step. It's a step. At least they were on the same page.
Man, it's I don't know if you know Rise of the Planet of the Apes, but like apes together is strong, man. That's
sir.
A lot of people would say
apes together strong.
Apes together is strong. Unfortunately, it had to happen against TNC's victory, man.
AP.Bren.
Oh, apes together strong.
Okay.
That makes a lot of sense, but I hope that's not what they were thinking of in this game, man. It felt like that was a good setup until it wasn't. It's like watching AP.Bren is like riding a roller coaster, man. You don't know what's bound to happen next while you're rising up, and then the downfall is just shocks you so much to the point that it makes it so difficult and just... The carry brought to you by Jome, obviously. Very solid with his Claude, 45.2 damage dealt, and yeah.
The carry brought to you by Piso.
Yup. He's also the wingman. it is indeed.
Yep, the rich guy is Zaida, and the sandbag is Escalera, just to bring that up there.
Oh, and look at that. I think this is already enough showing of how their peak BPM were really just spiked probably during that one moment they decided to go for a specific play. No one really expected it to come down like that.
I'm gonna have to revisit it. I can't remember if it's that whole thing happened because JM Pigman was just caught, or he decided to falling star moon into the middle, and of course Escalera rightfully so would be thinking, okay, I think I have to help this guy out. Or if it was just he got caught out and then Escalera still jumped in.
Yeah, it's like they're two skydivers, you know, one looking at the other side, giving you a GoPro or something like that. But hey, as of the moment, we're going to be looking at an ultimate coordination in Phoenix mic check.
Binigyan ako. Ba't na? Buhay ako dito. Going out dyan, boys. Going out dyan. Gumata ko yung rara, pre. Target tayo, boys. Target. Turtle boss ang waka. Esme. Gadot. Kaya ka pa. Nice boys. Nag-fury ata. Wala. Patay. Patay ata. Esme, boys. Casting Esme. Hawak na nila buong kanan doon sa ako bala. Madali lang sa akin yung kanan. Ramit tayo. Ganyan ako. Kari. Rara sa akin. May tapa. Tap tayo. Huwag suicide ka. Huwag kayo suicide. Harapan. Suicide, boys. Matatapos. Tower nyo. Ligit. Tower nyo lahat.
And that right there is TNC getting that victory against AP.Bren. Just some really solid comms. It felt like they were all on the same page, and you know, that's something that we like to see from all of the MPL teams.
Two things we confirmed. It was JM Pigman getting info and he was in the mid. Escalera's AOG was just avoided, and they were calling for the carry in that last big clash. So despite all that chaos, Zaida was going carry. Everyone else was calling carry also, so that's why Shizo got found out.
They didn't panic.
Yeah, they didn't panic. They were
for TNC, they have more reasons to be chill about what happened for this week because they got their victory. But now we're going to be tossing you over before this break to our hosts. Here they are right here.
Casters, what a match to start our Saturday. And of course, we will not disregard the efforts of AP.Bren. And I'm here with their jungler, James Panks, who refused to give up, who's the man on a mission. James Panks, grabing game yung nangyari. Anong nararamdaman mo ngayon?
Ako talaga nangihinayang ako kada talo Pero the same time parang kinetake note ko na lang yung mga naging mali namin para di namin madala sa mga susunod.
And yung mga mali na yon, you got game 2, then game 3 nagkaroon lang ng turnaround. Pwede mo bang ma-point out kung ano sa tingin mo yung mga what-ifs or what AP.Bren could have done during that match?
Tingin ko ng game 3 yung sa Lord. May call na kasi kami na Lord Pero may isa rin call na parang Parmona. Ganon. So naging split yung decision making namin. Nasunod naman yung Parmona pero yun yung naging outcome. Pero ang what if ko lang ni Lord namin. Ganun. Tapos, yung isa rin, nung last team fight. Feeling ko kasi parang may igaganda pa yung bigay namin ng mga skill doon. And yun sa akin din yun. Kasi na-stun ako nun May chance sana na makapalo up ako sa huli ng gatot namin, kaso di nangyari.
And ang raming ang what ifs, pero maaga pa sa season, maraming aabangan sa inyo. Ano sa tingin mo ang aasahan ng mga AP.Bren fans?
Tingin ko lang asahan nyo guys, mas malinis na laro sa amin sa mga susunod naming laban and hindi na namin bibitawan yung mga lamang na meron kami.
Last na, James Panks, we want to thank you for giving your best effort here sa AP.Bren at ibabalik na namin to sa Casters. Casters, palag na to.
Power your next side quest with Smart Power All.
Kalalaking tao naka-tote bag. Kalalaking tao mo, sir. Ito shampoo mo. Bago ka na, sir. Hindi mo ba alam? Iba ang scalp ng mga lalaki. 1.5 times na oilier at mas pausin. 5 times na mas may chance magka-dandruff. Dito ka na sa Clearmen.
Got scammed buying MLBB diamonds? Don't worry! Joytify's here, top-up partner of MPL. Trusted by millions of gamers. My money-back guarantee ka pa. Kaya gamers say, recharge on Joytify now. Wait, we have another surprise for you.
Want to grab 1,000 diamonds and get Mobile Legends skin like him? Log in on Joytify now and get a chance to try Joytify MPL Lucky Spin. What are you waiting for? Try the MPL Lucky Spin on Joytify now.
Paano ko kaya sila masusuportahan ngayon ng mas maayos? Kailangan ko ba magpalit ng strategies?
Nagagampanan ko kaya ng maayos ang role ko? Will I be able to meet their expectations? We have to prove them all wrong.
Time to win.
We continuously enhance our services and steadily expand our destinations. China Airlines believes we can and should do better with an international standard We safeguard your every flight and look to a sustainable method moving towards an era of green aviation. Together with China Airlines, blossoming in the sky.
From local barangay tournaments and neighborhood lineups to the biggest stages in the world, your pathway to glory starts right here. Welcome to MDL PH Season 8, where legends are forged and we are officially breaking limits. It all begins at the grassroots level. Hundreds of aspiring teams enter the open qualifiers in a ruthless single elimination bracket. Every game is a best of one. One misstep and you're out. Win and you keep the dream alive. Next up, qualifier finals. Here, the top open qualifier contenders meet the relegated independent teams from MDL PH Season 7 and our invited female powerhouse rosters. Divided into groups, they battle in a single round robin. Only the top 6 teams will earn their ticket to join the waiting MPL affiliated teams in the main league. Welcome to the main stage, the MDL PH Season 8 regular season. 12 teams clash across a multi-phase gauntlet through the group stage, last chance qualifiers, and play-ins, pushing everyone to break their limits. And here's the game changer. The global ban rule is officially gone. We're reverting to standard draft formats to ensure our PH contenders are fully armed and ready for international combat. The top 6 teams lock in for the playoffs in a high-stakes, single elimination bracket, with the top 2 regular season teams waiting in the semifinals. With no global ban, teams will bring their absolute strongest comfort picks in BO5 battles, leading to a blockbuster BO7 grand final. The crown isn't all that's at stake. Our champion earns the golden ticket to represent the Philippines on the international stage. This is what it all comes down to, the inaugural Mobile Legends Bang Bang C Championship Tour, MCTC. Our MDL PH champions will face off against the absolute best academy powerhouses from Indonesia and Malaysia, alongside top incubation teams across the Southeast Asia region. This isn't just about regional pride. MCTC is the ultimate gateway to the M8 World Championship. The M8 World Championship, the ultimate stage where the best teams on the Earth collide in the land of dawn. From grassroots dreamers to world champions, the pathway is clear and the challenge is set. Are you ready to break limits? Tune in to MDL PH Season 8.
lightning. All that lies below is under my vigil.
Kailangan mong gumawa ng tunog ng Falcon. Ngayon. In 3, 2, 1. Yung ibon.
Ay, ibon.
Good morning, class. Okay, please take your seat. Please take your seat. Yes, maraming salamat, Haji. Ikaw lang na naman ang umupo sa ating front row. And salamat din sa pag-attend ng classes sa ating mga boys in the back. Ayan. Okay, welcome back. Welcome back sa inyo mula sa inyong napakaikling bakasyon. Kumusta naman? Nag-enjoy ba kayo? Nag-enjoy ba? Okay. Good to know. Good to know. Alam nyo, sana nag-prepare kayo kasi ang alam ko, in-inform ko kayo na pagbalik nyo, meron kayo quiz agad. Question number 1. Nasa loob ang balat.
Sa loob ang balat?
Nasa labas ang laman. Ano yun? Yes, Marco.
Pako?
Marco, hindi.
Sa loob ang laman.
Yes, Ogwen.
Saging!
Hindi, nasa loob naman ang laman ng saging.
Balik ka na! Nasa labas ang laman.
Ano yun, Haji?
Talong.
Hindi!
Nasa loob ang balat.
Yung kinakain yung nasa labas. Yung nasa loob. Hindi siya
Prutas?
kinakain. Or gulay. Yes, Bert.
Bayabas?
Hindi. Nasa may balat pa rin ang bayabas sa labas, ha? Hindi siya kinakain. Ayan!
Pineapple? Hindi! Mais!
Next round tayo, mas mahirap to. Tongue twister naman, okay? Gayahin niyo ako. Kung ano yung sasabihin ko, repeat after me. Kailangan mabilis, kailangan malinaw. Okay? Tatawagin ko kayo isa-isa, ha? Pwede kayo mag-practice pero huwag kayo masyadong malakas ang boses. Okay? Okay. Babae sa bubungan, may bubuyog sa buhok.
Babae sa buyungan, babae sa buhok?
Can you repeat?
I will repeat. Babae sa bubungan, may bubuyog sa buhok. Owen, go ahead.
Babae sa bubong?
Haji, dahil lang dyan ka. Okay, go.
May babae sa bubungan, may bubong sa buhok.
Oh! Ang galing! Sinong gustong sumunod?
Ako!
Flap, let's go!
May babae sa bubungan, may bubuyog sa buhok!
Kyle!
May babae sa bubungan, may babae sa buhok!
Mali! Pagbigyan na natin, pagbigyan na natin. First, Ogwen, Marco, sinong gusto sumunod?
Go, Mark! Go, Mark!
May
babae sa bubungan, may buo.
Malapit na, malapit na.
Ako naman.
Isa pa. Oh, sige, pagbigyan natin.
May babae sa bubungan, may bubuyog sa buhok.
Yun! Ganun lang. Ferds, ikaw na, iwan mo na yung dalawa. Oh.
May babae sa bubungan, may bubuyog sa buhok.
Palakpakan natin.
May babae sa bubungan, may bubuyog sa buhok.
Oh, Gwen.
May babae sa bubungan, may bubuyog sa buhok.
Okay, Marco, bilang ikaw ang pinakamabagal, kailangan mong gumawa ng tunog ng Falcon. Ngayon, in 3, 2, 1.
Uy, ano daw bago si Tio?
Yung ibon.
Ay, ibon.
Parang kwago yun, pero sige, pagbigyan na natin siya. Matapit nang matapos ang quiz so far, parang nag-aral kayo ha. Gusto ko lang sabihin nyo.
Basic.
Ang galing nyo.
College lang, ma'am.
And feeling ko gusto kong tawagin ang inyong class president para rito. Mr. Owen, please stand up.
Palakpakan.
Mr. Owen, sobrang lapit nyo nang mag-champion last season. Unting-unti na lang talaga. Ano ang babaguhin nyo? Ano ang kailangan nyo gawin this season para mag-champion na kayo?
Manalo! Tama! Tama ka!
Ngayon, isa-isahin ko na rin kayo kasi lahat kayo ay papasok na ng season 18. Kung meron kayong isang salita na pwedeng gamitin para i-describe ito, ano yon? Haji! Kyle!
Grind.
Flap!
Champion!
Ferds!
Laban.
Ogwen!
Palag!
Super Marco!
Pilipinas.
Haji! Work hard. Dalawa yun. Pero pagbigyan na natin. Okay, thank you so much, class. Pasado naman yata kayo. Class dismissed. Thank you so much.
Pitongpot. Pitong...
Kayo na naman. Okay, sige. Tara, magsimula na tayo.
Ma'am, may quiz ba tayo ngayon?
Oo. At may parusa pa sa mga bagsak.
Ay, tama na.
Ma'am. Wala kami dito! Close! Sige, ma'am. Dali mo.
Bugtong muna tayo. Okay, una. Laging tumatakbo pero walang paa.
Generator!
What? Hindi, bubuksan mo lang ang generator pag walang kuryente. Yes, Savero.
Car!
First letter in Tagalog. O.
Oras!
Oras! Wow! Grabe! Super okay. Okay, very good, very good. Alright, next round tayo. Isa-isa kayo rito, ha? Kailangan nyo sabihin ng mabilis at malinaw at pagalingan kayo. Ito lang ang sasabihin nyo. 70 puting tupa. Hands, go!
70 puting tupa.
Wow! Savero wants to go next. Okay.
Pitong puting tupa.
Yeah! Oh, King Kong.
70 puting tupa.
Wow! Oh!
70 puting tupa. Clear. 70 puting tupa.
Class, quiet. Si Super Prince na.
Pitong puting tupa.
Yan! Dan!
Ay, dan. Ako na. 70 puting tupa.
Wow! Super Yoshi! Super Yoshi!
70 puting...
Ano?
70 puting tupa.
Oy! Brusko!
Pitongpot. Pitong... Pitong puting tupa.
Wow! Okay, Kurt.
70 puting tupa.
Yay! Okay, pero medyo seryoso tayo ngayon, class. Dati, tinatawag kayong super fam at kailangan nyo yun bawiin ngayong season 18. Tama?
Hindi naman siguro nawala, ma'am. Andyan lang yan. Kailangan lang namin ipakita ulit.
Oh, confident. Gusto ko yan. Narinig nyo ba yun, class?
Yes, ma'am.
O siya, that's it. Class dismissed. Okay, pero bago kayo umalis, sinong cleaners for today?
Susi ni Kuya Simon sinususi sing-sing.
Okay, start na tayo. Sit down, sit down. Alam nyo na dapat yung drill. Mabilis lang. Yes.
Maria Mailing, ma'am.
Opo.
Section po.
Opo.
Wala akong barong, ma'am eh. Pero,
Okay lang po.
thank you, ma'am. Sorry, ma'am.
Kung barong mo.
Okay, wala nang hahabol. Kompleto na tayo? Goods na? Alam nyo na dapat yung drill. Mabilis lang.
Ang dami na namin ginawang ganyan. Alam na namin lahat.
Okay. Sigurado ka? Sige, subukan natin. Bugtong-bugtong, maliit na bahay, puno ng tao. Ano yun?
Hugo.
Okay, tama. Mabilis pa rin pala. Eto, next round tayo. Tatawag akong dalawa. Carl, JP, pabilisan kayo rito. Sabihin nyo ah. Sabihin nyo ah.
Okay.
Sige. Susi ni Kuya Simon, sinusi sa singsing. Sino mauna? Oh, ikaw.
Sushi ni Kuya Simon sinisig.
Wala. Carl, ikaw.
Susi ni Kuya Simon sinususi sing-sing. Pinaktis mo, boy! Pinaktis mo eh! Okay naman ah!
Isa pa! Bibigyan kita second chance. Carl, ikaw.
Susi ni Kuya Simon sinususi sing-sing.
At dahil talo ka, alam mo na yung parusa. Kailangan mo sabihin kung ano yung goal ng team mo this season. Isang hinga lang. Okay? Go!
Ipalalat na lang korpi tayo.
Q&A naman tayo. Bilang defending champions and back-to-back champions, ano ang pinakamalaking pressure sa inyo ngayong season 18? Sino gusto sumagot?
Siguro yung expectations po, ma'am, na every season may kailangan kaming improve.
Kahit champions kayo, need nyo pa rin mag-aral. Tama?
Base toy. Ito lang nga sa settings. Yun nga pala guys, sa may mga pasok ngayon tsaka pupunta ng MPL venue, ingat po kayo guys kasi malakas yung ulan.
Bait-baitan ah.
Sa harap ko pala. Bait talaga ako, baliw. Malakas yung malakas yung bagyo eh.
Invite. Ay, pa-invite ako. Low. Mic check.
Sino kaya mananalo? Si Bitoy o ano?
Sino? Malamang kay ako dyan.
Alam mo na yung laban ah.
Oo.
Kanino?
Ay, hindi kay ako dun.
Kay Bitoy ka?
Kay Toy Isbit ako dun. Legit lang
Ako rin.
Alam ko na yung alam ko na yung sinasabi mo, Pangs eh. Alam ko na yung labanan dun, pre.
Ito na nga ba yung sinasabi ko eh. Ito yung pinakamahirap na part eh. Sa mga naapektuhan ng ulan guys, ingat kayo dyan. Pati sa mga pupunta ngayon sa venue. Sana mag-enjoy kayo at makauwi ng ligtas guys.
Power your next side quest with Smart Power All.
Kalalaking tao, naka-tote bag. Kalalaking tao mo, sir. Ito shampoo mo. Bago ka na, sir. Hindi mo ba alam? Iba ang scalp ng mga lalaki. 1.5 times na oilier at mas pausin. 5 times na mas may chance magka-dandruff. Dito ka na sa Clearmen.
Got scammed buying MLBB diamonds? Don't worry! Joytify's here, top-up partner of MPL. Trusted by millions of gamers. My money-back guarantee ka pa. Kaya gamers say, recharge on Joytify now. Wait, we have another surprise for you.
Want to grab 1,000 diamonds and get Mobile Legends skin like him? Log in on Joytify now and get a chance to try Joytify MPL Lucky Spin. What are you waiting for? Try the MPL Lucky Spin on Joytify now.
Paano ko kaya sila masusuportahan ngayon ng mas maayos? Kailangan ko ba magpalit ng strategies?
Nagagampanan ko kaya ng maayos ang role ko? Will I be able to meet their expectations? We have to prove them all wrong.
Time to win.
We continuously enhance our services and steadily expand our destinations. China Airlines believes we can and should do better with an international standard. We safeguard your every flight and look to a sustainable method moving towards an era of green aviation. Together with China Airlines, blossoming in the sky.
From local barangay tournaments and neighborhood lineups to the biggest stages in the world, your pathway to glory starts right here. Welcome to MDL PH Season 8, where legends are forged and we are officially breaking limits. It all begins at the grassroots level. Hundreds of aspiring teams enter the open qualifiers in a ruthless single elimination bracket. Every game is a best of one. One misstep and you're out. Win and you keep the dream alive. Next up, qualifier finals. Here, the top open qualifier contenders meet the relegated independent teams from MDL PH Season 7 and our invited female powerhouse rosters. Divided into groups, they battle in a single round robin. Only the top 6 teams will earn their ticket to join the waiting MPL affiliated teams in the main league. Welcome to the main stage, the MDL PH Season 8 regular season. 12 teams clash across a multi-phase gauntlet through the group stage, last chance qualifiers, and play-ins, pushing everyone to break their limits. And here's the game changer. The global ban rule is officially gone. We're reverting to standard draft formats to ensure our PH contenders are fully armed and ready for international combat. The top 6 teams lock in for the playoffs in a high-stakes, single elimination bracket, with the top 2 regular season teams waiting in the semifinals. With no global ban, teams will bring their absolute strongest comfort picks in BO5 battles, leading to a blockbuster BO7 grand final. The crown isn't all that's at stake. Our champion earns the golden ticket to represent the Philippines on the international stage. This is what it all comes down to, the inaugural Mobile Legends Bang Bang C Championship Tour, MCTC. Our MDL PH champions will face off against the absolute best academy powerhouses from Indonesia and Malaysia. alongside top incubation teams across the Southeast Asia region. This isn't just about regional pride. MCTC is the ultimate gateway to the M8 World Championship. The M8 World Championship, the ultimate stage where the best teams on the Earth collide in the land of dawn. From grassroots dreamers to world champions, the pathway is clear and the challenge is set. Are you ready to break limits? Tune in to MDL-PH Season 8.
ka ba? Handa sa laban, sandata sa aking kamay. Watching my click, making fire in the eyes. Yeah, I walk with my head held high. Ano ba yung takot kung tore ang aking gabay? Di alam from ya, I hold down my way. Ako ang kabuuan, when we bring our names to the game. Eyes on the prize, do not, cause it's our time. Palag na to, me again, you already know. Automatic ka na na Pilipino. Break us when we steal the show. Automatic ka na na Pilipino. Lakas ng Pinas. Palag na to, kami na ang batas. Pilipino. Lakas ng Pinas. Palag na to, automatic ka na na Pilipino. Teka, wait. Remind you kung anong na-obtain. Palaging first place, lakayo sa PH. I know Superman. I'm here cause I got God, my team is super fan. Eyes on the prize, Pinas, cause it's our time. Palag na to, me again, you already know. Automatic ka na na Pilipino. Break us when we steal the show. Automatic ka na na Pilipino. Lakas ng Pinas. Palag na to, kami na ang batas. Pilipino. Lakas ng Pinas. Palag na to, automatic ka na na Pilipino.
Welcome back to MPL Philippines Season 18. We are still here at the Victoria Sports Tower, bringing you the second match of today's triple header. It's me, Hans Galeria, Brigida, and Redmar Santa Cruz, bringing you the action from the English broadcast. Guys, we just saw a while ago TNC getting a 2-1 victory against AP.Bren, and it's them starting to trust their core, young core, a lot more. And I wonder if we're going to be seeing the same thing for Smart Omega, because they will be facing one Titan from another, from Team Liquid to Team Falcons.
Yeah, it's such a test that Omega have to go through in their opening matches. It's always been Titan after Titan, and to think that I think it's been a similar path for them too towards the last few matches that they had in the previous season. It's just always such a test for them. And now I'm hoping, because I think even last time it was still a pretty close fight, but it also has something to do with maybe us saying that if it's Falcons, they always tend to bring out the best about or out of the players that they go up against. Let's see if it's gonna be the same for Smart Omega.
Yeah, remember Omega ended last season as the top 4 or one of the top 4 teams in the league, especially in the playoffs, lower bracket semifinals. They fell down to the Falcons 3-1, but they did end Falcons' 8-match winning streak back in Season 17, Week 7. That was last season. They beat Falcons 2-1 then. So this is just a track record of how they face off against some of the best teams recently. Of course, they haven't been great against Team Liquid Philippines. It just seems like TLPH always has their number. Against Twisted, they're good. These are their results to close out last season.
Yeah, but against Team Falcons, I think they haven't really figured something out, except for that matchup in Season 17, Week 7, where they've managed to break a streak. And with all of the teams only starting to build momentum now, that is again including Smart Omega, I wonder if they have something up their sleeve, because again, this is their second series only in Season 18. There's not a lot of information going around them just yet, so there's still a lot for them to introduce themselves and what their identity is going to be like heading forward into the season.
Yep, individually, I think we are somewhat familiar with them. They've already previously introduced some of their more signature picks, maybe apart from Cull. Like, Cull is probably the only player we're really getting to know, quote-unquote, in Smart Omega's lineup. But even for Luis, he's previously been with us here in MPL Philippines, and I think that was back then when the meta was slightly different. And even he has adjusted. I feel like they've been working on that. You could see it through the heroes that they've been picking and through the playstyles that they've been trying to go for.
Yeah, he already has a wealth of experience. Hearing stuff from the scrims, it seems like Luis is one of the best EXP laners right now in terms of that level of playing field. So we're just waiting for that to be fully translated to in-game. Meanwhile, Cull, I think we've discussed this before. Yeah, he definitely has more pressure on his back, especially as against Liquid, now against another Titan in the Falcons for this week.
Yeah, and in addition, it's quite unusual to see that for Smart Omega, we're seeing some highlights or at least a bit need for side laners to step up compared to what others have encountered, because they have been trusting their trio mid, in which not a lot of teams have really inserted heroes or inserted players that didn't have a lot of experience, because those are where you rely on in terms of really dire situations. So those are some manners that Omega really needs to work with. It's more of reintroducing themselves in a sense.
And I guess they're still figuring it out. I mean, it's assassin meta still somehow, so maybe let's see if Ryzen eventually comes out.
Speaking of which, the players are right here. Let's listen to them now.
What's up everybody? This is your very own Odin at ngayon ay dumayo tayo sa barangay ng Smart Omega. Right here with us is Mingwin and Luis. Hello boys! Kumusta ba ang pagpasok ng araw na to para sa inyo?
Okay naman.
Okay naman. Nilalamig sa labas, of course, 'di ba? Maulan. So, kumusta? Ano yung mga preparations na ginawa nyo na ngayon ay kakaharapin nyo ang Team Falcons?
Siguro yung pinag-aralan namin mabuti yung kung paano talaga sila lumaban. Marami sila naging game sa amin. Saka yung lesson learned din siguro
sa last na match nyo, anong lesson na natutunan mo with PLPH na pwede mong i-apply ngayon sa Team Falcons?
Siguro yung yung pag-handle nga ng pressure. Kasi parang nung yung first game namin sa kanila, parang parang binigyan talaga nila kami ng ng pressure Parang champion agad ganun. Pero yun nga, since bago lang din kami and first game pa lang naman namin, hindi naman din ako masyadong na nabigla na gano'n yung nangyari. Pero yun nga, parang kasing laging every time na nakakalaban namin sila, parang parang nagiging nababuff kami. Pero ewan ko ngayon kung gano'n yung mangyari. Last season kasi gano'n
Okay.
After namin sila labanan yun, nanalo kami sa mga sumunod.
Yes, very iconic din talaga na nangyari nung nakatapat nyo ang Team Falcons last season. At Mingwin, alam mo, hindi ganyan yung energy na inaasahan ko from you. Kasi kilala kita Mingwin Paki-close up nga kay Mingwin. Paki-close up nga kay Mingwin. Mingwin, acting challenge tayo ngayon.
Wag! Madam!
Okay, hindi ka magsasalita ng kahit ano. Pakita mo yung facial expression mo na ngayon ay kakaharapin mo ang isa na namang Titan sa ating liga.
Facial expression?
Oo.
May ganun ba?
Oo. 3, 2, 1. Ni-like zone mo naman kami. Sobrang chill lang.
Caught off guard naman ako doon.
Na-off guard.
Si Luis na.
Si Luis naman. Luis. Ngayon, nagbabalik ka ng MPL PH. Kumusta ba? Ano ba ang lamang mo ngayon kay Flap? Kasi siya din yung makakatapat mo sa XP
Ang lamang kay Flap ay may abs ako.
May abs! Wag dito Feel ko muscles na lang Patayin niya. Ito ba, sabi niyo kasi nagbubuhat no? Nagbubuhat. Consistent ka daw. Totoo ba yun?
Hindi, kakasimula ko lang.
Kakasimula lang. Hindi daw. Parang may binubulong dito si Mingwin Ano ba ang lamang ni Luis kay Flap?
Mas consistent daw siya mag-gym.
Oh! Mga ilang kilo ang binubuhat mo sa gym?
Ano lang po? 20 kg lang.
20 kg lang. So, mag-flex ka muna kasi syempre ito-throw na natin to sa kanila. Hindi naman pwede na ito-throw natin nang wala kang ka-aura-aura. Okay, lapit. Okay, Flap! May palag ka ba dito, Thea? Anong meron tayo dyan?
And you know din, salamat sa Zine Zone at salamat sa Flex. Pero I'm here with Ogwen, the roamer of Falcons. And Ogwen, kamusta naman ang vibes ng team after that successful week 1?
Tingin ko naman, masaya naman kami tsaka good mood naman kami. Kasi yun, panalo yung week 1 namin.
And after the week 1, ano pa sa tingin mo ba yung key to success? Grabe namang emoji. key to success ng Falcons para ma-continue yung streak nyo?
Tingin ko yung key to success namin, laruin lang namin laro namin, tsaka wag lang namin malitin yung kalaban. Tsaka feel namin lahat sila threat. Yan.
And that's the key, to always be ready. And to celebrate that success, allow me to welcome our head referee, Wilbert, to give you the second seed trophy for the week.
Wow,
Yes! Sa inyo yan for this week, Gwen, dahil every week makakatanggap kayo ng trophy if you're the top 2 in our standings. Ibig sabihin, pwede pa yung manakaw ng ibang teams at pwede nyo namang makuha ang gold na hawak ngayon ng Onyx Philippines. Ngayon, Gwen, ngayong hawak mo na ang second seed trophy, anong nararamdaman mo?
Feel ko hindi sapat Siguro kunin namin yung gold.
Yon.
Gold
So,
badge.
dapat abangan ng Onyx Philippines na mas-steal ang gold trophy sa inyo. But what do you think about that, casters, as we throw this back to you guys? Palag na to.
I think what we think of here is that Ogwen is goofy Ash, bro.
Yeah.
He's just goofy, peak, whatever you may call it. I don't know. Can we even say that? I think we can.
Oh, yeah, he goofy, bro.
Yeah, he goofy for
Goofy.
sure.
Goofy in a good way.
Yeah, goofy in a good way. Mingwin is so red, like he's not used to acting sessions or acting lessons.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he was so calm with that interview. Like he was handling that interview so well, and then suddenly Odin was like, "Hey, we're gonna do a little bit of an acting challenge." Where he's like, "What?" Then you see him slowly start turning into a tomato. He got redder than the decals on our desk.
Yeah, bro. and that's, you know what? Now that I'm thinking about it, it's true. It resembles him in a
Yes.
sense.
Yeah.
Starting now,
See it.
I will remember him through our red decals. Wherever he may go, whether he stays here in the Philippines or not for next season, whether he stays in Smart Omega, he's a red decal to me. Here is going to be our Infinix GTverse Keys to Victory, brought to you by Infinix GTverse. Redmar, take it away.
All right, so Ryzen's pretty darn good on the Assassins as well. I know he shined with the utility, but if you get him on the Assassins, if there's a way for you to make sure that he gets the Fanny and that Kyle doesn't, that would be good. But if that happens, then you have to watch out for something like the Badang. Stick to the Paquito Hirara trade. You can't go wrong with that. Or the Nolan. Good too. Deny the Barangay of any trades. Omega, love to trade. Let's say Falcons gets a win. Omega are instantly going to be looking a way to clap that back so that it goes 1-1. Meanwhile, for the last thing, play for map control and don't let up. Anything you guys want to add to the discussion?
Okay.
Not really. We're just role
For me-
playing at the moment. But go ahead. Go
For me,
ahead.
I agree
She
though.
does. She does.
I would like to see them actually enable Ryzen and maybe not just get the comfort type of picks for him, or maybe exceed that, because previously Ryzen has made a name for himself because he pretty much defined what the gameplay for Smart Omega was. Like, he was keen on the sides with the Fanny, he was very active across the map, and I don't think we're seeing that as much yet from Smart Omega. But again, it's just been a single series. Maybe this is the moment they eventually reveal to us what their new style is, because again, it's a new version of the Barangay as well.
Yeah, which makes this series so much fun because Ryzen does play Fanny, Nolan, and all of the other assassins that Renmar has mentioned, but Kyle is also playing the same set of heroes. So I feel like if there's anything that could go here, it's that Omega is so used to playing 4-1 in terms of their composition every once in a while, and I wonder how fast Falcons are going to be answering that. Will it be limited from the draft already, or will it even happen as the game moves forward, or will they even replicate the same thing that Omega's been doing?
Yeah, because now when you aggressively trade for roam, then for jungle, then you go into your roam trades. Kaja, Badang, Minotaur, Atlas, Peleric, and then from then, what kind of mid laner do we get? Because now you're looking at what kind of EXP laners are we going to end up with. Although most of the time it is just going to be the sustained tanky type. So at least that, you know, it's set. Even in the gold, there's pretty much a select pool of what? Clint, Claude. So it all just boils down to trades for jungle in Rome for this specific matchup, because the junglers just have, as you pointed out, very similar picks.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if we're looking at it, for Team Falcons, obviously, on the other hand, they're very happy with the badge that they've gotten, but they did say one thing. It's
not
getting
enough.
that gold. It's not enough, you know, and I feel like that has always going to be, that's always going to be the scenario for whoever's going to get the silver.
It's something that's new, introduced to us this season, and I feel like it's going to encourage our players a lot more to just perform week by week and get more and more of those medals, especially when you take a look at the standings, because that's going to be a lot by the end of the season.
Yeah, one thing's for sure, this series is going to be a lot of fun. Smart and Omega, Team Falcons PH, here are our two teams.
hunting for a win to set things right and to ground this Falcon flight. Barangay Magingay para sa inyong Smart Omega!
Everybody lock, here we go! Omega! Omega! Say it all!
Second seed locked after week 1. They soar tonight to keep their undefeated run, hunting for their included win. Make way for Team Falcon! To ensure the integrity of the game, our head marshal, Wilbert! The head coaches are Coach Aurora and Coach Moody! Falcons! Omega! Magingay!
It's a battle bound to happen. Smart Omega told us that they can get momentum through Falcons. Can they do that again in Season 18?
I think there's a lot of history into that as well, and I wouldn't doubt if they would feel rather confident this day. This was actually their second match, yes, but the last time that we saw them here, at least in MPL Philippines Season 18, you saw it against Liquid. They were able to push it to a rather closer fight, even though not necessarily reflecting in the number of games, but the mid trio staying the same and their chemistry being there. I think they've had enough foundations to just really add a bit more flavor through their new players introduced to us in the sides, in the EXP and in the gold.
I love the idea. I love the word foundation. And I think that's what this Team Falcons roster is all about. This is a lineup that have proven themselves time and time again. With the addition of Haji being part of that mid lane trio, it's a major buff as well, and it feels like for them, it's a little bit more polishing that is needed, because from the international events that they've been part of, we've seen them go toe-to-toe with some of the strongest players, strongest teams in the world, and facing up against Smart Omega, a team that has managed to defeat them some.
Yeah.
Every now and then from before, they're gonna have to think about that and create more momentum from themselves, because only them and Onyx are the two undefeated teams in Season 18.
Yeah, it's a bit similar to AP.Bren occasionally snatching away some wins from Liquid, but in a sense that Omega actually gets to seal the win. Sometimes it did happen. There are going to be moments that you could really look up for and see how Omega eventually got to take away some wins. But Falcons, as they entered the season, it just seems like it's such a tall task to make them struggle and actually put up a really good fight against them. They had a lot of experience, barely had a rest, but I wonder what's going through their minds.
Yeah, what is? Smart 5G ping test? There you go.
Buti na lang guys, nakarating kami ng safe.
Buti na lang nakahabol kami dito sa venue, guys.
Sobrang lakas ng ulan. May bagyo ata ngayon guys eh.
Guys, mag-iingat kayo sa mga balak pumunta sa games today.
Sana kayo din, safe din kayo.
Mag-iingat kayo, prioritize nyo yung safety nyo.
Wait lang guys, ayusin ko muna itong relo ko.
If hindi nyo kaya pumunta, manood na lang kayo sa bahay nyo.
Kamusta kayo guys?
Kawawa naman yung mga prinsesa ko.
Ingat kayo palagi May bagyo ngayon.
Mga baby cakes ko dyan, mga prinsesa ko. Ayoko na nababasa kayo.
Bye guys.
Lord, wag yung mga prinsesa ko, Lord. Kahit ako na lang. So, ingat kayo guys, ingat.
Wow, Luis, come on.
What?
Stop that, you know?
How do we translate that though? It's like,
Yeah, just take care, stay safe.
to all of his princes.
To all of my
Yeah, I think we just take it literally. He called his teammates his princesses.
and baby girls.
And baby girls.
Oh
Baby girls,
my gosh,
bro.
Flap. Okay.
Never forget the baby girl part. Although, again, for Luis and Flap, that is a matchup at the XP lane that we are bound to see, just like what Brigida has told us a while ago. Luis is no stranger to the stage that we have here in MPL Philippines, and same could be said for Flap, most especially for him given how well they've been performing in the very first week. The question is, can they maintain that in the second? Because who they're going up against, Smart Omega, still hasn't won a single game in Season 18.
Yeah, last time was a sweep as well, and I'm not really feeling like it's just week 2.
Correct.
I don't know why, but I think that we really have to remind ourselves that it is just week 2. So there's still a lot of room for our teams to continuously reinvent and rediscover what needs to be done. Because I think for Smart Omega, it's not like they had major errors.
Correct.
Or anything, especially in the last series that we saw from them. It's just a bit more polishing and the chemistry that we've been talking about.
Yeah, but we just have to be honest. Taking away James and Nets fundamentally changes this team. You keep your row mid trio, yes, and that's 3 out of the 5 members of your previous team. But a lot of the energy of what made Omega last season was through Nets, was through the gameplay of James. Now, that's not to discredit Lewis and Cub, but then it just adds more pressure and the reality of their situation wherein it's a different team just because you changed their side laners. So chemistry will be a point of issue here for Omega. It might take some time to rebuild it to the point where they're going to be a top 4 team again. Maybe they'll do it this season, maybe they'll do it this next. But again, it is just week 2. Let's see if Call and Lewis can get some winning matchup in the side lanes so that at least it's comfortable for them. Because I think whatever happens, row mid trio for Omega, they're going to be fine.
Yeah, they are going to be fine. But the difference in tendencies, the difference in approaches and perspectives of the game, and I think, yeah, Renmar's absolutely right. The idea of just having the synergy between these two guys. Hopefully that first week of gameplay was more than enough for both Carl and Luis to get the nerves off and the jitters off to finally play the game that they're supposed to and destined for.
If anything, though, I think Carl still entered the season rather confident in laning. We saw that, I think, the last time. He was even to get solo kills here and there against Teddy in lane. So that's a statement already shown to us by Carl. But again, it's the bulletproof that you have to match this time. So I understand that it will be quite tricky compared to what we saw previously. So a lot of the board of did he miss?
Because the Hirara, Nolan, Fanny are all open.
Yeah.
So with that, Omega will just go ahead and pick up their gold lane. It's just gonna be a quick adjustment here for Falcons. Again, you can't rush Fanny in this metagame. It either has to go into the... It's still first phase, but it's later. So now it's for Falcons to decide, are they willing to give the Fanny to Ryzen? If they are, that means they're gonna be playing through their Roman mid, whatever jungle pick that they end up with. If it's not the Hirara, might be the Nolan for that short instantaneous burst. So they get the Novaria because they're thinking, okay, they're gonna end up with an assassin for Omega. What do? Get really good vision for it. Use that Star Shatter to potentially steal away a buff. You get the Uranus and the XP, so now for Falcons, they might pair up this Novaria with a very aggressive roam that's gonna get picked up at Red 3. If it's open and there's no Valentina, consider the Marcel at Red 3.
I like it. There's more variety for Team Falcons to wiggle around in terms of the first 2 picks that they've had. There goes the Fanny. You did say it a while ago that it could be picked up by Team Falcons, but instead it's Omega going for it straight up. Together with the Selena, we could say that mid lane trio's looking good in the very early portions of this game.
And maybe that changes what they consider in a roam just a bit. And considering that they did not lock it in Red 3, because you would have to maybe look for a bit more reliable sources of crowd control or ways to just disrupt. So maybe the Badang even, I think it's it's something they could eventually consider later on. I think pairs up well with the Novaria too with the lockdowns, but let's see what the bans are going to look like, because Omega has room to still take out what they don't want to go up against.
Yeah, considering that they already have the Uranus and the EXP, then they have Novaria. Wouldn't even be that surprising if Falcons decide to pick up something like maybe a Cho. As their roam, you get Cho, Novaria. It's constant vision of the Fanny, so you know where they are going to be. Expected ban here for Omega to take away the Badang, because that is usually the answer towards the Fanny if you're looking for a roamer to deal with it.
Yeah.
Cho's still on the board, and Cho would be great.
Cho, a lot of others that could not only create some space, but also close gaps whenever it really matters. But the Badang is going to be the prior choice here for Smart Omega in terms of their bans. They don't want any sort of setup. They don't want any other tendencies of the Fanny getting blocked as soon as that 4-1 composition finally comes into place. And if you're looking at it, there have been some instances as well where the bursting of the heroes would also lead towards the idea of Team Falcons here. I wonder if they're still going to be saving up a lot more of those assassins, because it's still available for Team Falcons as we speak to go up against that Fanny that is already belonging to the bad guy. Huh. That's deep. That's deep. That's a curveball if I ever saw one.
Yeah, that's a deep cut, bro.
Huh.
I mean, they do have the Fanny and the Selena with them. They're probably thinking, okay, pick off and whatnot. But again, the Cho is still available.
Correct.
That quick little stun, I don't think we're going to go back, falling back to a high loss. Minotaur would be okay too. That big AoE is good up against that Melissa. I don't know if Marcel's going to ever show up at the draft here. Because I think for what they need, it's Cho over Marcel, then Cho Novaria together.
Yeah.
But still, you have to pick up your jungler. No, it is going to be Marcel. So yeah, we mentioned it earlier, the possibility, and it's because, okay, I thought of the Marcel because literally Joshi and I played it together. And it was, yo, you were there when we were playing that game. It was Marcel Novaria. It's incredible man marking. But then you have the Glue and Selena, and then the Ruby. So Omega built around their carries in the Fanny and Melissa really well.
Yeah, those utilities in terms of just creating some more space for both the Fanny and the Melissa are going to be crucial. That's the Ruby and the Glue providing some sort of early to mid-game pressure against Team Falcons, in which we're still about to find out what their jungler is going to be like. Because you have an Abyssal Arrow, you have an I'm Offended, and you have an ultimate coming out of the Glue that you need to consistently worry about, because it can get some access towards the back lines once the Novaria is out of position. Guile has a choice to make here, and you're looking at our AI predictor. The Hirara is still available, but there's still a tendency for them to pick something else.
It's a very high chance, though. There are iframes that I feel are very necessary here. So they will go and lock in the Hirara instead. You have so much crowd control to consider, especially when you try to go in. Though the targeting can seem rather broad for Falcons. There are just so much heroes you can try to go for. Positioning is really gonna get tough, and getting past all these walls that they've eventually put up, because even the Ruby gets locked in.
Yeah, it's looking like it's gonna be a Rome mid matchup. It depends on Perxiva, Mingwin, Ogwen, Haji to set the rotations, balance being aggressive so that you're constantly marking the opposing assassin jungler with also protecting your own jungler. Might be a little bit easier here for Falcons through the Novaria, but I see a world where Omega might be able to chain some early wins together to build the lead, and then it's just to see whether or not Falcons were able to get enough resources for Super Marco to start getting kills and stacks resources for his own Sky Piercer, because Falcons are going to be banking everything on that Brody.
Yep, and I feel like Smart Omega is also going to have some sort of minigame by protecting that purple buff all the time, just so that Ryzen can move around. Because as soon as they lose that neutral objective, I think Smart Omega can even have a hard time if things go south here. So Team Falcons, that's exactly what Ogwen's going to be doing here, providing some more information. But Mingwin and Ryzen is going to be at the chase to finish off that taking of those objectives for this game number 1.
Wow, Marksman Emblem for Ryzen.
Oh, and that was an early use of the AGs for Call in the laning too.
It's AGs. It's AGs.
They're playing it very aggressive, but I'm still wondering why the AGs option. Is it for the Novaria and for like...
Don't you need Inspire to make this work? Well, Inspire's great. Purify. Is it so that he doesn't get bullied out of the lane by the Brody? But it just can't be for the laning phase. Well, to be fair, looking at Falcons, they're all very burst-based.
Yeah.
Theoretically, that extra shield and the AGs make sense, because
Yeah.
a good amount of the certain damage is negated, which gives you more chance of turning it around through your lifesteal.
Okay. And the lesser cooldown is...
Yeah, I guess so. It provides some more durability. It gets activated in a shorter amount of time. I think that's an essential part of it, but at the same time, Flap's going to be stuck.
Oh, okay, Flap. will be able to get out of this. Not unless, though, oh, the damage from Haji is no joke. Ryzen just tried to find a kill right there, but Falcons will be tanky enough to survive.
There's a lot of activity moving around, especially for Haji. Those star shutters have been hitting every once in a while, and it makes it harder for Omega to actually come up with something.
Yeah, it's the Novaria Marcel. It's really annoying. So far, it's easier for the Novaria and the Marcel because of the Novaria to be aggressive like this in man-marking the opposing assassin. While Perxiva and Mingwen have a very strong punish. Falcons gets Turtle 1, no contest.
Solid take from Team Falcons, creating a lot of space, and in spite of having Ryzen with his Fanny and Mingwen in a Selena, it seems like the pressure has always been answered by Team Falcons.
Yeah, and just look at that. Just wanting to check these brushes, but still dealing a lot of damage along the way. So all they could probably really do now is just focus on maybe speeding things up for Ryzen right here, who gets caught in the golden hour. Will get to fly away though.
Yeah, forces it out, but Ogwen is fine. Still, there's a lot of damage, and Fanny is clearing jungle so quick because of the Marksman emblem on him.
Yeah,
very fast basic attacks.
Very essential too, because again, it kind of limits Kyle from roaming around the map freely because he might not have enough damage compared to what has happened over the other times. Looking at the goal differences, not a lot of things have been happening except for Perxiva, who finally goes down to the hands of Ogwen. That's a first blood kill taken down.
Such a good catch there by Falcons. Man marking Perxiva and Mingwen. It's all about vision. It's all about Roman mid.
Okay, go away from Call plus the AGs to survive, and he will, even despite that dive, will lose a couple of energy shields though. But the arrows! Can Mingwen find a kill? He does not. There's a revitalized pop even from Ogwen.
Would that have hit? Because it looks like it wouldn't have. Or was it just right at the end of the animation? Might be just right at the end.
Yeah.
He had to play it safe. He had to use the falling maple.
Like every single specific win.
All over again, but the golden hour might just save Marco from this attempt plus the flicker. Close call, but really good timings from Ogwen.
Okay, so we're seeing sort of effects here. The reason why the AGs was there is because of the laning, definitely. But then, if you're looking at Team Falcons, there are some sort of things that you can handle when you just micro your way out of it.
Yeah, really fast use of the golden hour there, giving Super Marco time. And remember, that passive lowest health member within the golden hour, Ogwen will give him a shield and then he'll be able to move freely within it.
Okay, he's trying to dance his way through this, but he cannot. Torn apart memory, but there's still a minion up here, and Cole will take as much energy shields as he can.
Cross-map trade, Omega understood that they don't need to fight for the turtle because they want to get items on this Melissa as soon as possible because it is packing AGs and you're up against a Brody. Well-handled macro by Omega.
Yep, that's Ryzen providing a bit of help. Flap is gonna be here though. Kyle too. Perxiva gets to get back under the turret and will block off as much as he can. But does Ogwen still want to look for a play?
There's so many things going on around the map. Like it's either a skill from Haji or an abyssal arrow from Mingwen. If it hits, it's gonna deal a major blow to either squad, but so far they've been at the stalemate over the last 2 minutes with Omega getting a lot of plating and finally securing that turret up top.
All right, orange buff is up here for Kyle, but he is invading Omega's jungle, stealing resources away. He got the golem and he will get the Beetle. So Ryzen will only be able to get his buff and the lizard up top. But now they've switched up the lanes as Call already made progress up top. He'll get even more farm here. It's slower, it's steady. Is this their way of somewhat matching the power spike of Brody?
Yeah, it looks like it. If you can avoid those fights initially in terms of the laning phase where he was forced to use the Aegis quite early, Super Marco was able to deal a decent amount of damage from the start of the laning. But as soon as Skull finally got a turret, it became a completely different story because Omega starting to push things up as soon as he got the first 2 items, or maybe even the first one.
Does he not know that? Okay, he's gonna be okay. But I agree. I mean, even Cole, he's the one who gets the kill first. But speaking of Cole, already forced to pop that Aegis. Flap is trying to go for the chase, but he has so much members of Smart Omega trying to protect him right here. Even the Star Shutter gets delayed by just a bit, and Cole is gonna be safe.
Good golden hour there by Ogwen. Instead of hoping to see if Flap can get the kill, they just let it back off!
Oh, they re-engage and they go for Flap. It's a double kill for Mingwin. How did that even happen? Now they're gonna get back to this turret they badly wanted to get.
Yeah, it doesn't look like Falcons was ready for Omega to stay and actually force the pick-off onto Flap. Because they thought that Falcons would just focus up top, but no.
And Kyle
First it down.
And Kyle was even taken down by Mingwin all alone. He probably stepped towards one Abyssal Trap or another, but then it's been so tough for Team Falcons now that they've been marching and they finally got the turtle. I'm talking about Smart Omega here.
Yeah, this is the trades that Omega are really good at. Cross map, macro, give up objective for a win elsewhere. They've only gotten to one turtle in this game, excuse me, but they've gotten bigger wins in the big picture of it all. 3,000, 2,000 and climbing is their gold lead. Slowly growing lead between the Melissa and the Brody in terms of item progress. But with Super Marco now having the Sky Piercer, Falcons will flick a switch and just continue the aggro.
Okay, but that's more and more map control secured by Smart Omega while that's happening. And it's really great, the way that they've just been able to avoid the members that they shouldn't really go up against in the early stages of the game. It's proven to be so effective, and now Ryzen tries to go for the steal but does not get to take it away. Kyle will still secure his own purple buff, but still, this map is looking very Smart Omega right now.
Yeah, there's been a lot of places that Smart Omega can go to. In spite of them only leading by 1.8k, I thought it was going to be different again!
And Flap is considered an option for a pick-off because Omega are just so good at grouping up together and boxing around Kyle at this point of the game.
Yeah, they need to get that vision somehow, so they send their Uranus and just have Ogun close by to get vision. Kyle able to sidestep away from Ryzen in time, while Omega now moving on that 4-1 rotate, leaving that Fanny alone and the rest of the team playing around their Melissa.
And this is where Smart, or should I say Team Falcons, are also going to be playing 5 members approaching this Lord. It's going to be quite difficult for them as Ogwen was already cut into more than half of his HP, and you were talking about some pickoffs, and Luis has already been put on some targets. Kyle is going to be focusing on this one, and then a target!
No way! The Abyssal Arrow!
Perfect!
Kyle was just trying to dash around everything, but he still somewhat gets caught, and that was just in time for Smart Omega to focus their attention to this Lord. Ryzen will be the one trying to deal a bit of damage to those other members trying to go for an attempt. It is going to be Omega trying to burst this down. The Star Cutter is not going to make it in time. Ryzen secures it for Smart Omega.
It's Mingwin on this Selena. He's one of the standout Selena players from last season. We didn't know he had it in his game, but he reminded us then, and he's reminding us now.
He woke up on the right side of the bed today. It feels like a majority of his Abyssal arrows have been hitting into the right targets. They've also gotten a purple objective. The orange one probably went towards the side of Falcons, and they would have been able to maximize on it. Now enveloping a 3.5k gold lead.
Trinity in 9.5 minutes here for Call. Full item build, Melissa. Oh no, but he's getting chased down!
He's all alone, it's a flicker from Super Marco! They want to secure the kill right here, but he still has an Aegis to keep him safe! It's the Aegis!
My goodness, what a pickup here by Omega! And it's throwing the Brody off its game!
Oh, even Ryzen.
Again, it's a burst-based lineup, and Aegis is good against that!
Dude, Marco was like, isn't that supposed to be a kill? I usually have that on the bag already, but it still does not happen. They were not able to burst down one single inhibitor, but they've managed to at least cut down the rest but one, as Smart Omega is now close, or is actually achieving a 4k gold lead.
Yeah, and the Ruby is a terrific stopper for any aggressive movements that Falcons want to make. Every time they want to go in, they have to think about getting set up by a Don't Run Wolfgang, and I'm offended coming out of that Ruby.
So annoying.
It's like, okay. Ryzen knows he can deal a lot of damage towards Ogwen. That's gonna be the revitalize, only forced out too. He doesn't know Kyle is here though.
Oh, they know now.
Okay, they get revealed.
They just force back Omega from stealing away the purple buff. Unless Omega are gonna stay, are they?
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay, that is not gonna land. So it's not gonna break out into a fight.
Yeah.
This Aegis though, it's like a less safe substitute for a Rafaela, or
yeah.
It's
It's more protection for yourself.
Yep.
It's just really good. And then considering that you're Trinity and then you have DHS, you have the lifesteal, so you're fine.
It's like a
You just
two-factor.
compromise mobility. That's about it.
A two-factor authentication cosplay or something like that. I don't know. It just really provides a lot of confidence, especially for Cull, where in certain instances, without the flicker, you would have died already, but he still is alive.
Yeah, why avoid hits when you can take them instead? You know?
And it's up again. Like, it's always up. this agent is always
He gets it super quickly. This is somehow a more annoying Hanabi. And Hanabi gets CC immunity with shields.
Right? I don't think he notices it. Like, he walks, he uses his joystick around, and then all of a sudden, oh, my Aegis is up. I think we can fight now.
Fight as well. Oh, wow. And you saw there was a massive lead between the two junglers. 9.9k for Ryzen, 7.6 is 3,000 compared to the Herrera. Yeah, because of the Marksman emblem, he was able to just farm so fast. He has a Selena with him to help leash things. Omega have really thought this out.
Oh, they're in position anyway to still take this Lord. The Fanny, obviously brought to you by Ryzen, is going to be up there as Team Falcons will try to find or locate some of the other members here of Smart Omega. 4.5k gold lead is still massive. A 2k held by Ryzen in this moment against Kyle, who is still nowhere to be found, and they are still looking for it. Smart Omega.
Winter Crown for Marco. Built after the Malefic Gun. So more than enough items for Marco already, but the question is, can the front line of Falcons hold against this Melissa?
Haji and Super Marco are just on their way. Omega are starting to blitz this.
Oh, Golden Hour!
Golden Hour catches it. Oh, it's still Kyle who finds the last hit, and Brixiva will find a target. Kyle is gonna go down. The free hits from Kyle are dealing massive amounts of damage. Ogwen is gonna be isolated here, but he's gonna buy time. He wants the rest of the members of Team Falcons to be safe.
They can't get the Melissa, and their front line cannot get through the wall of the glue and the ruby together. What a draft, and what an execution by Omega. Marco versus Ryzen in the bottom lane. Ryzen gets taken out by Marco. He turns into a stack.
Just use that second skill to your advantage in a complete outplay. Brought to you by Super Marco, so that gives some Team Falcons some more room to be able to bounce back at least in this game, but the damage has already been done. Smart Omega was able to take down a mid lane inhibitor, and that is before the Lord even spawned, so this means they can still work on that bottom and even on that top side before everything happens.
Unbelievable. I guess that's where the Winter Crown play came.
Yeah.
I think that's where it happened. He definitely took advantage of that item and was eventually able to outplay Ryzen on this Fanny.
Dude, the Melissa's front line and Cull doesn't care. Look at that.
Oh, I'm offended. They catch two with the Don't Run Wolf King, and they will have to disperse. This is a composition you just cannot fight against when you're grouped and clumped up together.
He's gonna have to start caring now, though. The damage starts to hurt a little bit more from Haji, maybe even from Super Marco, who may be a little farther from her in terms of the gold gap, but we cannot deny it's already almost 15 minutes. Everybody's gonna get majority of their items from here on out, so Cull has to be more careful if he already has in the first few minutes of this game.
Yeah, I think just Falcons need to watch out and not use everything against that Melissa. Whittle it low so that it forces the AGs. Once the AGs is gone, then you're good to fight. So far, Flap hasn't been able to do much here. Again, he doesn't have crowd control. He has a lot of damage, and we saw it early on. But Omega are fighting a formless team fight right now. Yes, it looks like they're playing around their Melissa, but then with the mobility of the Selena and the Fanny, you have a lot of divers to try and avoid, while Ruby and Glue are literally just playing around.
You know, that's so true. That's so true, because I feel like for a lot of this game, Flap has been bypassed so many times in terms of the damage output, just because of having Cull alone. The Aegis has served out to be something that's solid, and maybe that's something we can see a lot more, as that I'm Offended was just pixels away from hitting. That would have been a -1 already, but Ogwen gets to live and tell the tale to his teammates, as they will be both 13 seconds away from getting the Lord to spawn up top.
Yep, great movements from Ogwen there, not getting caught. It was a very crucial timing, but I agree. The fact that Omega seems so free in terms of their formations, and Falcons, on the other hand, are probably a bit torn between wanting to just group up and utilize their teamfight capability to its fullest, or then eventually falling into the traps of Cull, just taking advantage of Muddles and its placement. Falcons really have to find a way around this team fight.
Waiting for Flap to turn that anti-cuirass or that Dreadnought armor into an anti-cuirass. He gets a vision, he gets pulled.
Oh, that's an Abyssal Arrow landing onto him as well, forcing out the Purify and the amount of burst damage. Two members get caught by the Golden Hour though. Cole still having the Wind of Nature. Flap now caught again. And it's also Perxiva looking for Kyle. Ryzen doesn't get to deliver the damage, but it forces Falcons out.
Such a close call. No one from Falcons fell. They can still fight this out, but Omega are tanky. They're still playing around their Melissa too good, too well.
Oh, but the setup from Lewis, he finds Oakland! That's gonna be a pickoff! They know Perxiva doesn't have the ultimate just yet, but even then...
0-3-1 of this Herrera for Kyle. BOD just locked in. Marco has to place himself forward. It's this Ruby and Glue. The setups, the front line, the hold, and the fact that this Melissa just cannot be taken out. Rose Gold, Wind of Nature, AGs, go away. Too many defensive tools.
It's grabbing and holding, and the attack is about to happen again as Flap goes down, and Kyle still can't find a way to do it.
Ooh, he had to dodge that arrow. He's stuck in between both Perxiva and Minquin, constantly hunting him down. Kyle hasn't had a great time here on the Hirara.
They tried to make a steal play. I think Flap showed himself and decided to make Omega answer the Uranus to take him out. But Omega stopped their damage progress on the Lord. That's when Kyle went in, when he realized there was still a lot of progress to be dealt with the health. He knew that he couldn't just go in and try to steal it away. He had to back off.
These are one of those Uranus games that if you are Flap, you definitely want to forget. Even Omega doesn't even give a care in the world, whether it's the Uranus or anybody else. Not even the Marcel. It isn't even a tanky front line for Team Falcons. And now, with the Lord marching onto the center, it's smart Omega looking to finish this game.
We're gonna go for the base turrets first. Down bottom, Flap though is already having a tough time dealing with the damage. The Lord is yet to get into the base, but a two-man, I'm offended! It's Kyle who gets caught first. The Golden Hour will stop Omega from being more aggressive, but that's gonna be the immortality pop for Ryzen. The free hits are coming through for Call, however. That's gonna be Winter Crown as well. Perxiva tries to save him, but Ogwin still gets the last hit. Flap trying to buy as much space as he can create, but 4 members of Omega are still alive.
They can't get the Melissa.
Okay, now it's gonna be Super Marco trying to go for the clear. Flap 2, creating more space. That's gonna be Astral Echo. Flicker forced out of Super Marco, but Ogwin, he's trying to land more hits. Call is isolated all alone, but he still goes for more outplays. Immortality pop from Ogwin. Super Marco not being able to deal with damage. Call is still alive.
He's calling all over Falcons.
What is going on? Cullis managed to land a deal on Flap, and it's just 2 heroes alive!
Haji flickers out. Their only hope to save and defend. 3 members of Team Falcons are going to be here. Cole still has an immortality. Could it be this moment where it gets finally popped? It's popped just now, and he eventually goes down. It's a shutdown for Team Falcons.
It would have been completely over had Cole not been there, but Falcons did not mind the Melissa, and they're still gonna stay alive.
It took them almost an entire minute just to take that Melissa down. All the defensive utility, the survivability. Omega has just shown us something absolutely disgusting. Try it out in your ranked games, folks.
Melissa AGs, man.
Yes.
Melissa AGs is the moral of the story, and for Team Falcons, they're having a hard time. In terms of the draft, this was first priority. Omega's always had first priority in this Melissa, but for the past few games, it has not worked. They've tried to find out a way to make this into fuller fruition, and Ryzen is going to be seeing one, zigzagging his way in and out of there. Full confidence from the barangay as they no longer have any inhibitors to attack, only the base in target.
It's just a very slight modification to the Melissa pick, but look at how big of an effect it eventually does to Smart Omega's game.
This one of, sorry.
Yeah, it changes so much.
This is one of those times where I wish I was on the Filipino broadcast, only because I could be making so many AG's jokes right now.
You know what? Me too.
Right?
Me too, bro.
Siri
Do they have an English song? I don't think they do.
I can remember.
I can't.
Right?
I can't recall either.
I can't say ang halik mo na miss ko because everybody won't understand that, bro.
You can search it. You can search it though. Like,
Yeah, I can search it. It's a pretty good song. My mom likes it. Anyway, to continue with this one, man, it's just this game, bro. We can't seem to understand. You know what? We haven't seen a game like this in a very long time, where it gets so fun, it gets so interesting, and Smart Omega changing things up, like you said. Not really a lot of changes, but just with those ones and another Abyssal Arrow strikes.
oh, the knockups from the Lord too. Flap eventually gets out though. Louise very low on HP.
The Melissa holding the Lord.
But Ryzen, look at Ryzen.
Ryzen, here they go again.
No! There's no one paying attention to Ryzen! Falcons eventually get the Lord! But does Ryzen have enough time? Golden R already forced down Ogwen.
The base!
Be able to get back! But Ryzen! He puts an end to game number 1!
He does it again! Nothing more barangay than a Ryzen split push!
Yo! Yo!
Ang halik mo,
Na-miss ko!
Bakit iniwan mo ako? And Ryzen was left alone. Yo, what a game this was! Big MLBB right here. Like Renmar said, it isn't an Omega game if there's no split push included.
Hey.
The star on paper was called. We were like, what the hell is about that Aegis? And then all of a sudden it was Ryzen all along, showing us that even those assassins can fly and can win.
I missed seeing this. I missed seeing this.
Oh, yeah.
I was asking for this in the pre-show. I just did not expect it to come along with a Melissa Aegis.
The Melissa is so tanky that you can afford to have that split push. Because even if you die for that Melissa, he can survive forever.
Yo, what was he on? He had the Malefic gun, he had the Rose Gold.
They were all already starting to back off, but then when they realized it, and remember, that's a marksman emblem on that fanny. You even got the clue. Perk Ziva was able to mount Super Marcos Brody in time, and that delayed him long enough. I think if Perk Ziva couldn't get that jump on that Brody, they would have been able to bite that. Where is he?
Oh.
Hey!
He's already on the other side, bro. Man, Ryzen already ready for game number 2. We didn't even know who was there, but he was at the back door.
On one end, Omega was hearing the sweet, dulcet tones of Aegis. Meanwhile, it's Bruno Mars for Falcons leaving the door open.
Leaving the door open. I'ma leave the door open.
I can't. Because it's not just Ryzen even. I think that mount from Perkziva onto Kyle happened multiple times too.
Yeah.
There were just so many things that were falling into place for Smart Omega, apart from the arrows from Mingwin, the Aegis from Kyle, individually, and even Lewis. Like the timings that he had whenever he wanted to go for a flicker play or just wanting to reserve that flicker for a much bigger play later on. This is such good coordination we saw from Smart Omega.
And then, again, the closeout on the draft here. Getting the Ruby, getting the glue, so that no matter what kind of assassin pick you ended up with, it's gonna be tough really for Kyle. No, really, everything that Kyle went through here was just mainly because of two heroes. Okay, we did see that Abyssal Arrow pick off onto him by Mingwin, but every time the Aurora wants to go in, you eat the skills of the Ruby, you eat the skills of the glue. It's a testament to Kyle's skill that he was still able to get the last hit on this Lord. But then, again, look at that. It's Marco.
Wow.
Mounted on by that glue.
And it seems like all of them had an assignment, you know? It was only the Marcel that got home, and Smart Omega just knew that it wasn't going to be enough wave clear for them to just deal with the minions, and they were looking for them consistently in that last clash.
I mean, Flap was there for a while. He was in the base for a while, but he could not deal enough damage to just push Ryzen out of that base. The minions already making their way in. Falcons being completely clueless that this was the play Omega wanted to go for. So good. Because honestly, even I wouldn't expect that, because Omega had always been winning out whenever it comes down to the team fights. So it seems like it would just be a very standard way to go. And even for that last objective fight that we saw, but they had already a very different plan in mind. So much of your attention perhaps was also on Call and how they were going to deal with him later on, that they forgot about the existence of a potential split from a Fanny.
And again, 116,000 damage dealt coming in from Call. That is your carry brought to you by Visa. He is there's one of the rare times that a Melissa's at the front lines and Omega's just letting him be. You know, he's like, okay, you're a big girl now. You can handle yourself. Go ahead.
I like this game so much that I know once I get home tonight, no matter how tired I am, I'm gonna go make a video about this right away. This was so good, dude. And can someone please make a fire edit of ang halik mo na mimiss ko?
Yeah.
For that split push.
Wow.
Yeah, or like when the Melissa is surrounded near the base of Falcons, like nasasaktan ako, oh baby.
This is our contribution to sharing our culture.
Yes.
Please search the band AGs online.
Yes.
And I hope we can get them for the season 18 playoff.
If this becomes a trend, I hope so.
You know what? I also hope that AGs can be the gamer that they want to be. Because with Visa's fan exclusive deals, rewards, and VIP experiences, you can order your GCash Visa card today and get 250 MLBB diamonds plus a chance to win an exclusive MLBB skin.
Level up and flex those skins in style. Head over to the GCash app and check out the promo page for more information and power up your game with GCash Visa.
Now I genuinely wonder, like, imagine seeing a standee of AGs entering the playoffs. I think that would be so fun.
Yeah, a lot of people are gonna go, damn. People, they old.
Oh my god.
Because, hey, we have a much younger audience, you gotta admit. Hey, but
That's
it's cool
true.
that you even know AGs too.
See?
Because they're that iconic.
They are
that
They are
iconic.
timeless.
I mean, we had Sex Bomb once.
Yeah, right.
It's a similar thing, I feel.
Yeah, they can't be old if they're timeless.
I almost did not recognize that was Mingwin.
You know what? That's
Two hands. Two hands. All right,
Two
close
hands.
enough.
Okay. Give us an angle.
Okay.
Go for it, go for it.
Go for it.
Does anyone have shades?
Oh, there we go.
Okay,
there we go. All right.
Do it again. Do it again.
Be good. Just give it to me.
Ah.
All right, we're good. Okay,
No, it's not. Okay.
Why do you keep stopping when the camera is on you?
That's like Ogwen now.
Yeah, that's like Ogwen.
That's
now.
more like Ogwen.
That's not Mingwin now. Yeah, I think you deserve this win, man.
Close enough.
Take the dub. Take the dub.
The other dude choking though.
Yeah. Yeah, they're letting us down. There you go.
Okay.
Take it right away, man. You deserve it. Congratulations, my guy. It's for you. It's for Mingwin, who woke up at the right side of the bed today because of those abyssal arrows hitting like what? 8 times out of 10, 7 times out of 10. That's a pretty good ratio, if you ask me.
I cannot imagine how Kyle felt through that game.
Yeah.
It was, again, a trend for Hiraras, but I think that was one of the worst experiences to experience as a Hirara.
I guess the Serena just dominated, and you can dominate on and off the Land of Dawn with Smart Prepaid's Powerall 109 Games Bundle. Get a massive 5GB app bundle for MLBB, 4GB of fast 5G data, plus 10GB of your favorite apps with unlimited Facebook or TikTok calls and texts.
It's the ultimate setup for scouting enemy rotations, keeping up with your favorite pros, and sharing every GG moment. Smart, the simply reliable connectivity partner of the MPL.
It's been so fun. In that game number 1, we're hoping this is the start of more fun games. Because I feel like with how some minor adjustments have been made by Smart Omega, it created so much more room for a lot of other teams. It's like, you know what? We haven't really discovered that. Maybe we can use that in our next games. But speaking of the next game, we're going to toss that into a bit because we're going to Smart Battle Trips.
And Melissa aging?
Yeah, I know.
Happy Super Fan Saturday! And you already know it. Kapag Sabado, we're taking you to Smart Battle Trips. At kasama natin dito ang ating community heroes and student leaders, and leading them are Ikoy and Josh. Pakilala nyo naman ang inyong mga sarili.
Hi everyone, my name is Nicola Fajardo, or what they call me Ikoy. I am one of the broadcast managers this MPL Season 18.
Hello, my name is Josh Martin Simelia, and people also call me Toji, and I am from the Moontone Student Leaders.
And guys, we'll take the time to talk to you. And Miss Nicole, we've heard na you're now a broadcast manager of MPL. But before that, isa kang participant here sa Battle Trips. Can you share your experience with us?
So one time I've attended was season 14. Season 14 ako, nag-umpisang mag-attend ng Battle Trips, and as well, yung experience ko noon is what they are experiencing right now. First, dumaan sila sa pag-attend ng bus, and as well may mga pag-games, and as well pag-tour dito sa ating arena, and as well makilala nila kung ano ba yung behind the scenes na meron tayo on our production end.
Alam mo, Miss Ikoy, nakaka-proud yung journey mo. Kasi
Thank you.
dati pa lang nanonood ka as a super fan.
Yes.
May picture pa tayo nun.
Yes.
And now you're a broadcast manager, di ba? Sobrang dami ng pinagdaanan as an MPL fan. Pero ano ba talaga yung reason or nakita mo sa ating battle trips that made you decide to join as a broadcast manager now in MPL PH?
Alright. So earlier, kanina nung nag-tutor kami sa likod, kung ano yung pinapakita ko sa kanila sa end natin, sa production and sa back end, is what I felt last season 14 nung umattend ako ng Battle Trip. So doon pa lang nakikita ko na how amazing the people are, kung paano nag-work yung isang production, paano nila napapagana to, paano nila napapalabas to, is the reason why bakit ako na-amaze and bakit ako na-inspire kung nasan ako ngayon.
Wow,
And Miss
inspiring.
Ikoy, we want to ask, from watcher, ngayon isa ka ng broadcast manager, what is it like behind MPL?
What it's like behind, it's broadcast manager and management is never easy. But with the people that I have, with the people na surrounding me, is doon napapadali yung mga trabaho namin ngayon. And being a broadcast manager is a goal, is an achievement. So for me, I'm really proud of myself, pero malayo pa ako eh. Nasa isang step pa lang ako, pero ayun, malayo pa.
Yes, proud pa rin naman kami sa'yo, Miss
Thank
Ikoy.
you.
Pero syempre si Josh, gusto rin natin tanungin. Josh, narinig mo na yung kwento ni Miss Ikoy. Ikaw naman, kumusta yung experience mo dito sa ating battle trips?
Ayun po. So, from the start pa lang po, super saya niya po. Ayun po, super saya niya po from the bus. Tapos pagdating po dito sa venue, na-experience nga po namin paano maging player, ano ba yung itsura kapag ikaw naman po yung caster, and what is going on behind the scenes nga po. So, super saya niya po kasi nga even for a short moment, sobrang ano po siya sa pakiramdam na ay gusto ko, parang ang saya pala nito, gusto kong ma-experience din to in the future ulit.
And now, Josh, now you've seen what's behind the scene of MPL. Would you want to pursue a similar career path with Miss Nicole?
Actually, yes. Ayun, gusto ko po mapunta sa behind the scenes, specifically sa back end po. And ayun nga po, gusto ko rin po maging caster.
So, ang ganda talaga experience itong battle trips, no? It's like giving a secret door on the
Yes.
world of MPL.
Alam mo, Thea, nabanggit na naman na niya na gusto niya maging caster. Ngayon, Josh, bilang future caster, pwede ka bang mag-spill? Paano ba sumali sa battle trips?
Ayun po. So, first of all, follow niyo po yung page po ng Mountain Student Leaders and Community Heroes. Meron po doon registration link, and then from the registration link, pipili po kayo ng topic na interested po kayo depending on the week. And then, ayun po, fill up the details lang po, and then syempre, alam naman po natin lahat, mag-enjoy po kayo lagi dito sa Battle Trips.
That's right.
Thank you
Thank
so
you,
much.
Josh and Miss Nicole. And if you want to get the same experience, you know where to watch out for. And now, alam ko, excited ang lahat na mapanood ang susunod nating matchup. Will the Call and Rise and repeat that same performance from Game 1? Or will the Falcons complete and avenge that game and extend the series? Now, casters, what do you think?
What we think is that this is still going to be one hell of a series. And we hope that it's going to stay the same in terms of entertainment, such as in game number 1. Because for Smart Omega, the story continues. Way back then, this is the team. Team Falcons is the team that they've always needed to beat in order for them to eventually get momentum for the rest of the season. And so far, they're in a good spot to be able to do that.
Yep. And it's been very smart, Omega. It's been a long game.
Yeah.
It's been a split push game.
Yeah.
So they've been very on branding so far, at least in game number 1. I wonder if Falcons will allow that a second time around here, because they definitely are gonna keep an eye out for these surprises in the draft that can come out from Smart Omega.
Some really great drafting decisions there, and then they were able to execute it perfectly despite the early game struggles that they had playing against the Marcel and Novaria. They traded the macro. They gave up 2 turtles to get wins elsewhere. And because of that, Falcon says, we don't want to be playing for this Fanny anymore. Even though they know that Cal can pick it up, they just take it away and make sure that Ryzen doesn't end up with him.
Yeah, it was like limit testing to a fault, because they had an abundance of assassins in the very first game. And it was just up to them to pick up anything else other than the Paquito, because it has been banned out in the game number 1. But now I think there should be some sort of shift that will happen between these two teams. Team Falcons being on blue 1 means that they can pick up the Aurora immediately, or at least flex it towards the Belleric, just like what majority of the other teams did over the last week.
Yeah, the XP laners are also still out for the trades, but considering what happened in game number 1 with Flapons at Uranus though, could they consider switching it up, or maybe just refining the draft a bit more?
We have to see whether or not the Barrett's is going to be open, but with the Uranus not getting banned out, I think we're going to end up with another Paquito. What's that?
Someone used an in-game emote.
It's them. Oh, okay.
For sure.
Okay. Oh, yep.
Yeah, the punching one. The one which punches whoever you just like to send the emoji.
Why do I have a feeling it's Falcons doing that?
Yes.
I have a feeling it's Falcons emoting in the draft.
Let me just check whoever's doing it, so that our marshals are going to be moving it.
Yeah.
Because usually the marshals would get close to whoever's doing it so that they don't do it anymore.
It sounds so funny when you don't see it though.
Yeah.
The decision
was like, what's going on?
Paquito and Barris, but with Paquito and Herrera open, maybe Falcons might just go ahead and rush pick the... What was I going to say? Belleric. But it will be a surprising pickup.
Huh.
Earlier we saw that, and I think it did not get a win when the Belleric was prioritized out in the open. So
yeah,
they're still gonna go for a second try at a Aurora. It's not like it was a bad pick. It was just heavily countered, I guess.
It was countered by so many heroes, man.
Yeah.
It's not just one. It feels like there's not a lot of places that the Hirara can go to, in spite of him having the ability to just burst one hero down. So the Melissa's been taken out, and Selena would still be another choice, and then the Paquito, a hero that was banned in the first game, is finally going to be available for the Barangay.
No, crazy idea. What if Falcons just go ahead and pick up the Ruby early? I highly doubt they're going to do it. There's still a lot of heroes that you have to trade for. Hirara, you know what? I think a Matilda might be okay.
Oh.
You can early Matilda, then pick up the Barretts.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's going to be a Hirara, Matilda, Barretts.
Yeah, then you don't have to worry about the Ruby if that's the case. So
That's true.
No. Okay, sure.
Okay.
I'm not mad.
Yeah. Well,
Really?
that's less of a flex for Falcons in the first
Yeah.
phase, though.
Okay.
They are very straightforward with their first 3 picks.
Correct. At least there's the Matilda.
Yeah.
Just not the Barretts. It would have been so cool, because again, the Barretts will be activated quite smoothly just because of a lot more mobility, given that the Rafaela isn't around anymore. But for Smart Omega, you're already looking at burst damage. You're gonna have to at least rack up something here if you want to make that Selena come into full effect. I don't know, maybe a Roamer could be a potential choice here in the early portions, or they can just prioritize it later on the second phase.
There's a lot of picks available still for Prexiva.
Yeah, the Marcel's still there.
Marcel, they can Minotaur later if they want. Or Minotaur now.
Wow.
Or Minotaur now.
It's been picked once so far with a 100% win rate still. Interesting, though, that it comes through this early. It's not like a Minotaur-Selena combo is what you'd expect out of all possible mid-duo combos that are still left, but...
I mean, usually that's what you see against a lineup that wants to play around the... Considering that Brody is sort of mid-range, you have the wide reach of the Minoan Fury, plus you need the healing as well from the Motivation Roar to balance out the shields that Matilda's going to be dishing out.
Okay, now the Barretts will not get through for second phase anymore.
Yeah, it would have been cool if they picked it up.
You're not mad. You're not mad.
I'm not.
You're not
Okay,
mad.
okay.
Okay.
Just checking on you, man. We want to make sure you're not mad, you know?
What's that? Oh.
Oh, it's basketball.
Is that Kai
what
Soto?
happened?
Kai
It
Soto?
is. Yeah, it is. It is.
Yeah,
The block,
Kai
the
Soto,
block.
my idol.
Why did your voice change?
I don't know, man.
Wow, they banned the Ruby.
Yeah, because
Okay.
if they picked up the Barrels, they wouldn't have needed to worry about it.
You're not mad, right?
I'm not mad. I'm not.
Okay.
There we go. Again, we're just clearing things up, man. Just to be sure. Just to be sure. We'll ask it every single time, and whenever they make a major blunder, we're going to check up on you again. Right? Just to be sure.
Yeah. Imagine if they had the Barretts, right? That's gonna
Yeah. Like,
only if it it gets to that point, but what what is okay.
Beleric.
Yeah, Mirara.
Yeah, it's still there. It's still there.
Still there. Always. Okay.
Okay, now I'm going to ask him again. Ranma, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm
Okay, there you go.
I'm still fine.
But yeah, Beleric might be a...
So many XP laners are gone. Though.
That's true. It's so weird. Even the Arnold's been taken out, and Arnold hasn't been picked up as much.
Yeah, and they're not the tanky XP laners that are banned. It's the more Lewis XP laners.
Right.
It's very specific. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay, so I guess they're trying to ban out the XP laners that could provide some sort of setups with both, I believe, the Uranus and the Esmeralda still available. So I wonder if Omega is going to be picking that up, considering that the Matilda is on the other side. Or maybe even Falcons will want to prioritize that depending on the scenario.
I think it's just either Claude or Clint.
Yep. Okay.
There you go.
Yeah, you save the flex and the XP for
Later.
Because who knows, if it's another tanky XP, then what are the chances Luis just goes direct again, but like...
That's true. Oh my gosh.
A notable specialty pick for OMG despite no prior use is what Alan Iverson said. That's the name of our AI.
Okay. You know what? I like it.
Go pick Beleric Rome, put this Matilda in mid, and then you close it out with... you need EXP, something tanky. Hell, even a Terizla would be fine. Oh, wait, no.
Like, the Uranus is still there, but do they?
Or S, man. How are you?
I think, yeah, that's...
Oh.
Whoa.
Oh, Carmilla EXP. Oh, they did close it out with the Beleric.
All right. Again.
All right.
Oh, what are you gonna pick? Jungle? That's tough, bro.
So if you're smart Omega, whether you go up, whether you go with, because again, this is how we find out what the EXP laner is going to be. It's so specific. The Ruby that it wasn't let go of. Even the Arlot has been taken care of. The Barats and the Phobius, they're the ones who managed to take it out. So smart Omega, not a lot of options for Luis here.
Yeah, because they banned out a lot of the options too. The Phobius gets taken out.
Maybe just Esmeralda to close it up with the Paquito in the jungle. Esme, I think. Esme, EXP, Paquito. Oh, Fred.
Whoa!
Oh!
No, wait, where's the Fred going? No.
Whoa!
It should go to Ryzen, man. Ryzen's been the one talking for a lot of that last pick time.
I mean, who
That
knows?
is so slow.
Yo.
It was Ryzen who called the Fredrin, yeah, and I think it is going to be going to Ryzen.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, they do have the Selena. And if the Paquitos in the side lane, whichever lane the Fredrin could go, it's extra help to help peel for it. Could be slow, could be good. Let's see.
But like they also have the Claude and the rotations. I think the Carmilla would appreciate having a Fredrin around. Just having the objective fights instantly going to their favor. Not even just the Carmilla, even the Beleric too.
It's looking like we're going to game number 3, but if ever this ends in game number 2, then that means Mingwin's getting MVP. I'm going to say that now.
Selena 2 games in a row. Selena hitting Abyssal Arrows. Mingwin just, you know, maybe that acting lesson helped. So I don't know. He probably got the nerves off already.
Yes, he forgot how it feels like
to be nervous.
Because of that interview. So it's all Abyssal Arrows. And yes, it does help to speed things up by just a bit, but it's still very hit or miss.
That's the reason why they went for the leash straight up to begin game number 2 with Ryzen. It's a very unusual pattern already for a lot of the current junglers in this game to just go ahead and secure that. But so far, some attacks are going to be happening. Hachi wanted to give out some information to the rest of his team, but Falcons will just be backing away. They are aware that the Fredrin is already close to the mid lane.
Marco! Ooh, burned his flicker to get out of it, but he's going to be losing some gold. Falcons need to go down and help him. Oh, he's not going to go back.
Okay.
He's going to stay because he knows he needs the farm.
This is not flying clouds, so you gotta...
Yeah, gotta stay.
You gotta stay.
Well, at least Haji's on the Matilda to be able to rotate quickly.
Oh, now you're forced to. They're still freezing it.
Yeah. So far, Ryzen is keeping up the pace with the Aurora in terms of clearing out the jungle. Maybe even just a little bit faster. Again, it's the leash help provided by Mingwen and Selena.
Yep.
The leash was so essential too. It feels like for Omega, they're now in a position to be able to do this as Hachi was done, but they're going to be continuing it, but not to a fault. I think if that Abyssal Arrow already managed to hit, it would have been the first blood already.
Okay, so I think the difference here is that compared to a typical burst type high crowd control mage, the Fredrin's okay with the Mathilda on the board on the other side. It's like you don't have to worry about getting chain crowd controlled or bursted down.
Oh, wow, that's so fast.
Whoa. Good lord, the entire team decided, you know what, let's go for it. Let's see if Kyle's going to be able to steal away purple. He won't be able to in time, yeah.
He has Retribution, though. Ryzen doesn't have his, but they're going to force a fight. Yeah, that's going to be an Abyssal Arrow landing onto Kyle. He does get to survive. There's a guy
He stole it!
He stole it away, but barely lives. That's going to be the Curse of Blood. Okay, Cole goes in with the Blazing Duet, but there's not much damage yet. Look at this. Omega, in just a blink of an eye, are all 5 in mid.
Oh my gosh, Kyle, you madman. Just really escaping out of there, but he might be sacrificing his own purple in the process.
Okay, Ogwen and Flap are going to buy some time. That's going to be a Flicker Wrath of Dryad together with the Circling
No!
It becomes First Blood. That's going to be a punch from Lewis. But they will just lose Ryzen.
They risked everything to balance out the invade that Kyle was able to succeed in and lost it. And now this gap is going to grow between the Aurora and the Fredrin. It's already at 500. That's going to climb to 1,000 and more by turtle number 2.
Oh my gosh. Now, thinking about it, it might not be as beneficial. Ryzen was somewhat able to get that using a retribution of his own. He's trying to keep it within striking distance. 1,000 might be a little too grieving for him to eventually make a return, which is why Mingwen, aside from using those Abyssal Arrows to locate the other opponents here for Smart Omega, he's also helping Ryzen out, providing some sort of support in any way that he can.
Yeah, you're going to be waiting now for Lewis to also get his first item of the Hunter Strike. Let's see if he's going to go for the double axe or just chase the Malefic Roar at second for a surefire instantaneous burst. Because with the damage, or excuse me, with the tanky jungler, EXP needs to help carry the load of damage.
Yeah. That's the first objective that Omega did secure for themselves, but the momentum doesn't necessarily feel like it's completely shifting towards their side despite that.
Yeah, they're obviously hoping to prolong this team fight for as long as they possibly can, because now Team Falcons is holding on to a 600 gold lead. If Luis and the others were able to burst down that first Lord quite easily a while ago, Team Falcons, they're not letting up, and they're going to be shifting to their position and attention towards this turtle.
Close call for the Abyssal Arrow. Lewis is still hiding in this brush though. Perxiva finally going in, uses the Minoan Fury, and eventually it's still Kyle who gets the security objective. Curse of Blood together with the Blazing Duet as well, connecting members of Smart Omega. And it's Ryzen who falls victim once more. Falcons are still going for the chase. That is going to be landing onto Call. And eventually, Falcons are just taking down every single member from Smart Omega in sight. Look at that guiding wind. They get out safely and lose no one in the process.
You saw the effect of that failed invade by Omega. They have completely lost their footing in this game. Falcons well executed. Ryzen was taunted by the Wrath of Dryad. Not completely sure if he was able to get out of the taunt in time, but he was not able to Retribution the Lord, and Kyle took it through the falling maple, and he was fine. They're trying to go after Marco, but he readjusts with the stun.
Oh.
Yeah, this composition by Smart Omega is going to take a little too long for them to come into fruition. It's not just that the scaling will arrive slow. The entire mobility, in a sense, of Smart Omega is going to be slow because they're banking on a Fredrin as the jungler that could provide not really damage, but maybe some sort of help in terms of the taunting, the stuns that will be essential for them to eventually make their way back into this game. They've done that a couple of times, but it still did not work as it's still a 4-0 kill score that belongs to Team Falcons.
There's also a slight lead for the Camilla in gold. They're kind of neck and neck, but little by little you'll see that the Flap's lead can grow. Marco now has Sky Piercer.
Oh, okay, you gotta be careful. Flap is gonna come through from the sides!
Ow!
Perxiva, they decide to burst down. Curse of Blood already connecting 2 members as well, and it's Ryzen falling next. It does feel very slow. Smart Omega, they struggle to even disengage.
They needed to play the perfect early. Oh, down bottom!
Okay, that is gonna be a kill onto Cull. Unless he makes it out alive. BMI back to where he initially was, but he still goes down. It's a killing spree for Haji.
Gosh.
And they go and regroup in mid to take a tier 1.
It's looking like a go next moment for Omega. No kills. Falcons with a 5,000 gold lead and climbing. And Ryzen just now only got his first item.
It seems like the risk for Smart Omega is definitely not paying off. They wanted to go for a Fredrin from the start, and with this turtle, they might even get more.
He got his first item around the same time Perxiva got his first item.
Oh yeah, so he is acting like a secondary rover from the things of perspective.
What?
I mean, that's supposed to be the goal of the Fredrin in the later portions of the game, but it's not supposed to be this early.
Yeah, you feel just how slow the Fredrin is now in the jungle, especially when it dies early.
Yep.
It was going well at the start, but then once he went down, it's, oh no. You can see Falcons immediately just flick the switch. They knew that they could just straight up start getting kills.
Oh, that's a flicker from Perxiva.
Whoa!
He gets to find a 3-man knockup, but do they have the damage to deal with this though? That's an Abyssal Arrow going to connect onto Ogwen, but still Perxiva falls first. It's a double kill for Super Marco instead, making it a triple even. Haji gonna dash in. Kyle trying to intercept from the back lines, and Mingwin will just try and attempt to dash away, but he doesn't. It's a maniac for Super Marco.
The damage was non-existent for Smart Omega as Team Falcons showed them what it's all about and just landed him a seminar on damage output.
Super Maniac is back.
Oh, it's just Cole all alone. Still has a Purify, but like, it's still 0 kills on the board for Smart Omega. They clearly wanted to get one there. Desperately forced an engage.
Yeah.
But there wasn't enough firepower.
Old school versus new school. New school almost always wins. Almost always dominates. We are going to be going to Game 3. It's formalities at this point to see the rest of this game. It's just, can Omega stop this from ending before 10 minutes?
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Oh wow, what's that damage? That was just a single Curse of Blood and a couple free hits from Super Marco.
Yep.
It's just going to continue from here on out. Renmar said it best. Almost a 10,000 gold lead is what we're looking at. A 12-0, the Curse of Blood is starting to hurt even those who were just in the vicinity. Really wasn't really doing anything, but they're part of the collateral damage, and I feel like this is obviously going to be a Team Falcons Lord.
Yeah, this is one of the most successful Carmilla games we've seen, honestly. There's just...
Because again, it's because of the Fredrin.
Yeah. You just help the Carmilla.
Yeah. Considering that we're now almost, we're going to Game 3 for sure. Seems like I cursed it, y'all. I'm sorry.
I know. I was supposed to bring it up, you know? Like,
I had to say it at the start of the day. We're probably going to get all threes, but no, look at us now. Our third game for the day.
Hey, speaking of bringing it up, Renmar, are you okay?
Oh, no, yeah. I'm definitely fine.
Like with a Barrett situation.
Yeah,
you know,
I'll completely move past that.
I don't know, like, in case you might be remembering it, because Smart Omega could have picked it up, but instead they didn't. So, like, you know, they're kind of in a very dire situation right now, 12-0. Looking like it's bound to be Game 3. The curses are real, and this is a full day ahead of us, and it's just Smart Omega looking to defend, while Team Falcons wanting to have all of their lanes. Simultaneous fashion before it happens, and Kyle just evades it like his instinct.
Oh, wait! Hold on, Lewis! He was there! He was ready! But that's just one kill for Smart Omega, and eventually maybe a bit more room to go for this defense. BMI out fourth
That's it.
hull, but the Lord is already inside the base. They still have a lot of the resources. That's going to be the Circling Eagle into the Wrath of Dryad as well, and the Curse of Blood. Multiple layers of crowd control and AoE that Smart Omega clearly could not deal with anymore. It's a triple for Super Marco. It's just Call left all alone. We are indeed going to a game number 3. The rest was just formality.
Just take a bow. Team Falcons in game 2. Just styling on a risk that Smart Omega wanted to push. We're taking this all the way to 3.
There's a lot of green and white in the arena. For a moment, I was thinking, why are the Omega fans cheering for that? Oh, wait, no, yeah, it's the Falcons behind us,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. It gets confusing when these two go up against each other, but hey. Now this, on the other hand, was very uncharacteristic.
Yeah. There's a reason why people don't pick up the Fredrin as much anymore, man. Like, those assassins are crucial. If you want to risk it, sure. The Leomord, honestly, I think it would have been better if they wanted to go that route. A fighter, not even an assassin. Because the Fredrin, it really wanted to be that secondary roamer. And it did become a roamer. Like, minute 2, which was not supposed to happen.
To be fair, Cull had a really good start to the series too. Maybe they just wanted to play around him a bit more, but that wasn't enough to get them past the early game.
Yeah, Omega really need to play a perfect game. Hopefully they were also banking on maybe getting a kill onto Super Marco early, but again, once that Fredrin went down and once Omega couldn't rotate and their rotation was delayed, yeah, it was pretty much over. Granted, before that invade by Kyle, stealing away the purple buff, before Omega tried to invade and then failed, they were handling things really well. But of course, our MVP of the game, Haji, through this Mathilda, was able to keep the slower rotation of Omega in check. Slower in terms of like the raw walking speed. They were clearing their jungle super fast. You saw how fast they took down Turtle 1 as a team. But then the difference is those shields, the mobility, that extra bit of life that you can save with the Guiding Wind. Haji deserves this MVP. Perfect game by the KDA machine.
That's the thing too, like when you think about it, on the side of Smart Omega, they did everything that they can. Mingwin was always an assistance for Ryzen in terms of getting those jungle objectives quite cleanly and as fast as they can, but unfortunately for them, it's the innate nature of Team Falcons in this composition, having a Hirara and a Matilda, and it makes it so much easier that Haji just knows how to pick the right targets on, and so in spite of the counter engages that Omega wanted to push through, it just wouldn't happen.
Yeah, it's really Omega playing into this lineup, I feel. Because them last picking the Fredrin already tells you what kind of formation they're mostly gonna try to go for. I mean, this was one example of it. They really wanted to go front to back. There was a burn on the flicker even just to find that opening, but it's a very predictable way to go for a fight, considering if you're up against Smart Omega and you have this much room to operate, you have like so much punish, which I think is another question to me, because Falcons had a Curse of Blood, they had a Wrath of Dryad, they had everything that they could use to respond to such forced engagements, but Omega still went for it either way.
They knew that there was a Brody on the other side. They still went ahead and picked up the Clouder Red 4, which opened up a win in the trading there, but then they closed it out with a Fredrin, thinking that maybe, all right, this could be good, but the lineup is just too difficult to pull off. It demanded way too much perfection so that your Claude can farm up. It's as simple as Omega also picked, besides an older mindset, a slower, more difficult to pull off mindset. Whereas Falcons just went with what's newer, what's more hip, what's easier to pull off, and it was easier to win with.
Just imagine having the Curse of Blood, and then a Wrath of Dryad. It's almost the same as in match number 1, where we saw the same Belleric ultimate patched up with a Throne of Ruin. That's a really big problem for Smart Omega, who has the Fredrin on the other side. And it's always been the bane of Fredrin's existence with AoEs that is filling up as many as 10 Fredrins. You know, you can fit 10 Fredrins in that Wrath of Dryad, and the carry brought to you by Visa is obviously Super Marco, just untouchable. Or there are times that Smart Omega had to put pressure on him, but it wasn't enough to eventually stop him in this game.
Yep. Look at them. It's just Ogwen and Marco all across the board, taking majority of those titles, and overall a much relaxed game for Falcons, as you can see right here in the average PPMs. On the other hand, I feel like it was a tougher one for Smart Omega. You probably were constantly overthinking how to go about this game, but it was very clear at one point that the best possible option was to just go next.
So there have been some solid takes from Smart Omega, but this one is a definite miss. Like, we didn't really get to see the full Fredrin gameplay just because of how they would want it to execute it is just not good against the composition of Team Falcons, which led us to a game number 3. But for Mobile Legends Adventure, it is a relaxing idle RPG. Collect 100 plus heroes, level up with ease, and enjoy idle rewards anytime.
Build your strategy in auto battles, explore endless game modes, and fight players worldwide in global PvP.
Go ahead and download Mobile Legends Adventure and start your idle adventure today.
Just like a lot of the games that have obviously happened from before, and in addition, there have been some time spent here because we still have a lot of games and the clock is ticking and the seats are filling up. Don't miss your chance to witness the match between Onyx PH and Smart Omega right here at the Victoria Sports Tower. Head on to ph-mpl.com and get your tickets now.
Is that their next match? Onyx?
So
they've been against
top 3.
Liquid, Falcons, then Onyx?
Who created the schedule? Poor guys. I mean, it's them. You know, it's good that they're facing the top competition already, so that they can prepare. But like, for Call is probably.
I'm checking. It is.
Yeah,
it's on tomorrow.
Guys, I just joined MPL page. What is this?
Yeah.
Why am I going up against Titans
Like,
now?
Hi, Call, for your first. Congratulations on being part of MPL Philippines.
Thank you very
First
much.
off, you face off against Teddy.
All right, I accept a good challenge.
How about Super Marco?
Okay.
Severo this time.
Oh, dang it.
Yeah, we'll talk about it later. Tossing it to our hosts.
What a turnaround indeed for Team Falcons, with them sweeping that and dominating the game from minute 3. But you know, let's get out of MPL scene for a while and go to MDL Season 8. Because, you know, they are breaking the limits. And one of the highlights of this is Twisted Minds' Rough World era from Group A having a match-loss win card with 2-0. And one of the key elements of that win card is their jungler, Matt, who have won 2 match MVPs from their series, dominating against Aurora Hunters and Team Liquid Academy Philippines. Pero hindi na sorpresa ang lakas ni Matt bilang isang jungler dahil napakita na niya ang kanyang mechanics nung nalo sila bilang kampiyon ng Season 6 ng MDL at runner-up naman ng MDL Season 7. Matatandaan rin na naglaro na dito sa MPL Philippines si Matt noon kasama ang mga players na gold standard na tulad ni Kelra, si Coach Etumax at si Ryota nung Season 12. Naging parte rin siya ng roster ng Omega nung Season 13 pero ganap na bumalik ng MDL nung Season 3 para sa Omega Neos. Ngayon, ano pa kaya ang masasaksihan natin na galing bulak kay Matt? Continue to watch the MDL Philippines Season 8 because it is where the next generation of esports starts. Break limits and forge their destiny. Watch the country's top rising talent battle it out starting last August 25 for their chance of glory, because catch all the action live in the official MDL pages. Join the conversation because the road to M8 starts right here. Now, nung Game 1, pinakita ng lakas ni Cal sa pagbayan cell, and Game 2 was dodging the damage of Super Marco. Now, what's in store for Game 3? Casters, palag na to.
Appreciate that one, Thea. And of course, for a lot of the players that we have here in MPL Philippines, some of the new ones came from our developmental leagues, which is the reason why you should also be supporting them together with some of our Talent Academy graduates who are already making reps there. Congratulations to you guys. We hope nothing but the best for y'all. But we also are hoping for the best for both teams. Because again, here we are, game number 1. We saw Smart Omega get the victory. Game number 2. There is a debut pick that is still a question mark to this minute. Why the Fredrin?
Imagine going from Fanny to like
Fred.
all the speed.
Right?
And
It's
then
like
eventually this.
Fanny, yay! What else? Hirara, woohoo! And then Fredrin. Something like that. That's just the best way I could put it.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what it feels like. Yeah, they just chose a more difficult route. When you look at the Fredrin, they probably didn't want to pick burst like something like the Nolan because they were worried that, hey, we're up against all this shield and all this burst, it might just get negated. Sure, but then their Omega's also going up against heal, and they weren't worried about the Minotaur just healing through the damage getting brought out by the Hirara of Team Falcons. So why?
Yeah.
You could just go ahead and pick up the Nolan, but then or put the Paquito in the jungle. But then I think they were also worried about the Belleric. Maybe they were also just forced into it, and they realized, guys, let's just try playing Fred.
This is so cool though. If we get to see Haji's S18 top 3, there's probably a Matilda there.
Yeah, there should be. You know, there has to be like a different graphic for Season 18.
Yeah, it's been
it's
so
included.
If
different.
it's Season 18, it's Valentina that'd be the
Yeah.
top one.
Yeah, it's Valentina. But Season 15, 17, Farsa would be accepted. The Eve and the Kimmy too. But at this moment, Smart Omega are going to be going Flying Clouds and will be at the blue side. It seems like that has always been the decision of a lot of our teams who are going to be playing at home. So yeah, Smart Omega, they have to at least control or dictate the pace of this game. If they're going to go for a Fredrin again, which I kind of hope not.
They should not.
Yeah,
They will not. They're on
Properly
blue.
they should properly not. You know, if you're Coach Ura, cut that. Delete that. You know?
Sir, pick Assassin, get Rafaela, get Barretts. This is for whoever's on blue side. Omega, go. It's Flying Cloud. You guys pick Flying Cloud, so that means you're threatening Rafaela Barretts together or Rafaela Uranus.
That would be so fun.
So fast.
What?
Knee. And Raphael's been taken out again. Seems like they're allergic to healing.
I mean, they could prioritize it for the first 2 picks just to negate it, but bro, you could have first picked it.
Yeah, they want to go for a Matilda though. It could be an option, but a Rafaela
Maybe.
would be so much better
Yeah.
in this current game.
Well, it is Cloud. They could still Matilda Barretts, but then you pick up Rafaela and Flying Cloud because you could use the Resurrect.
That's true.
Maybe Omega were thinking that Rafaela isn't first pick worthy.
Okay.
So,
What?
yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
They want to change things up.
Fair enough. I'm sorry, Renmar. We haven't seen Barretts over the last 2 games.
Now I'm mad.
No, I'm mad. it happens.
Yeah.
I don't know how to.
In this
I don't know how to
match
tell you.
of all places, you know, like
Yeah, like why aren't we seeing the slow? You know what? The
If it's-
Fredrin would have been.
yeah. Why? I'm expecting it more now because it's Ryzen and Kyle,
Hell no.
but it's different. It's,
Pass.
Okay.
Okay, Paquito, then you get Hirara Belleric. No, Belleric was banned out. You get Hirara Valentina.
Fair enough. Hoping that Omega's gonna have a big ticket ultimate that they can use for future reference. Team Falcons has a lot of choices here. Given that majority of these adjustments aren't even for the assassins, it's just for those damage dealers in general.
Yeah, if you don't get the Hirara now, then Omega can just swing Paquito EXP or even Paquito Gold and then get the Hirara. So you can't risk it. You have to get the Hirara. And then either Valentina, Novaria, Marcel.
Okay.
I'm out of here. I'm out of here.
So it's not just Omega who wants to switch things up. I feel it's also
Team Falcons.
Oh, okay, to be fair, they pick up the Brody maybe because they want to turn off the Paquito going gold. But come on, it's
Hirara, bro.
It's Paquito Hirara.
It's Hirara.
And Aurora.
See you in the next series. I'm out.
Whoa!
Oh my My goodness.
All right, so far, ladies and gentlemen, Brenmar has just dropped off his headset.
No. Hey, I'm
Yeah, he's back. He's
And
back.
put it back.
He's put it back. I was about to complete my sentence,
Oh, I'm sorry.
man.
Okay, sorry. We're sorry.
Trust it. I should
But
have
it's, but it's okay. Redmar's back, guys. Redmar's back. Don't worry about it. He's part of it. But Redmar, maybe this Red 3 is gonna give you some sort of hope in this game.
For the love of goodness, either you pick up the Esmen now, or you gotta pick up a jungle. Just pick up the Fanny or the Nolan.
Quite. Could be a choice.
Fanny.
It is.
Okay.
Okay, there you go. There's some hope in humanity, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, Omega are probably not going Selena this time anyway.
This could even be an Angela mid,
Yeah.
honestly.
It's most likely an Angela mid. I like this Ruby band though. Sometimes overlooked, but would be really good.
It's so cool that we're seeing Fanny on the other side, whereas other teams wouldn't really pay mind to the Fanny at all, given that, sure, it's Ryzen and Kyle that we are taking into action here, and that Ruby could be a hurdle towards what Kyle's going to be pulling off in this scenario, but then Avaria is also going to be taken out by Smart Omega. They don't want any sort of damage coming from a mile away against that Angela, and probably against that roamer that they're going to be picking up later in the second phase.
I think Falcons ban out the Esma so then they can pick Uranus Red 4. Because if Falcons pick up the Uranus at Red 4, and they need a strong front line in the EXP. So far, it's a lot of burst right now for Omega. Uranus would do good there. If Omega end up with the Esmeralda Angela, it's over.
Oh. Yeah, definitely, because you're gonna pick first anyway when you open up the second phase.
You can even go like Joe Roman is fine, but to be safe, Omega close it out with a Badang Esme if it's available for them. So Falcons still ban out the Badang. You can still go for Cho for Xiva.
Okay.
Huh. Okay. There's still one more choice here. If you are looking at Smart Omega in terms of bans, they're going to be taking that out in quite a bit. The Esmeralda could be a very potent choice, just like what you said, given that there's an abundance of shields. The Matilda provides one, the Angelus serves another, so both of them could have a very essential Esme game, whoever's going to be picking it up. With the Gatot Kacha wrapping up this composition in bans.
So you can either pick up the Uranus or the Marcel. Either or Omega's gonna end up with the Esme. They won't get the Badang. They might get the Marcel. If the Marcel isn't an issue for either and Falcons don't pick up the Roamer now, they pick up Tigreal to close it out.
So it's likely to be mid Mathilda,
Mid
right?
Mathilda.
Or they've been forcing it out too since the ban on the Varia. So no Valentina considered here for.
Actually, what hurts is with Esme open, you have to pick up Esme.
Yeah. Okay. So, what is the choice gonna be for Falcons? Along the board, but they go for the.
Ooh, I was thinking of a big setter, but they're playing it safe. It's revitalized, high loss, Mathilda mid. It's long team fight here.
There's a handful of debut picks in this series, man. It's quite surprising, but I guess a lot of the teams are making the most out of the experimentation.
They can close it out with an Esme or Arlot in the EXP.
Oh.
Then the Rome, I'm thinking if they're still okay with picking up the Marcel. You need tankiness. They took out the Gatot Kacha themselves. Oh no, we did mention Cho earlier, but they don't really have a pick-off combo.
But the Paquito is, I guess that's at most, but.
Oh, Angela Rome Vexana mid.
And a Fulvius is going to be appearing as well for Smart Omega. Not a lot of durability in this lineup brought about by the Barangay. So Team Falcons, they do have a very agile set of skills with a Glorious Pathway and a Circling Eagle, both just to simply engage or disengage.
What's open for Flap at this point? There's an Alice.
Alice would bang. Alice would bang.
Alice would.
Alice would bang, bang.
It's Alice or Esme. I think he's just said Alice. I think he literally just mouthed out Alice.
Yeah.
He's asking. He's insulting. they have to agree on this decision. It's the last pick.
I think he's already hovering over it. Yeah.
Oh!
It's still Carmilla, the XP. They needed better damage distribution. They don't really have a lot of strong AoE. And going up against the Angela Herrera is demanding for Refovius. Oh, I'm leaning a little bit more towards Falcons, but if there's something in the Omega lineup that's just crazy enough to work. But
Yeah.
it's tough.
Yeah.
Similar to game number 2, it's tougher to pull off.
It's a very good lineup rating.
Yeah, like it fits though. It checks the boxes. A lot of it. So far, you have healing, you have sustain, you have burst damage, you have mobility. I say that Smart Omega has tools to be able to make it, just like what Redmar and Brigida have said right here. But for Team Falcons, I think they're banking on the fact and trusting that their AoE in general and the mobility that they have provided in terms of rotations will be setting themselves up for success here in game number 3. Again, not a lot of things going on except for craziness in this series, because in game number 1, it was Smart Omega leading towards that Cull Aegis, that Ryzen backdoor, and then in game number 2, they've managed to land a blunder with the Fredrin. So with this new style, new operation for the Barangay, can they land a blow on the unstained record, or in the stainless record of Team Falcons?
Yeah, Omega need to snowball. Ryzen was able to get his purple buff, but had to use the retry for it. What's going well for Omega is they technically have another frontliner in the Eternal Guard, which just hits you. But then it's a slower, it's a tanky roam. It's a tanky EXP. So you're almost always going to hit someone with your Terrify and with your combo.
Super Marco versus Cull.
Dear.
Cull does have the regen though. Is he gonna go for an outplay actually? And there's help from Perxiva! They get first blood against the Bulletproof!
Yeah, did Marco forget about the trade against the Paquito once he gets his shield? That's an insane amount of shield the Paquito gets.
My gosh, it was a simple... I don't know, it was a simple story of the main character just landing on fists after fists just so he could get something, and another first down happens with Ryzen falling and Kyle wants revenge.
The Deathly Grasp was perfectly timed, and now Ryzen falls next. It's still just gonna be a 1-for-1, but there's a very slight advantage over the side of Smart Omega.
Messy start for both. See here, that stun, that sure stun that Falcons needed to deal with the Herrera was what helped deliver the kill there for to Ryzen. Good stun there by Ogwen.
My goodness, that's his electric of a start as what we would want it to look like. It's Smart Omega Cull getting one ace up his sleeve compared to Super Marco. He did have an idea. Obviously, if you are Brody, you should have a sense of confidence when you're entering the first few minutes because of the scaling that you have. But then the outplay just happened, and Mingwin was also, or should I say Perks, was also ready to just assist him when it matters, which is the reason why he's very confident and just fully engaging when he thought he was already backed into a corner.
Yeah, I just gotta say, Cull and the way he's been handling the laning in his first 2 series so far here in MPL has been amazing.
Pretty good.
He doesn't feel like he's experiencing any of the rookie jitters at all. And he's done that against who? Again, because they've gone against Titans back-to-back.
That's true.
It's both Teddy and Super Marco that he's had to go up against in lane. And still... Okay, Ogwen.
Okay, Ogwen.
Oh, a lot of people are doing the Ogwen pose right now.
Yeah, that's just how it is, man. Peak Ogwen. I don't know if Ogwen's gonna be able to do that. I hope he gets to do that again when they get interviewed, because again, it's been that kind of energy from Team Falcons that have landed them to thrive in certain situations, and it makes it official. The Pork Chop Master slicing through, which brings us back into this ball game with Omega leading by almost 500. And just like what you guys have mentioned, it's them getting a couple of kills. Smart Omega, only a single one for Team Falcons, but Kyle has managed to land an assist, and hoping that they could manage to at least get those in order for them to have the items needed to be able to land on some of the skills.
Okay.
All out there in the open. Oof.
Yeah.
The damage that Mathilda could get with the enhanced basic attack.
Oh.
Good Lord.
Okay, there are two separate and different fights happening though. The Heart Guard is still gonna channel through. Ryzen does
Omega
have
wins
it
this.
right now, and Flap is gonna fall. One man down for Team Falcons as Omega take full control of this objective, and Falcons would just rather not contest.
Yeah, told you, it's crazy enough to work because if you're going to be playing around against a mid laner that isn't really known for surefire burst, sure crowd control, then Lewis is going to be able to survive long enough, which means that once a hard guard is off...
Oh, wow. Okay. Did he just flicker out of that?
Yeah, he did.
Circling Eagle perfectly?
He did.
Wow.
Still, a lot of problems for Falcons. This could be a slow realization that their lineup might not be able to do much until Super Marco gets his items. So for now, safe to say Omega is looking like they're gonna win this.
Ooh, Super Marco who died early, by the way.
Right. It's not just, you know, him having an easy time of his life, but now Cole's gonna be backed into a corner.
Oh, flicker from Super Marco. Now they want to go for it, but Horizon showing up meant that Falcons could not commit anymore. Torn apart memory, but it's still Ogwen as the sacrifice, and Kyle will not try again.
It's so tough for Team Falcons to come up with a decision to engage because as soon as they do it, Omega always has an answer.
Crazy enough to work. The shield, we saw it earlier. The Brody struggles against shields. First it was the shield of a Melissa, now it's the shield of the Heart Guard, plus the shields of the Paquito. Shields!
So annoying.
Yeah.
It's so annoying because when you think, just like what Super Marco encountered in that very first bottom lane duel, it felt like he already had it in the bag. It has been that same kind of story, but this goes the same way in game number 1. That Aegis from that Melissa now just sustained by the Angela in certain moments, and even a glowing one has been bought by Mengwin.
Yeah, gotta admit, Marco dying early was more of like Marco's fault, not respecting the trade against the Paquito.
Yeah, he's a level behind, Call.
Yeah, and he knew once you hit level 2 for that Paquito, he'll get an insane amount of shield. A little bit of disrespect early on, honestly.
To live and to die.
Oh. Okay, Ryzen to show up. It's Smart Omega with 4 members trying to take position here. Luis charges forward, but it's just going to be a bit of a zone. They're going to split things up just a bit. Luis trying to go for it. The Infernal Pursuits are coming through, but they have no idea where Kyle actually is going to be. It's still Ryzen, who eventually wins the retry battle nonetheless. And members of Falcons are already very low. The damage, the Eternal Guard, the free hits, they're a bit too much.
At least it's going to be enough for just one Falcon member to be taken down, but Smart Omega has been locking in over the course of 5 minutes.
What a draft, what an execution. Rome Angela, mid Vexana, with Phovius as your anchor, knowing that there's no burst mage in the other side and it's a burst assassin. What a draft again by Omega.
Just keep on surprising us with some of the picks. It seems like there's a sudden shift in what happened in a week gap or 5-day gap between weeks 1 and 2. They've managed to figure something out in terms of the composition that it doesn't need to be tanky per se. We can lose the durability so long as we have sustain, and I think that's what Smart Omega is backing on right now.
They did a bit too much of the tankiness in game number 2 though, but this I think redeems a lot of it. It's just really raw damage, a lot of mobility and mechanics, and these really good interactions that we're seeing, which Falcons are struggling to go up against, but is also at the same time off the back of some of the errors that they pushed, especially early on, that we saw specifically in the gold lane from Super Marco. But we'll see. It's still a less than 2k gold lead between these two teams that's currently on the board. Oh, but Ryzen, all alone here, is going to be able to get away, though. Also still wants to go for a bit more of a fight. The deathly grabs. Flap going down. Guiding win for Ogun, plus the revitalize.
He's chasing him.
They're just going to run away, because look at where Omega are currently positioned at.
Just a ton of damage and enough stuns to be able to burst one hero after another. Kyle wants to insert his entry, but Omega's eventually going to be taken to mid turret.
Flap and Ogwen cannot do a thing against all of the crowd control brought out by the Vexana and the Phobius. They'll just get finished off by the Paquito and the Herrera. Omega are on the way. But how long can Falcons hold? If they can hold, it'll be good for them.
But if they do hold, what do they even have? Like later on in the game, sure, they do have a Curse of Blood. Flap is eventually going to deal some sustain to at least last longer, and they didn't even get that purple objective anymore, as Kyle is going to be stepping away from that and then stepping onto this bot lane turret without any answers.
It is so tough. It feels like a very passive lineup now for Team Falcons if you look at it.
Yep. They needed that sure stun, but then it's a high loss, so it's slow. They wanted a little bit more sustainability in the EXP, and they needed a better damage distribution, so they couldn't pick Esmeralda, who would have been fantastic against this lineup of Omega. They needed to pick the Carmilla, all because they leaned in towards picking up the Mathilda as their mid laner.
Oh, flicker from Haji. They want to go for Mingwen instead. He does have the damage and eventually picks him off, but that is going to be him traded down as well. Two-man knockup with the Dark Wave. They split up. Just so smart, Omega get to choose who they want to go for, and it's Ogwen that they decide to take down. Cole might just come in as well, and they do just that. Flap will try to get away, and he does, barely.
If it wasn't the Carmilla, it would have been a totally different story, but he's managed to stay alive, and Omega is going to be building even more advantage with a 4K gold lead in spite of a flying class from Team Falcons still not answering a lot of questions.
A Brody with no Sky Piercer stack still on the way to the Malefic Gun third item. Mingwen, who just built the Blood Wings. Anati Karas built just now Falcons.
He should be okay, right?
Yeah, Ryzen had enough damage to deal with Ogwen all by himself. It's crazy to think that Omega are this much ahead. Kyle trying to swoop in, but that's just a couple seconds before the Lord. They cannot risk losing any more.
Such a tailored draft. Again, executed to perfection. Core items now for Ryzen up to the Malefic Roar. And it might be not, I was thinking like, why is Kyle not building the Seal Halberd? That would make their farm so much faster. He's still going for the full sustain build on the Paquito. Got the Fury Hammer, went to the War Axe, and then went to the Queen's Wings. Usually we see Seal Halberd for gold lane Paquito for that quick burst, and so that you can end it much quicker. But he knows he doesn't need it.
Yeah, I think he's being forced to just commit on damage because of the damage output that Smart Omega is also going to be putting out. He's fighting fire with fire, and that is what Cole's putting up right now!
Oh, Kyle gets caught! Nearly chased down too, and they could do nothing. It's a Lord over to Smart Omega, and Falcons are already almost 5K behind.
They have been in cruise control of this game. Complete contrary to that game number 2 where they were at the losing end of that. It feels like now Smart Omega has managed to take a lot of neutral objectives, majority of it going to Ryzen, who has a 3-1 and 4 KDA, and so long as the Heart Guard is there, they're going to be absolutely fine in this game.
Yeah. Oracle for the Paquito, you're playing around the Angela. It's endable for Omega, if not here, then the next. They can get a big lead at this point. Let's see if the shields will go down.
Oh man, it's a fleeting time locked in for Perxiva too.
12 shields off.
Even without it, the cooldown feels relatively fast already.
Yep. The shields are finally off. The Heart Guard's going to be there. Joining the party is going to be the Eternal Guardian as well. Ryzen goes in and out, and a fight is about to ensue because Kyle enters.
Okay, Flap does find a 2-man Curse of Blood too, and Kyle might just find a target right here.
Knock
Back! Cole! Finish off the kill! Another Dark Wave coming in from Lewis! Falcons are just forced to retreat in the base! And they lose one in the process. Do they have enough to still get past this defense?
Another Holy Shield is going to be taken down. The second wave of minions are going to be arriving at the bot. Joining in on the party as well are the rest. It's Kyle. 10 seconds left to stay alive. And Smart Omega is not going to be letting this go, but they will be backing away finally as a 7.6 gold lead is going to be kept by the Barangay.
They're going to go for the next siege. Cole just built up the Hunter Strike. Now just closing it out with the Immortality. They're not going to let go of this lead. And it'll be very it's quite impossible for Falcons to win this unless Omega commit a throw of the century. Because you saw how long Ryzen was able to stay untargetable. His iframe was insane. You saw Kyle and Haji went in because they wanted to force that falling maple out as soon as possible, but Ryzen just maximized it.
Yeah, and this Paquito is starting to feel like a badang for Kyle.
That's true.
Whenever he tries to fly in, there's just gonna be a punch trying to stop him in his tracks, and it's gonna be the toughest time for Kyle to just land all those cables. It's very difficult for Falcons to really find a workaround in this kind of scenario. It's the damage that's lacking. It's them being able to move around team fights that's a struggle, and them also finding openings to create a favorable team fight for them, because what can they really rely on? Even earlier, you saw it. It was just a glorious pathway on the other side and the Curse of Blood just to split up the fight. Other than that, you can't really use it to win a direct head-on team fight.
For Team Falcons right here, it seems like they do have a bunch of crowd control skills, or at least ways to engage, but the damage department is missing. And although, sure, Smart Omega is as squishy as they may seem, they do have enough sustain, they do have enough shields, and they even have control of the map as well.
Oh, Dark Wave, Deathly Grasp, everything thrown out to Kyle. All too!
Oh, no
Nearly
more.
getting the job done! He's gonna make it! The Retribution! They take out Kyle! And they don't want the Lord. Haji using the Circling Eagle. He will just go for the retreat, but it's a punish on call. That Falcon is after. They find it. The gold goes over to Super Marco, but another Deathly Grasp. Falcons are trying their best just to defend.
Frames.
Tier 3, but Lewis! No one is stopping Lewis!
What is going on? They're still going to be fighting for it again. And 3 have fallen down. It's just Haji and Ogwen left.
There's not enough wave clear to deal with the siege.
Over.
Smart Omega finds a double and eventually close out this game number 3.
2 Titans, no problem. Sure, we got swept by the first, but how about we beat the second? Omega makes a statement early in the season, taking down the second seed of week 1.
If there is any possible way for them to enter the winning column, that is the best way to do it. Win number 1. And against an undefeated team, that has to feel amazing if you're Smart Omega.
Omega beats or snaps Falcons streak again. They did it last season and they do it again, even though it's an early one, it's only a 2-match streak. Still, they're the Falcons streak snapper.
And they might just get a huge boost from this point onwards. They mentioned it.
Yeah.
Every single time after they beat Falcons, they just have such a huge jump in performance. But this was already a statement in itself. GG's to Team Falcons still, though. It was a game 3 and not a sweep day so far.
Just look at the burst damage that Smart Omega provides, and in spite of Team Falcons wanting to leave certain situations, not even the Glorious Pathway, not even the Revitalize is allowing him to escape with a good amount of HP. It forces the Guiding Wind just so they would be able to get out of certain situations, because if you don't, you're gonna get completely held by the majority of skills that Smart Omega has.
That's what stops the Brody. Raw sustainability. Brody popped up because there's a lot of squishy heroes, but what about we start packing even more shields? It was a Melissa with an Aegis that took them down in game 1. It's an Angela in the roam for a Phoveus that takes them down in game 3.
Unbelievable. Omega, in just their second game, have changed so much and adjusted so much.
There's a reason why Matilda, Rafaela, and Angela will now be banned. Let's listen in on the winner, shall we?
Super fans, this is indeed a buff barangay. Give it up for Smart Omega! Wow, what a great performance. Boys, congratulations on that win. Napigilan nyo ang reverse sweep na pwede gawin.
Boys, you prevented a reverse sweep from happening, and Cole, being a rookie of the team, How are you feeling after defeating and beating a Titan down in a match? Feels good? He says feels good. Are you like that when you're happy? Cole, you impressed us with your plays with the Melissa and the Paquito. What was your mindset
coming into this match, since you're going to be facing off against Team Falcons, and you were just so strong and you were so brave in instances. I guess I was just really brave, and I didn't show them that in spite of me being a rookie, I would be underestimated. I can face off against them. And we did really see it because of the buy and sell that Call did. Ryzen just a while ago, game number 1, you were a walking highlight reel. And another backdoor play is what you did. What were the comms like? What was the call for the backdoor to actually happen?
Yung nasa isip ko lang dyan, ano.
What was going through my head was it was very hard for us to finish already. Our heroes were just really dependent on not the team fights, but also catching them off guard. So as soon as the lore was available, as soon as the finish was available, we're going to go through it again. Ryzen's always one of the people that we think of when Fanny comes into play. You also used Fredrin in game number 2. Although it didn't work, we were also surprised that you picked that in your draft. What was the explanation behind it? Or is it proof that utility just doesn't work in the current meta? I think it would still work. Maybe it's just our execution that was missing. Yeah, maybe I think our execution was missing, but I think it's still executable in this current meta.
Instead of the assassin na expected sa meta ngayon. Pero mabalik ko lang guys.
Going back, your past match was against Liquid. We talked to Mingwin a while ago that he had certain confidence facing off against TLPH. So what lessons did you learn from them? When we're going up against TL, whenever we lose, we really review our games and how they defeated us. And then after that, we get a reality check on what happens and whenever they defeat us. It seems like Call, you're too focused with what's happening a while ago, and you're probably overwhelmed. We're now going to move forward to tomorrow because you still have a game against Aurora. What is some of the expectations from you guys? I don't know. Maybe expect that we can still fight face to face, head to head against them. What's your message to your fans that's been very energetic in all of those 3 games?
Shoutout sa Kabarangay.
Major shoutouts to our Kabarangay fans and to all of the friends of my teammates and to all of my relatives. Thank you guys. I love you all.
I love you to daw, sabi ng mga fans nyo from the barangay. And there we have it. Smart Omega, a win for them against Team Falcons. And let's see what happened in that match kasama ang ating mga casters. Casters, Palag Na To.
You know, Cull has never really lost his sight on that X-Pad. It's so cool from start to finish. And I think the same could be said for Ryzen. As soon as he has that heart guard, he's never let go of the lead for Smart Omega.
Damn. Honestly, damn, Omega. I see you now. I was looking at the TNC heading into the season. Now I see you, Omega. Okay.
He likey.
I like what I'm seeing. Let's see how they're going to be faring against the other teams in the league, specifically Onyx. But so far, I think this was an important game to win for Omega in the sense of just getting that early idea of like how good your team is, what you can do. And it's good to see that they did it through some unique ideas as well.
Yep.
It wasn't just because they won with what's meta. They won with their own idea of what could work. They got a Fulvius as their main anchor. They paired it up with a Rome Angela, mid Vexana to help answer the fact that Falcons lead into a high loss, and then a Carmilla. A kind of draft that they were sort of shoehorned into that, they realized how much that they could do with it early on, and they couldn't get anything without any early kills for that Super Marco Brody, who lost to Cull in the laning because he got too overzealous and forgot about the important shield that you get with the Paquito. And once that shield was up, couldn't get it. Then in game number 1, that Melissa with an Aegis did the same thing to the Brody.
Yeah.
Not in laning, but in the big picture of it all.
That's true. whenever something, at least something gets through which you would initially expect to not get through, similar to that Terrara coming for last pick in the red side first draft we saw in game number 1, they had really decent answers towards it. And because they pretty much the same for the Fanny this time. Kyle and Omega finding a way to eventually shut him down through constant trades, through just a really good understanding of what the kind of draft they eventually drafted and how it works. This is such a good start for them. Just a single wake-up call for Liquid. It's unbelievable how much of an impact it's already left on Smart Omega in week number 2.
Yeah, and I think what I like about teams that have discovered something new is the fact that they have corresponding under a common understanding with what has been happening. Maybe it's not common. Maybe it's unique in a sense that it only is Omega that can execute it. You know, for Team Liquid, it feels like what works for them is the double roam, double stuns whatsoever. And then for Smart Omega, it's a completely different lineup. So I don't know if we're going to be seeing this more from Smart Omega moving forward, but I am excited to know more about that for the season.
Yes, there's just so much we have to learn, you know, especially for Call. We're slowly getting to know him though, that's for sure.
Yeah, he is very silent, but he's not in the ultimate coordination. Mic check by Infinix.
Pag lumalim na sila, doon tayo kalash, pre, ha?
Oo, pag lumalim.
Pre, huwag nyo nga bigyan kahit isang kill. Malaking bagay na yun para sa Brody Paddy.
Okay.
Red nila, try natin, boys. Para. Dito, Kyle. Hylos, walang pathway. Hylos tayo natin.
Ingat.
Hylos, tara, walang pathway ito.
Tingin, Brody, din. May skill ka.
Play ka ng picker.
Ingat sa link. Yung link.
Out. Yung flash natin, huwag dikit-dikit, ha? Pre, huwag dikit-dikit. Huwag kayo dikit ni Bay. Huwag kayo dikit-dikit. Iwalay tayo.
Hey guys, yung link lang kalaban natin dito, link lang. Wala na yan.
Tore, boys.
Oy, di ko kayo mag-tore. Kalma.
Pris na nga, pre. Okay na yan, pris na. Libro.
Libro ni coach, pre. Libro ni coach. Pris. Tingin. Toto, may isang kuka pa. Kalma. Takot, di ka kanya. Ay, tingin sa akin, boy.
Okay, tara din.
Malalim yung mga yan.
Pag mamatoy na, okay na.
Kalma na. Alert na tayo, boys. Tara.
Okay na, kalma nga. Chill. Out tayo. Boy,
Brody namamatay po.
out nga.
Promise. Tingin, pre, tingin.
5 seconds. Tore.
Perxiva, Mingwin, Lewis. Those were the most audible voices in the shot calling, specifically Perxiva. And there was one call that they made there in Filipino was Libro ni Coach, which is the book of Coach. Meaning that they have like some set textbook things that Coach teaches them to follow at specific moments. That's great.
Yeah, I think what's so cool about it also is the fact that they are so good at adjusting on the fly.
Yeah.
You know, it feels like from the start, sure, we're going to go Lord, but if there's a better approach, a better result to what could possibly happen, for example, Call's pick off from Kyle up top, they just went for it straight in. And that's just, again, amazing adaptation from Smart Omega, defeating Team Falcons 2-1. We still have one more game where we're going to toss you over to our hosts.
Thank you, casters. It has been a mind-blowing match between Team Falcons and Smart Omega. And here right with me is Ogwen, grabe pa rin ang smile mo after that match. Alam namin na unfortunate to para sa team nyo. But how are you feeling right now after that match? Is this something that you guys expected?
Expect talaga namin na malakas talaga yung Omega. Since talaga threat talaga sila kasi last season sila rin yung tumanggal nung win streak namin. Kaya yun, talagang respeto rin talaga sa kanila.
Okay, respeto pa rin para sa Smart Omega. And gusto ko lang din malaman, it has been a hard-fought battle for you guys. Saan nyo ba sa tingin nagkatalo yung team nyo? Decision-making ba? Sa communications?
Tingin ko pa lang sa tactics at sa nagkatalo. Kasi especially dun sa Angela Herrera combo nila. Doon kami na windang parang wala kami sagot dun sa pick nila. So, nung time na yun, parang wala kami masyado magawa. Tsaka, yun. bigla kaming nagulat dun sa pick nila.
Okay, sa strategy rin talaga na ihinanda ng inyong kalaban na Smart Omega. Pero Ogan, hindi pa naman tapos ang week 2 para sa inyo dahil bukas, you're going up against Twisted Minds. Ano ba ang aasahan namin sa inyo in that match?
Tingin ko babawi kami sa Twisted. Doon na lang namin yung babawi yung talo namin. Tsaka, yun, supportahan niyo kami.
Okay, maraming salamat, Ogwen. At ano naman mensahe mo sa lahat ng sumuporta all the way from the Falcons Nest?
Yun, thank you so much sa mga sumuporta sa amin. Tsaka pumunta ng venue, lalo na mabagyo ngayon. Maraming salamat sa inyo. Tsaka ingat kayo palagi. Yun lang.
Thank you so much, Ogwen of Team Falcons. At sa lahat ng ating manonood, ating mga super fans, huwag kayong aalis dahil mamaya lamang ay mangyayari ang ating epic rivalry that is between Team Liquid Philippines and Aurora Gaming. Magbabalik ang MPL Philippines Season 18.
Power your next side quest with Smart Power All.
Kalalaking tao naka-tote bag. Kalalaking tao mo, sir. Ito shampoo mo. Bago ka na, sir. Hindi mo ba alam?
Iba ang scalp ng mga lalaki. 1.5 times na oilier at mas pausin. 5 times na mas may chance magka-dandruff.
Dito ka na sa Clearman.
Got scammed buying MLBB diamonds? Don't worry! Joytify is here, top-up partner of MPL. Trusted by millions of gamers. My money-back guarantee ka pa. Kaya gamers say, recharge on Joytify now. Wait, we have another surprise for you.
Want to grab 1,000 diamonds and get Mobile Legends skin like him? Log in on Joytify now and get a chance to try Joytify MPL Lucky Spin. What are you waiting for? Try the MPL Lucky Spin on Joytify now.
Paano ko kaya sila masusuportahan ngayon ng mas maayos? Kailangan ko ba magpalit ng strategies?
Nagagampanan ko kaya ng maayos ang role ko? Will I be able to meet their expectations? We have to prove them all wrong.
Time to win.
We continuously enhance our services and steadily expand our destinations. China Airlines believes we can and should do better with an international standard. We safeguard your every flight and look to a sustainable method moving towards an era of green aviation. Together with China Airlines, blossoming in the sky.
From local barangay tournaments and neighborhood lineups to the biggest stages in the world, your pathway to glory starts right here. Welcome to MDL PH Season 8, where legends are forged and we are officially breaking limits. It all begins at the grassroots level. Hundreds of aspiring teams enter the open qualifiers in a ruthless single elimination bracket. Every game is a best of one. One misstep, and you're out. Win, and you keep the dream alive. Next up, Qualifier Finals. Here, the top open qualifier contenders meet the relegated independent teams from MDLPH Season 7 and our invited female powerhouse rosters. Divided into groups, they battle in a single round robin. Only the top 6 teams will earn their ticket to join the waiting MPL affiliated teams in the main league. Welcome to the main stage, the MDLPH Season 8 regular season. 12 teams clash across a multi-phase gauntlet through the group stage, last chance qualifiers, and play-ins, pushing everyone to break their limits. And here's the game changer. The global ban rule is officially gone. We're reverting to standard draft formats to ensure our PH contenders are fully armed and ready for international combat. The top 6 teams lock in for the playoffs in a high-stakes, single-elimination bracket, with the top 2 regular season teams waiting in the semifinals. With no global ban, teams will bring their absolute strongest comfort picks in BO5 battles, leading to a blockbuster BO7 grand final. The crown isn't all that's at stake. Our champion earns the golden ticket to represent the Philippines on the international stage. This is what it all comes down to, the inaugural Mobile Legends Bang Bang C Championship Tour, MCTC. Our MDLPH champions will face off against the absolute best academy powerhouses from Indonesia and Malaysia, alongside top incubation teams across the Southeast Asia region. This isn't just about regional pride. MCTC is the ultimate gateway to the M8 World Championship. The M8 World Championship, the ultimate stage where the best teams on the Earth collide in the land of dawn. From grassroots dreamers to world champions, the pathway is clear and the challenge is set. Are you ready to break limits? Tune in to MDLPH Season 8.
Witness the power of pure lightning! All that lies below is under my vigil.
kailangan mong gumawa ng tunog ng Falcon. Ngayon, in 3, 2, 1. Yung ibon.
Ay, ibon.
Good morning, class. Okay, please take your seat. Please take your seat. Yes, maraming salamat, Haji. Ikaw lang na naman ang umupo sa ating front row. And salamat din sa pag-attend ng classes sa ating mga boys in the back. Ayan. Okay, welcome back. Welcome back sa inyo mula sa inyong napakaikling bakasyon. Kumusta naman? Nag-enjoy ba kayo? Nag-enjoy ba? Okay. Good to know. Good to know. Alam nyo, sana nag-prepare kayo kasi ang alam ko, in-inform ko kayo na pagbalik nyo, meron kayong quiz agad. Question number 1. Nasa loob ang balat.
Sa loob ang balat.
Nasa labas ang laman. Ano yun? Yes, Marco.
Pako.
Marco, hindi. Yes, Ogwen.
Saging!
Hindi, nasa loob naman ang laman ng saging.
Balik ka na! Nasa labas ang laman.
Ano yun, Haji? Hindi!
Sa loob pa yung balat.
Yung kinakain yung nasa labas. Yung nasa loob. Hindi siya kinakain. Or gulay. Yes, Bert.
Bayabas?
Hindi. May balat pa rin ang bayabas sa labas, ha? Nandito siya na. Ayan!
Pineapple?
Hindi! Mais!
Next round tayo, mas mahirap to. Tongue twister naman, okay? Gayahin niyo ako. Kung ano yung sasabihin ko, repeat after me. Kailangan mabilis, kailangan malinaw. Okay? Tatawagin ko kayo isa-isa, ha? Pwede kayo mag-practice pero huwag kayo masyadong malakas ang boses. Okay? Okay? Babae sa bubungan, may bubuyog sa buhok.
Babae sa buyungan, babae sa buhok.
Can you repeat?
I will repeat. Babae sa bubungan, may bubuyog sa buhok. Owen, go ahead.
Babae sa bubong.
Aji, dahil lang dyan ka. Okay, go.
May babae sa bubungan, may bubuyog sa buhok.
Ang galing! Sinong gustong sumunod?
Ako!
Flap, let's go!
May babae sa bubungan, may bubuyog sa buhok.
Kyle!
May babae sa bubungan, may babae sa buhok.
Mali. Pagbigyan na natin. First, Ogwen, Marco, sinong gusto sumunod?
Marco! May babae sa bubungan, may buhok.
Malapit na.
Ako naman.
Isa pa. Oh, sige, pagbigyan natin.
May babae sa bubungan, may bubuyog sa buhok.
Yun! Ganun lang. First, ikaw na, iwan mo na yung dalawa. Oh,
May babae sa bubungan, may bubuyog sa buhok.
palakpakan natin.
May babae sa bubungan, may bubuyog sa buhok.
Ogwen!
May babae sa bubungan, may bubuyog sa buhok.
Okay, Marco, bilang ikaw ang pinakamabagal, kailangan mong gumawa ng tunog ng Falcon. Ngayon, in 3, 2, 1. Yung ibon.
Ay, ibon.
Parang kwago yun, pero sige, pagbigyan na natin siya. Matapit nang matapos ang quiz so far, parang nag-aral kayo, ha? Gusto ko lang sabihin.
Basic.
Ang galing nyo.
College lang, ma'am.
And feeling ko gusto kong tawagin ang inyong class president para rito. Mr. Ogwen, please stand up.
Alam ko na.
Mr. Ogwen, sobrang lapit nyo nang mag-champion last season. Unting-unti na lang talaga. Ano ang babaguhin nyo? Ano ang kailangan nyo gawin this season para mag-champion na kayo?
Manalo! Tama!
Tama ka.
Ngayon, isa-isahin ko na rin kayo kasi lahat kayo ay papasok na ng season 18. Kung meron kayong isang salita na pwedeng gamitin para i-describe ito, ano yon? Haji! Kyle!
Grind.
Flap!
Champion!
Birds!
Laban.
Ogwen!
Palag!
Super Marco!
Pilipinas.
Haji!
On hard.
Work hard. Dalawa yun. Pero pagbigyan na natin. Okay, thank you so much, class. Pasado naman yata kayo. Class dismissed. Thank you so much.
Pitongpot. Pitong...
Kayo na naman. Okay, sige. Tara, magsimula na tayo.
Ma'am, may quiz ba tayo ngayon?
Oo. At may parusa pa sa mga bagsak.
Ay, tara na!
Ma'am.
Ano ba dito?
Sige, ma'am. Malay mo.
Bugtong muna tayo. Okay, una. Laging tumatakbo, pero walang paa. What? Hindi, bubuksan mo lang ang generator pag walang kuryente. Yes, Savero.
Car.
First letter in Tagalog. O.
Oras!
Oras! Wow! Grabe! Super okay. Okay, very good, very good. Alright, next round tayo. Isa-isa kayo rito, ha? Kailangan nyo sabihin ng mabilis at malinaw at pagalingan kayo. Ito lang ang sasabihin nyo. 70 puting tupa. Hands, go!
70 puting tupa.
Wow! Savero wants to go next. Okay.
Pitong puting tupa.
Yeah! Okay. King Kong.
70 puting tupa.
Wow! Wow!
70 puting tupa. Clear. 70 puting tupa.
Class, quiet. Si Super Prince na.
Pitong puting tupa.
Yes! Dan.
Ay, dan. Ako na. 70 puting tupa.
Wow! Super Yoshi! Super Yoshi!
Okay.
Ano?
70 puting tupa.
Oy! Brusko!
Pitongpot. Pitong puting tupa.
Wow! Okay, Kurt.
Pitong puting tupa.
Yay! Okay, pero medyo seryoso tayo ngayon, class. Dati, tinatawag kayong super fam at kailangan nyo yun bawiin ngayong season 18. Tama?
Hindi naman siguro nawala, ma'am. Andyan lang yan. Kailangan lang namin ipakita ulit.
Oh, confident. Gusto ko yan. Narinig nyo ba yun, class? Oh, siya. That's it. Class dismissed. Okay, pero bago kayo umalis, sinong cleaners for today?
Susi ni Kuya Simon sinususi sing-sing.
Okay, start na tayo. Sit down, sit down. Alam nyo na dapat yung drill. Mabilis lang. Yes.
Maria Mailing, ma'am.
Opo.
Section po.
Opo.
Wala akong barong, ma'am eh. Pero,
Okay lang po.
thank you, ma'am. Sorry, ma'am.
Kung barong mo.
Okay, wala nang hahabol. Kompleto na tayo? Goods na? Alam nyo na dapat yung drill. Mabilis lang.
Ang dami na namin ginawang ganyan. Alam na namin lahat.
Okay. Sigurado ka? Sige, subukan natin. Bugtong-bugtong, maliit na bahay, puno ng tao. Ano yun?
Bubo.
Okay, tama. Mabilis pa rin pala. Eto, next round tayo. Tatawag akong dalawa. Carl, JP, pabilisan kayo rito. Sabihin nyo ah. Sabihin nyo ah.
Okay.
Sige. Susi ni Kuya Simon, sinusi sa singsing. Sino mauna? Oh, ikaw.
Sushi ko yung sayo mo sinisig.
Wala. Carl, ikaw.
Susi ko sa mo sinususi sing-sing. Ang pinaktis mo, boy! Pinaktis mo eh! Okay naman ah!
Isa pa! Bibigyan kita ng second chance. Carl, ikaw.
Susi ko sa mo sinususi sing-sing.
At dahil talo ka, alam mo na yung parusa. Kailangan mo sabihin kung ano yung goal ng team mo this season. Isang hinga lang. Okay? Go!
Nalaman porkit tayo.
Q&A naman tayo. Bilang defending champions and back-to-back champions, ano ang pinakamalaking pressure sa inyo ngayong season 18? Sino gusto sumagot?
Siguro yung expectations po, ma'am, na every season may kailangan kaming improve.
Kahit champions kayo, need nyo pa rin mag-aral. Tama?
While you're taking a break from the action, why don't you guys stretch your legs and go right here at the Team Liquid booth just outside of the MPL arena because nandito ang mga merchandise na iniintay nyo. And I'm here with Jericho, one of the community leaders of Team Liquid. Now, Jericho, ano bang nakikita nila sa booth natin?
Mga sweaters and jackets and mga jerseys po. Available po yung jacket namin, racing jacket namin is ito po. Then yung mga sweatshirt, white and maroon po. Then yung collab po ng Team Liquid Indonesia na Cosmos.
So from here on, they can check out all these jackets at makikita nila kung ano yung perfect size, kung ano yung perfect design. And of course, pag suot nyo yung Team Liquid jacket, parang nakukuha nyo na yung aura ng mga players nila. And while we're here, Jericho, at this side, nandito rin yung mga jerseys natin, tama?
Yes po. Ito po yung jerseys.
We have different kinds of jerseys right here. So, kung wala pa kayong ginagawa at iniintay nyo lang ang game break, you can go right here at the Team Liquid booth. But Jericho, at panghuli, pwede ba natin i-invite ang ating mga Cavalries na sundan ang mga pages ninyo?
Join the Cavalry, Facebook, Discord, and Messenger.
So make sure if you're here at the MPL Arena and you're just tumatambay, come visit the Team Liquid booth right here outside of the MPL Arena. Ayun, balik na tayo sa aksyon. Palag na to.
Bistoy. Ito lang kayo sa settings. Yun nga pala guys, sa may mga pasok ngayon tsaka pupunta ng MPL venue, ingat po kayo guys kasi malakas yung ulan.
Bait-baitan ah!
Sarap ko pala. Bait talaga ako, baliw. Malakas yung malakas yung bagyo eh.
Invite!
Ay, pa-invite ako. Low. Mic check.
Sino kaya mananalo, si Bitoy o ano? Tito?
Sino? Malamang, kay ano ako dyan.
Alam mo na yung laban ah.
Oo.
Kanino?
Ay, hindi kay ano ako dun.
Kay Bitoy ka?
Kay Toys Bit ako dun. Legit lang
Ako rin.
Alam ko na yung ano mo alam ko na yung sinasabi mo, Pangs eh. Alam ko na yung labanan dun, pre.
Ito na nga ba yung sinasabi ko eh. Ito yung pinakamahirap na part eh. Sa mga naapektuhan ng ulan guys, ingat kayo dyan. Pati sa mga pupunta ngayon sa venue. Sana mag-enjoy kayo at makauwi ng ligtas guys.
Buti na lang guys, nakarating kami ng safe.
Buti na lang nakahabol kami dito sa venue, guys.
Sobrang lakas ng ulan. May bagyo ata ngayon guys eh.
Guys, mag-iingat kayo sa mga balak pumunta sa games today.
Sana kayo din, safe din kayo.
Mag-iingat kayo, prioritize nyo yung safety nyo.
Wait lang guys, ayusin ko muna itong relo ko.
If hindi nyo kaya pumunta, manood na lang kayo sa bahay nyo.
Kamusta kayo guys?
Kawawa naman yung mga prinsesa ko.
Ingat kayo palagi May bagyo ngayon.
Mga baby cakes ko dyan, mga prinsesa ko. Ayoko na nababasa kayo.
Bye guys.
Lord, wag yung mga prinsesa ko, Lord. Kahit ako na lang. So, ingat kayo guys, ingat.
Handa sa laban, sandata sa aking kamay. Watch with my click, wavy fire in the eyes. Yeah, I walk with my head held high. Ano ba yung takot kung tore ang aking gabay? Eyes on the prize, do not, 'cause it's our time. Palag na to, me again, you already know. Automatic ka lang na Pilipino. Work is when we steal the show. Automatic ka lang na Pilipino. Lakas ng Pinas. Kami na ang batas. Lakas ng Pinas. Automatic ka lang na Pilipino. Taka, wait. Remind you kung anong na-obtain. Palaging first place, lakayo sa PH. I know Superman. I'm here 'cause I got God. My team is super fan. Eyes on the prize, Pinas, 'cause it's our time. Palag na to, me again, you already know. Automatic ka lang na Pilipino. Work is when we steal the show. Automatic ka lang na Pilipino. Lakas ng Pinas. Kami na ang batas. Lakas ng Pinas. Automatic ka lang na Pilipino.
Ito pa rin ang tahanan ng pinakamalalakas. At kasabay ng pagpasok ng panibagong season, ang mas pinatinding daan patungo sa Epic World Championship.
Epic rivalry. Para sa akin, parang
Friendly competition na to be written in history.
TNPH versus Aurora.
Epic rivalry, siguro unpredictable.
Parang Naruto versus Sasuke na parang laban na walang ending.
I guess for me, yung rivalry talaga between Edward and Sanford yung una kong maiisip. Whenever it's epic rivalry, although I know things are a bit different now.
Siguro kung sa MLBB, clash of disciplines talaga eh.
Chaotic playstyle, yung willing mag-adjust at saka mag-adapt.
Siguro Sanford versus Nats. Siguro magandang mapanood yun. A veteran versus someone homecoming.
Kung nasa previous patch tayo, I would have went for Nats versus Sanford. But considering now things are different, I would go for Coil and Carl TCS.
Pag naisip ko yung Nats tsaka Coil, naisip ko aggressive sila na player and very mechanically talented silang players.
Interesting naman since new faces sila and makakapag-rise ba kami sa occasion or hindi with them, dun siguro maano yung rivalry.
Siyempre, obvious naman yung advantage ko sa kanila yung experience ko and yung makakampi ko.
Our advantage siguro since dalawa yung bago, so may bago, playstyle or kung dynamics ng team kasi dalawa yung napalitan. So, epic rivalry for me is epic yung mangyayari which is yung clash, yung drafting pa lang.
Para sa akin, siya, absolute cinema na game and laging close fight din. Sobrang daming teams na lumakas din talaga kaya abangan ko muna kung deserve namin matawag na rival dito.
Kasi lahat naman is threat dito and yung TLPH is champion last season so I'll treat them as a rival kasi kung ano yung achieve nila last season yun naman yung gusto naming makuha.
Si Nats, ayun, matagal ko rin siya naging rival nung bago siya umalis ng Pinas. Masaya lang din na makakalaban ko siya ulit, pero ayun, ibang team na siya.
Gagalingan ko kasi ako na yung may title na kalaban si Sanford niyan. Gagalingan ko ng sobra.
Yung tingin ko sa kanila, parehas silang mechanically gifted. Nakita naman natin kay Coil nung MSC, tapos si Nats, tagal na rin naman niya na napatunayan nung nasa Pinas pa siya na magaling rin talaga siya.
Hindi naman ako masyadong parang feel na natakot ako sa kanila. bilang sila talaga yung mga naging champions for a long time na. So, I have really huge respect of them.
Advantage ko siguro yung chemistry namin is medyo buo na kumpara sa kanila na new team, pero it doesn't mean na lalampasuin namin sila. So, kailangan pa rin namin maganda sa kanila.
Advantage namin sa kanila, kami, younglings, baga. So, kami may parang potential to be the greatest in the future.
Mas TLPH yung laban this time around.
TLPH ang pinag-uusapan natin dito. Nagaling na sa multiple titles ng MPL, multiple international titles.
The OGs.
OGs pa din.
Dito sa epic rivalry na to, I'm gonna go with the veterans.
Abangan mo tong match na to.
Abangan niyo yung laban na to.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, same.
An epic rivalry is how we're gonna be ending off a triple header. Of course, the production had to put one together.
Yeah.
I mean, Hans Maria, Brigida, and Renmar. Sorry, man. We tried. You know we did. We really did.
I wish the countdown was 15 seconds direct.
Yeah, we did. Let's go straight to the walk-ins. Let's go straight to the walk-ins. 15 minutes. No, 15 seconds is going to be better for Bri, but definitely not for us because it's Aurora against Team Liquid Philippines to finally finish off today. Fortunately for everybody who is here, we're so happy and thankful that you guys are here. But for those who could not make it because of the constraints that have been happening with the weather outside of the MPL arena, don't worry guys, please stay safe. Just stay there because we will be here continuing the action at the comfort of your own homes while we are rebuilding the epic rivalry with some new members added to the cast. Yeah,
And we heard it earlier, was Carl TZ himself who said so many other teams got stronger, other regions got stronger, that you really have to look at this rivalry again and redefine what it means. Rebuild it to the point where it's epic again and not a double entrando of, oh, it's the epic rivalry because it's teams that are not performing as we expected to. So it's like epic the rank, haha. But epic in the sense of what it used to mean for the old stories. A story that stands the test of ages.
Yeah, because they're also currently going through rebuilding their own selves, them as a team, their identities. And again, this would have not happened if it weren't for all the things that they've been through in previous international showings as well, which is why they have so much to prove yet again as they continue to redefine what the epic rivalry is.
Are those supposed to be the shadows of Edward?
Yes.
Yup, if you're looking at it close, If you're looking at it close up, it is Edward and Demon Kite there. You see it in the glasses. You're gonna probably see it at the back of the screens if you're here. But for both Nats and Coil, I feel like they're still trying to find their footing in this current meta. There's a lot of things for them to chase, for them to start getting accustomed to, because for both Carl TZ and Sanford, it goes without saying that they're really good at what they do, especially playing here in the Philippines. It feels like they figured something out with the composition that they've had yesterday, where they mixed up the Minotaur together with the Atlas. Maybe that's something that they can build up in the future. But for Aurora, what exactly else is there for them to figure out? I know that there's a lot, but if there's anything that they can at least treat for this match today, what exactly is it going to be?
Is their chemistry. It's the 5 days since we last saw them in action, or 5 to 7 days since we last saw them. Enough for them to compensate for the fact that out of all the teams, they've probably had the least amount of time to actually be able to train with one another, to scrim, to build their chemistry. Look at the journeys of Coil and Nats. Both of them went from Paris to Astana to the Philippines. Probably at one point had to go back to where they started. Coil for Cambodia and Nats from a Taco Bell.
That's true. You know what? That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. You know, I think I gotta give major props to Nats here, man. It's not easy to make it back in a certain amount of competition wherein you are working in fast food over the States and then you're missing out on all of the action. Or maybe you weren't, but the competition is just not the same.
Yeah.
Even before going to Paris, they were in South America. Right. Was it Peru?
Yeah, they were in Peru.
They were in Peru,
Yeah, you kind of feel it too. Because even then, it was slightly different, but it was already not the kind of patch where you really expect Nats to thrive, or it wasn't the kind of patch where you were really used to seeing him play on the more action type of XP laners. And I think we also put up a I think, a graphic of how the XP laners currently in MPL Philippines Season 18 currently define what it is. And for him, it's really just shifting your priorities. It's more playing for and creating and opening up the map rather than before, wherein we were all so used to Nat's entertainment,
Right.
the highlights that you get to see from him as he plays his role in the XP lane. So it's, I think, a lot of things. You know, he had to work on chemistry with a new team and work on how he fits in this new meta himself as well.
Yeah, it's been tough for him. Hopefully we get to see a more refined version of Nats, but as of the moment, let's talk to our players with our hosts.
It's another day and another game to add to our series, to the epic rivalry, or should I say, rebuild. At nandito ko ngayon sa loob ng dugout ng Team Liquid Philippines with their XP laner, Sanford. Ngayon, Sanford, syempre mamaya seryosong aksyon. Pero ngayon, parang pwedeng manghula muna tayo sa charot cards. Ngayon, meron ka bang katanungan, Sanford, na masasagot ng barahan natin?
Ano ba yung tanong ko? Anong gagamitin kong hero?
Parang ang hirap naman lumabas sa card. Anong gagamitin mong hero? Sige, bumunot ka ng isa.
Isa muna.
Isa. Sabi ng una mong hero, parang mahirap i-interpret.
Ay.
Pero parang siguro nagamit ng Omega to kanina, pero parang hindi gumana, kaya nagbabay.
Siguro?
Siguro. So, yan ang una nating card. Ngayon sa pangalawa.
Ito.
Ayan. For your second card, alam mo, sabi, interpret ko daw tong card. Kaso hindi ko alam kung anong ibig sabihin nito eh. Ikaw na, Sanford, mag-interpret. Anong ibig sabihin nito eh? Ano ba? No words needed? Ano, gano'n na lang. Yun na. No comment. Parang si Carl, wala ka nang sasabihin. And last, your card.
Yes, sa una tayo.
Sa una tayo. Nako. Napanood mo ba yung match kanina ng Omega versus Falcons?
Tulog ako pero opo.
Tulog ka, pero sasabihin ko sa'yo na paaray doon si Daddy Ogwen kanina. Aray! So ngayon, mangyayari kaya ang nangyari dito sa charot cards natin? Makakakuha kaya siya ng XP na ginamit ng Omega? O mapapaaray kaya siya katulad ni Daddy Ogwen? Malalaman natin yan in a little while. Ngayon, Odin, ano bang nangyayari dyan sa other side with the Aurora Gaming? Odin, anong ganap dyan?
Mukhang meron din akong kaharap dito na makakatapat ni Sanford sa XP lane. Right here with me is Nats. Nats, ikaw ba ay handa nang malaman ang inyong kapalaran ngayong araw gamit ang aking charot card?
Handang-handa na.
Handang-handa na. At ngayon, ano ang katanungan na gusto mong masagot ng ating mga charot cards?
Nung una, naswertein ba kami?
Suswertehin. Teka lang, i-shuffle muna natin. Parang na-e-excite si Nats kung siya ba ay suswertehin. At ngayon na ilalatag ko ang ating mga baraha. Nats, pumili ka ng unang baraha. Huwag mong titingnan. Ako ang magre-reveal. Suswertehin ba kayo ngayon? Sa aking nakikita sa ating charot card, mukhang masaya ang ating mga players. Si Savero bilang gold laner at si Brusco bilang roamer. So ang swerte ay maaaring nasa kamay ni Domenkite at ni Light na nawawala. Paano kayo suswertehin nawawala si Light? Ngayon, pumili ka ng ikalawang baraha para malaman ang iyong swerte. Nako! Ito ang inyong kalaban na nagkakamay. Parang medyo kailangan nyo magkapit kamay para makuha ang swerte laban sa Team Liquid. And last but not the least, tingnan natin, baka ito na ang makakasagot para makuha nyo ang inyong swerte. Ah! Nats! Kakaiba ka talagang pumili at mga kalaban nyo talaga ang iyong nakukuha. Nats, anong masasabi mo dito? Parang ang hirap i-interpret kung siswertehin kayo kasi tinatawanan ka ni Carl TZ.
Sa ganyang image, parang parang feel ko sinasabi ni Carl, mananalo kami, masaya siya.
Masaya Huwag mo namang gawing malas yung team nyo. Sinasabi lang niya yun. Feel mo lang. Pero paalala lamang na itong mga charot cards na ito ay pawang mga gabay lamang at nasa inyong mga kamay pa rin kung talagang kayo'y suswertehin. Let's see kung nasa kamay mo rin, Nats, bilang XP lane. Ano ba sa tingin mo ang ilalabas mo dito sa match na to against Sanford?
Marami, pero hanggang dun lang.
Hanggang dun lang muna. Marami daw siyang ipapakita Sanford, hindi ganito lamang. Kaya naman tingnan na natin kung ano ang mangyayari sa loob ng Land of Dawn. This is the epic rivalry between Aurora Gaming and Team Liquid Philippines.
That was a pretty good tarot session, man.
Yeah. That was.
This never gets old, man. This never gets old.
It doesn't.
Your smile suddenly disappeared.
He kept getting liquid faces.
Yeah.
So
Getting liquid faces against Team Liquid, but we're also gonna get to the Infinix Cheataverse Keats to victory. Renmar, take us through it.
Read it, and you get it. You guys want to talk about this? Sure. Honestly, yeah, it all just revolves around the EXP lane. We go back to the basics of playing it here in the Philippines. I know during the little sizzle reel that we played, of course, you have to look at the junglers now in this era, but I feel like, especially for Aurora, it's important for them to be able to activate Nats. Because Sanford, for Liquid so far, has been activated, but just in a different way.
yeah, the anchor, as they say.
Yeah, I think not only that, but also the initiator in a totally different manner or idea. Because we're looking at setup Sanford. It's not the damage or sustain Sanford in a sense because he's using the Atlas, and I think that is what Liquid is exploring as of the moment. So I feel like if there is something that they can work on, it's probably trying to avoid that. Or maybe Nats could do something a little similar to that in order to match things up quite well.
But honestly, the setups, especially based on yesterday, don't seem to be solely coming from Sanford anymore.
Right.
They're one of the first few teams, if not the first, to actually put up a double setup tank lineup.
Yeah, and if this works out for Aurora today, then imagine then what could happen for them for the rest of the season.
Yes.
But going into this, I'm gonna be blunt. I have answered comments about this. People ask me, what's your prediction for this? I would not be surprised if Liquid ended up sweeping Aurora today. But if Aurora are able to take a game and even make this a really challenging series, then they deserve all the credit.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. I know you have a lot of things to say, but it's Aurora against Team Liquid. It's time to introduce our two teams.
This is the epic rivalry, the star match of the day brought to you by Smart. This is Team Liquid Philippines. In the EXP lane, Clear Legend Sanford! Carl TZ!
They counted us.
Daddy JP!
Let's go Liquid. Sanford on the front line.
Deadly Teddy!
Hold the line. JP coming through every time. Call TZ.
Team Liquid Philippines!
Greatest squad to ever do it. Legends in the making.
Into the light and looking to shine bright, Aurora Gaming Philippine in the EXP Nats!
Aurora, standing where the brave belong. Every storm just makes the roots grow strong. Guard it, every right, every wrong. For the homeland.
Coil!
On the ground, feel the earth awakening. History calling, no fear, no shaking. Honor in the soul, every step we're taking for the
light.
Night may fall, but the spark stays bright. Guided by the stories of those who fought right. Home in our hearts is an endless
Philippines.
Homeland in our veins till the lights go numb. Aurora, standing with the
Our head marshal, Wilbert! For Team Liquid, Coach Aeon. For Aurora, Coach Master the Basics. The stars align for the epic rivalry. MPL super fans, stand up and make some noise!
We're putting some life into rebuilding this epic rivalry. Team Liquid Philippines wants to keep the momentum going.
After that very close debut match they had against Falcons in week number 1, they've been on a 2-0 streak in both of their series, and they've seemed to learn and adjust so much, especially from that one entire month. We haven't seen them, and we clearly saw how they took to heart all the learnings from previous MSC.
That's going to be the same question and thing that we're looking for Aurora. Have they taken to heart the lessons that they've learned in the past week? Again, which is why it's so much more difficult now for Aurora heading into this, and why rightfully so they have to be looked at as the underdogs for this series. Liquid has impressed so far this season, while for Aurora, they do have that one-game win. But remind me, who did they fall down to earlier? Oh, right, yeah, it was TNC Pro Team who got to take them down. So, Aurora, if they get even a win here, if they win this series, then you have to give them all the credit for the huge turnaround that they were able to deliver in 5 to 7 days.
I mean, if you're looking at it again in terms of this team head-to-head, only the kill participation is where Aurora tends to thrive, and the others have been taken control of by Team Liquid Philippines. We're going to talk a lot more about this later on, but for now, let's look at the two teams for the Smart 5G Ping Test.
Wait lang, ayos lang sir. Scaling to scaling. Trinity lang, Trinity. Guys, pinapascale ko lang yung buhok ko, wag niyo ako i-judge.
Sabi ni Carl, Master Assassin ako.
So yun guys, Aurora kalaban today, gagalingan namin.
Master UT din si Carl eh. Pinakamalakas mag-UT.
Mainit pa to si Coil, galing MSC guys, kaya kailangan ko lang. Assassin God, Coil guys.
The UT man.
Yun, may iba ako skin. Daming fans ngayon ah.
We can talk.
Gio. Ay, walang skin na ano. Guys, talonin ko lang ni Sanjon, Bion Sele.
We can outstar, outlaw.
It seems like they're both at peace in momentum with what's about to happen for today. Carl TZ, we're seeing the confidence of this guy, and Coil also acknowledging the fact that Carl TZ is very masterful in terms of the utility junglers, but none of those we have seen over the course of the season, except for that Fredrin that was utilized from the last match.
And not by Carl, yes. It was Omega. Ryzen surprisingly being the one to use the Fredrin here in Season 18, but I agree, they've just been commending each other throughout the entire 5G Ping Test, and it's great. There's a lot of respect. They acknowledge the strengths of each other, but you know what? It's also a entirely different story now. Even Carl, we don't get to see him play his most signature picks anymore, at least based on most recent memory. And hopefully for Aurora, they've been able to figure that out too, because I think it was also them who previously were just going for comforts more than what the demands of the meta currently are.
Yeah, speaking of which, Coil just talked about him really wanting to prove himself because he knows that he can improve here and he can also get a championship here in the Philippines, not just in Cambodia and other parts of the world. We acknowledge the fact that he is very confident in himself, and we'll love that from him. It's just that it hasn't translated from himself towards the games just yet, and we're hoping that we see that today against Liquid.
Yeah, for Aurora, you have great individual players, but MLBB, out of a lot of MOBA titles, really magnifies team play, how well you play together as five. And Aurora have been vocal. We have heard a lot about how they have been tested in terms of how do we make this team that has not had a lot of playing time, training time, scrimming time together, up against a roster that though has changed from time to time in their gold lane, has won, how many is that? 1, 2, 3 MPL titles in a row now. An MSC title somewhere along the road there too.
There, you can see it a little better.
Yeah.
Oh, you're actually done with it already.
Yeah, good.
Sorry about that.
It's all good, man. I got you.
I kind of forgot about that. But hey, you did mention some individual prowess, and I think for both of these players, they do have it themselves. Carl TZ and Coil were MPL champions, but eventually in this jungler head-to-head, Carl TZ has just majority of it, and Coil needs to step up if they want to win this series.
On the bright side, they're close in a lot of aspects. Perfectly tied in terms of KP, but the KDA.
Yep.
It's so different. It's Carl with a much better KDA record so far compared to Coil. And I think it also has something to do with the Hirara just not getting the wins as much as you expected to, because I think he's been more often on the Hirara rather than a different jungler throughout their run so far here in Season 18.
We're going to be starting off this draft for the series with Team Liquid Philippines also tending or leaning towards the blue side and Aurora on the red. We're not going to be seeing some Serena games so far in this series. And in addition, the Matilda is yet to, or will be open once again, and the Rafaela is just the preference of a lot of teams here to not just pick it up or at least have it available for either side.
You're going to have to watch out for your damage profile. If you're going to be playing the Matilda and you will be leaning towards playing the Brody for you, we have seen today that there are responses to it, mainly shields. In Omega versus Falcons earlier, game number 1, they played the Melissa with an Aegis. Game number 3, they played a Angela for a Fulvius, for a Hirara, and the Brody of Super Marco struggled there. So if these two teams got to see the previous series, Matilda in the mid is a bit of a trap if you do not have the right damage profile for it. Liquid rush the Paquito, and that will most likely fall into the hands of Carl TZ as Coil gets his Aurora, and the Uranus is the instant response in the EXP lane.
And I think this is the understanding of the damage profile or damage output that you were talking about. Since the Paquito can deal a huge amount of burst, it was utilized by Cole a while ago in this series. And then the Hirara comes up very handy in certain situations. Now, you can at least add some more to that by just putting in or inputting some of those either sustain or some setups that would be essential in those team fights.
Yep, I agree. It's still a lot to consider, honestly, if you're Liquid. I mean, even the Belleric is still up there, but I'm wondering if that's the kind of playstyle they want, because it feels like they're going for a more active approach right now. Again, now that you have the Paquito especially, the Ruby just suddenly jumped in prio today.
Liquid decided to lean towards a lot of bursts. They have a great combo with the Ruby and Eudora, and Ruby is stock is rising in the EXP lane. Might be the EXP laner we have to actually watch out for now in this metagame. Aurora might be keen on taking away a lot of the continuous damage gold laners. With all of this dive and burst, a Clint would be great for Liquid. Even though it is burst, it can deliver burst in continuous fashion. But then I wouldn't be surprised if they also want to consider something like the Claude if Aurora doesn't ban it out. So Liquid have burst, but they're up against a Uranus, so they need someone who has like a Demon Hunter sword, something like that, can build the Trinity.
Okay. And I guess they're going to be building, or at least picking, on towards this Brody. So the early game damage is going to be solid here for Aurora. And I could say the same thing for Team Liquid Philippines.
So the interesting thing here is, I wonder what the chances are of Liquid suddenly swerving the Paquito into the gold, putting the Ruby EXP. But then that puts a lot of your main sources of damage just being burst again. And then you're going to have to find, what, a jungler that is built through attack speed, which we know historically has not worked so well in the past. Unless they suddenly surprise with a YSS, but I don't know. He's not really like the attack speed shredder that he's known to be, and might not be the best. I think they just lean towards putting the Paquito in the jungle and then a gold lane with Shred.
Okay. And maybe that's a much safer way to go, I feel, because Aurora, based on their previous games, have a tendency to rather play for late. So I don't know if another scaling composition would be more of a consideration right now. They previously brought out even a Sicilian in one of their previous games.
Oh yeah, that's true. It just didn't work out well for them, and that is the signature Sicilian pick. But I have a question. If Liquid needs Shred, why didn't Aurora play the Belleric?
Yeah.
Why would they ban it out instead of picking it up for themselves at Red 4? You see that dive, you see Paquito, you see Ruby. If the Belleric gets pulled, it's not good for the team with the Ruby. Ruby would have slotted perfectly for Aurora at Red 4.
Or maybe they'd just rather not have Liquid take it for themselves.
No,
If it's
again,
like-
they could have picked it up at Red 4 and Liquid cannot take it.
We don't know what Aurora's cooking, honestly. Maybe it's not also part of their options.
Yeah, one thing that they're banking on as of the moment is that Brody and the Herrera. That is the early game damage that could be essential for them up until maybe the 5 minutes of this game. Other than that, they need some sort of answers towards this Ruby, which is gonna be annoying them every now and then, especially in terms of the cuts in the lanes, the turtle takes, even the Lord Sieges. This is a hero that could potentially be present in majority of those team fights before the others have arrived. So a Navaria and a Lilia is going to be taken out by Liquid, and then a Kaja Belleric for Aurora. Weirdly enough, because they are those are the two heroes that would have least been consistent or easy for Aurora to execute.
They still have the Badang available for them in the roam. Badang or Minotaur would be great, especially since your burst type. A motivation or can help you regain your own HP and for the rest of the team. But if they're cooking something as you suggested here, Brigada, then they might pick up their UA pick first and then pick up their roam for last.
Yeah, and if it's a mage that's again something you expect to be paired with something, then maybe that can tell us a bit more. But it's instead a Juicin. So it's a very close range looking lineup for Aurora right now. I mean, you could say the same for Liquid, I guess.
The only game win that Aurora has had this season against TNC Pro Team last week was through the juicing of Yue.
Yeah.
And there was a fast-paced snowball win. They might try to replicate that.
Yeah,
It could just be a Clint because of the juicing, Uranus. You don't see the matchup. Not sure how they feel about playing the carry into the Brody. Melissa's gone. Yeah, either the Clint or Moss,
Yeah.
Kov, Claude.
There you go. It's,
Clint. Yeah.
Liquid are just not hesitant about going raw damage, you know? Like, I think even based on previous lineups, and that's Marcel to wrap up the draft. So it's not a lot of tank heroes for Liquid, really. I think this is starting to become it's either they go double tank,
or no tank
or
at all.
no tank at all.
Yeah, it's true. Because, again, basing it on what Omega's pickups were, so long as you have enough sustain or at least have enough shields, you will be able to survive in certain team fights. And I think that's what the Marcel provides here. If it's not the Marcel, it will be the Ruby that can have those lifesteal. And individually, I would say that the Paquito also has enough shield, so they can be able to stay alive in certain amounts of the fight. But against Aurora, that could have a potential Sky Piercer built up. This is what they're going for. So both teams having totally different drafts here. You're looking at the Minotaur and the Uranus. It's two chunky boys for Aurora. On the other hand, that's a Team Liquid Philippines with just a ton of shields and enough sustain, hoping that they could stay in the game for long.
Yeah, and more burst than Shred. And
That's
now
true.
you have to deal with the Minotaur and the Uranus. So you might as well just really go all out and secure a snowball, because if not, it's looking like a tough task to deal with these front lines that Aurora have decided to draft.
But there is a window 3 to 4 minutes in for Liquid to be able to build the Stampede through that. Not allow Aurora to set up one of our keys to victory earlier. For Aurora, if they can just hold out, control, trade some kills early, then start packing Sky Piercer stacks for either the Brody or maybe even the Juicin, we're not sure, then they might be able to turn it around. Which, again, it seems like it's easier for Liquid to get their condition over Aurora, for them to get theirs.
Again, looking at the first series, or should I say the first game of this series, Team Liquid Philippines has all Purifies and Retribution. and being wary of some of the crowd control skills that both Yue and Light will provide, they're going to have to find a way to at least initiate first, given the burst damage that they have in this matchup. Welcome to game number 1. It's Liquid going up against Aurora.
Yeah, it's all flickers for Liquid. Oh, Sanji! Ooh, not
Shields.
using his flicker. He is going to be okay here. There's a passive too, so he's going to be fine.
Yeah, play around that juice hints. Aurora know that they have a condition that they can tick early on. They have to be dominant in the center of the map, keep sending Sanji back, stop Sanji and JP from being able to disrupt the rotation of Coil. If Aurora can win Turtle 1, keep things level in terms of the kills, and then win Turtle 2, then Liquid might just be in a tougher series than we expect.
Yep, and down bottom, that is the matchup that a lot of people have been talking about. You know, Nats and Sanford, with Nats leaning more towards that sustain hero in the Uranus. He's used that a couple of times all throughout the season, but it kind of limits down his ability to just set up for his teammates. And I think that's what he's supposed to accept for this meta, that he's not going to be setting up just like how he used to. He just has to stay alive or maybe just capture the attention of his opponents in order for them to win the games.
Yeah, he admitted that. So there is a bit of adjustment. There's a need for an adjustment clearly from that side. But so far he's been handling it well. I think both sides for Aurora have been working out pretty well. If you take a look at Doming and even Nats and the way that they control him so far, oh my goodness, that's a Purify forced out of Yue.
That's quite big. That's quite easy for them to execute. Now it's Liquid in position. Coil is going to be there with a purple buff, but at least 60% remains in the Turtle HP.
Sanji's not level 4 yet. Oh! But they still get to find first blood onto Nats, and now they might be looking for more. Turtle still under control. That's going to be the Crimson Beacon in from Yue. They want to keep fighting. Sanji's trying to look for a target, and he finds Yue, but it's going to be Coil securing the objective. Now Light has to flicker out to safety. JP going to go for the chase. It's another flicker from Sanji. It's just been Sanji with these up positionings, but they seem to be working.
Yeah, Doming had to rotate down to the bottom to threaten Team Liquid's hold there in the Turtle. Aurora able to secure it. I thought the Aurora were done for there with Nas going down early, but Yue using the Crimson Beacon, going forward, sacrificing himself somewhat since he uses Purify, heading into that Turtle. Liquid got 2 kills, but Aurora got the objective. Balances things out.
That is an almost 300 gold lead that has been taken care of by Team Liquid Philippines, but a fight is about to ensue again, and Light just uses a bit of those healing spells in order for them to go, but Carl Teezy's not allowing him to go home with just a 50% HP bar. He wants it to go down to 25, and I think TLPH is just forcing Aurora to step out and fight them in certain instances so that they can use their kits that will be efficient in the early game.
Yeah.
We also need to see if Aurora can continue doing that as the game goes on, with Nats falling down quickly. It's only going to be Light that forces you to go forward with the Crimson Beacons. So how many times can they keep doing that before Team Liquid Philippines punishes them? Just needs to be some slightly tweaked communication between Aurora and their EXP laner, when they're going to go forward, when they're going to stay back.
Yeah, I think the way Liquid are playing this Paquito Eudora is exactly what TNC might have wanted to do earlier in the series. And it's a very calculated approach to finding just the right targets to burst down and not just putting yourselves in risky positions every now and then. Okay, but JP gets to spot out Light. Doming already below half HP, and they are not going to force this. They do get to take some energy shields out of that, though.
But still, it's an unconverted kill because they've allotted 4 bodies in order to be able to take down Teddy. But good sighting.
Whoa!
Another has been taken down, and it goes into the hands of Coil. With that being said, without any sort of retribution, it's just Liquid taking another Turtle.
Things balance out of the Turtle, but leading to it, it was the jungle that was taken down. Liquid are on the way to stampeding to an early game lead. If Aurora lose more bodies, if they take Doming, if Doming goes down here, it's not going to be good.
Okay. There's a heal. There's going to be a lot of support towards Doming, so he's going to be fine. But that was a very unexpected flicker from Sanji. He timed it in the best way possible to catch Coil off guard, and that is a huge win for Liquid, obviously. Not necessarily converting it to anything yet in terms of structures, but you can see it in terms of the gold lead. It's slowly starting to balloon. and they are freely able to rotate around the map.
It's really funky how that kickoff happened too. Because Yue and Light were nearby, but it's like they were protecting the two side alleyways while they left Coil in the middle. Of course, they want Coil to be able to clear up the mid, get some resources for himself. But then it just led to him getting picked off. Aurora rotated away from the center, didn't check, and then sent their jungle to clear alone, even though they were close by. It's off timing. It's such a weird timing.
Yeah, this is just some rotations from Aurora. Hasn't been working so far, but here comes the Minoan's Fury.
They want to go for Stanford right now, but he gets the flicker out to safety. That's the Golden R catching Light too. They might go for the punish right now. But the damage will have to be there. Never mind, because Carl TZ eventually comes through. But the damage, the counter engage from Aurora. They trade out their roam for the jungler of Liquid.
They finally got one. Unfortunately, it went onto the hands of Nats. It would have been better if it's someone else, but at least they've managed to tie the situation.
Yeah, they take down Carl TZ, and that slows things down a little bit for Liquid. Still, they have a lot of control that they can play through. Look at that burst!
Oh my gosh.
Forcing out the Crimson Beacon from Yue.
That's just a ton of damage when you think about it. It's TLPH able to at least farm up quite well, get a couple of kills, maybe a total of 4, to still have a 2,000 gold lead entering this next turtle of the fight. 1-1 for Liquid and Aurora, and they're going to be in position, but Aurora's still waiting for Coil that's in the jungle, or that's in the orange, and is just on his way there.
Whoever wins this fight is going to get Lord 1, because with how the maps are looking, with what the heroes look like right now, whoever wins a big fight here could lead to a snowball.
Okay. And they will deal a decent amount of damage towards Light, but there is the motivational roar. He's gonna be fine. That's gonna be the Minoan Fury though. Golden R trying to intercept Aurora. They get to find Nats through the I'm Offended, and he finishes him off. Light falls down too. No frontliners are available for Aurora, but Doming finds a double kill. Aurora actually lose 2 for 2.
2 for 2 trade, but Liquid gets the turtle. Team fighting for Aurora difficult because of Sanford's micro stunts. All the crowd control that Liquid has, even if it's just a little bit, is throwing Aurora off of their tempo and off of their game in team fights. But again, the light for Aurora is the fact that Domen got 2 stacks on his Piercer.
Yep.
Looking at it again, it's just great initiation. It landed on the 2. That was a golden hour, but there's just a lot of knockups, and even so, Team Liquid Philippines was able to find something, get a couple of kills. But if you are Aurora, at least you're able to give 20 stacks to the Sky Piercer of Doming, and it's going to be helping you to at least weather the storm that the LPH is about to do in the middle lane.
Okay, but Nats had to use the consecration! With 3-man, I'm offended! From Sanford! They eventually take down just 2 in the process, but that's massive for Liquid.
Apex effing Predator! That's Sanford for ya!
My goodness! He just took them like he's their friend. I don't understand how that happened, but TLPH, there is just something about this team that you do not understand every now and then, and they're now leading by 4.
Sanford hitting them with a Halika Dito right quick.
Sanford just hit it with a, hi, how are you, Vic?
Hi, how are you?
That's me, that's me.
Oh, that's you. Okay.
Yeah, you know what? Sorry about that. Anyway, keeping it going, TLPH. Just really with an I am offended, and he really was offended on that one. It's 5K, and just when we thought that Aurora has finally found a silver lining, it's TLPH again shutting the door on their face.
Yeah, you kind of just really panic when it's Liquid who goes first, considering the amount of lead that they already have. It's really panicky because it's a burst comp. So once you get caught by whatever setup Liquid tries to go for, then it's pretty much expected that you would go through massive amounts of damage. And even though Aurora have a lot to utilize in terms of a punish, they might need a bit more time to set up.
Yeah, dude, but that's the thing though. If you want to go, if you're Aurora, would you really want to go set up first, given that you don't really have a good amount of wave clear?
Oh, but if you don't go first, look who goes first. That's another 2-man I'm offended, and a double kill for Teddy. Carl TZ finding Light in the back lines, and now they're after Coil. But eventually, he still survives. JP trying to go for the dive, and he finds the kill. It's a near wipeout if it weren't for Doming.
He decided to back off. The rest of Aurora probably just told their gold laner, go back, handle the minion waves. We got it here. As expected, after Turtle 3, Liquid gets Lord 1 And Aurora might just be looking to go next. All of the crowd control that Liquid has. Too much for Aurora to handle.
They're going to be able to protect that mid lane inhibitor, but as soon as that Lord spawns, I don't think they will be able to anymore. They're going to be banking on Domeng that unfortunately was caught in the crossfire at that moment. It's a 12-3 kill score with a 7.8k gold lead. It's too much, maybe even for Aurora to handle.
At this point, you have to worry about the Lord Siege that Liquid are about to do. There's a flicker available for Sanford. All of their ultimates are going to be up, and the amount of leads. This is an 8k gold lead.
Yeah, it's a dire situation as of the moment for Aurora. They still have holy shields on both sides, but Liquid is targeting the middle, and the Lord is going to be crushing slowly into their base if they don't do anything about it.
And that's where they didn't have any holy shields left.
Yikes. Uh-oh. Endable here, but the minion waves. Liquid's gonna be looking for the next one.
Yeah.
They still have the Lord. Oh, Sanford already used his ultimate.
Okay, he gets knocked up by the Lantern Flare, but that's gonna be a don't run Wolf King. Golden R though, it stops Coil from joining in the fight, and now Light are isolated, and Nats is isolated.
Carl.
They get to find more knockups. They eventually take down Carl and JP, and it's shut down and more stacks over to Domeng. They can potentially defend this, but the Thunder's Wrath! Sanji finding a double! Aurora, despite that opening, Sanji still somewhat saves it for Liquid.
San, what about Sandy, I guess? Perfect stun. The Thunder's Wrath setting things up for Teddy. Could have been so much worse for Liquid. They get to reduce Domeng by 10 stacks. But that's a warning shot from Aurora. It might not just be as over as we thought it was.
Just look at the approach here from Yue, using that Crimson Beacon, carrying, stacking on one, and then carrying the other means that they will be able to have a chance to eventually come back into this game. We cannot deny the burst damage of Liquid is there, but Aurora, they're seeing the light at the end of the tunnel no matter how far it may be.
Happening live, or happened live, as Coil able to take away the orange buff of Carl. Liquid answers suit by stealing the orange of Aurora. 6,000, but Domeng at this point should be at around 30 stacks after he got to up to 40.
Yeah.
He got taken down. He should be at 31. And it's not that far in terms of the gold. It's all on this juice in and the peeling that Yue can provide for Domeng. That's a difference maker for Aurora.
Yeah, it's just so unfortunate, so fortunate that Domeng is starting to build up on his items already, and we're starting to see some sort of at least control, because that is what I kind of was looking for in terms of those team fights. If the Crimson Beacon is not going to be there, if Yue won't be around those clashes, there will be no other way for them to control, get the crowd control done. So Team Liquid Philippines would have to think of something else. They still lead by 6k though. Maybe that's what they have to utilize, just overwhelm them with damage.
I agree. That started with Yue. So it might have to be Yue this time, but that's the Golden R. They're trying to stop Aurora from getting into the Lord Pit. Carl TZ secures the objective. Aurora might want to go for the fight, but Liquid do not want. That's going to be a flicker from Light. He gets to find the knockup on Carl, but the damage from Liquid, they're bursting them down. Nats has fallen, but it's going to be a 2-for-1.
The Lord marched out right away. Aurora wanted more bodies, but Liquid are chasing. Look at Carl ushering in the Lord through the mid with Sanji and Teddy.
He doesn't care.
They do not care at all. It's a 4v3 situation. Make that a 4v4 with the Lord on their hands. It's a Clint, Ayodora, and Carl TZ using this Paquito, and they made a business decision here, man. They're just gonna let it go, stay alive, hope to fight another time, and let's take the Lord and just maybe finish it off right there and then.
That was a great entry by Light.
Yeah.
Liquid might have been able to use that Lord more if Light didn't use the Despair Stomp flicker so that he could get close enough for an impactful Minoan Fury. As we look back at the instant replay, it was Aurora who started the Lord. It was Liquid who swept in and stole it away. Watch Light, Despair Stomp, flicker, got 3. Minoan knocks up Carl. And again, the difference maker, that juice in, helping provide space for the Brody. Domeng is now back up to 40 plus stacks. Liquid have to watch their engagements every single time.
Yeah, and not only did Light just hit one, it would have been better, obviously, if it managed to hit multiple targets. But he created so much space to divide that team fight into giving Aurora a significant advantage in terms of just bringing down two of their other members. It translated into a 2-for-1 take by the Northern Lights, and maybe that's something that they can use over and over. That Domeng doesn't really have a huge amount of damage, but you will start to show himself, and maybe the others too. Even Coil is going to be showing himself in this later portions.
It's a really good trend.
Yeah, there's about to be a busted amount of shields for this Paquito as Carl Tizzy built a rose gold meteor. I believe his immortality was procced last time, so he switched it out, gets RGM, because again, Paquito loves shields. A lot of shields for the Paquito. You get the Queen Swings, a lot of more spell vamp. Could be not as easy to take down Carl Tizzy here. While for the rest of Aurora, Coil has already been... Wait, no, Coil still just needs a BOD as his final item. Doming's been good for quite some time. I think once Yue gets to full build, Team Liquid Philippines, it's going to be even a much bigger struggle. Despite the map looking great for them, you see how Aurora have been able to win some team fights, balance some team fights out. This is one bad team fight for Liquid away from Aurora just taking the win.
That's right. I mean, 4-0-6 for Teddy. We've seen the burst damage that a Clint can provide in this certain moment, but for Team Liquid Philippines, slowly but surely, that lead is dwindling down, and Aurora is starting to feel that they have some sort of control, but for Team Liquid Philippines, obviously, they have to maximize the macro capability of things because of the fact that the long lane has a minion wave that they can push slowly but surely, but Aurora's gonna have to make a choice.
Okay, Consecration already popped here by Nats. Aurora are trying to find positioning. They're gonna go and knock up Sanford, but he already has an immortality right now. There is gonna be the snapshots from JP, and it's looking like a dance between Liquid and Aurora.
Yeah, Aurora knows that they should not bring the Ruby closer to them. Oh, Sanford missed it!
He missed it. He did not get to land that I'm offended, and now Aurora are clearly trying to go for something. That's a Purify already forced out. He the knockouts. It's Sanji that they eventually take down. It's a pickup for Aurora, and a clear advantage for them prior to this objective.
The question is, does Sanford mean to use the flicker there? We can only assume, but the miss on the I'm offended was a massive fumble.
All right, now it is going to be Aurora trying to take control of this objective. Light is blocking the way. There still is a Minoan Fury, but the Golden R is gonna capture it.
Wow!
Oh my
God!
What a play!
JP, what the hell did you just do? That was really cool!
How did he find it?
And Aurora telling him that that's his fault. It really is him, but it's all worth it.
Worth it!
Oh my goodness, he just did a Carl Tizzy cosplay, and you know what, Carl? You're far away. I'ma do it myself.
Show us how it's done, Unk!
He turned into a stack, but they got the Lord.
Oh my gosh, Unk Gaming with another Lord steal, man. All the Unks in the chat are probably happy about that, or they're probably shutting up. It depends if they're bashers or criticizing.
Yeah.
Hey, it's Liquid versus Aurora. The hate watch numbers right now are insane.
Are insane, and the numbers are starting to lean towards the side of TLPH, but because they are only 4 members, it limits TLPH from maximizing the Lord use, but it also disables Aurora from maximizing theirs in terms of the late game.
Wow, this is again Aurora playing for late. This is starting to become a pattern for Aurora, honestly. They just really like prolonging the games and playing during the late decisions, but look at JP. This is a JP play right here.
I'm trying to see how it happened exactly. Was it because there was just a slight bit of health left when Coil used Retry, and then of course it was JP who got it with a Thunderbelt basic attack?
Yeah, I think so. Because the retribution animation was there.
Yeah. Ah, wait.
JP.
Yeah, it was JP.
It was JP.
The reason was because it's JP. But hey, Team Liquid Philippines, again, they started off that siege towards the middle lane inhibitor with a 7.7k gold heat. It's slowly begun to decrease with a 5.4, 5.8, and then it became a 4.6. Redmar, I think you have your answer.
Yeah, Coil used his Retry There was 2,600 remaining on the Lord.
Ah.
So by the time, even when he got out, it was really a 50-50. And JP won the 50. No more retching for Coil already at the crucial moment.
They were just all going for it.
50-50 plays are just off the charts here. The Saturday triple header. But hey, for Aurora, they are more than happy to prolong this fight given the trajectory of things that have been happening here for Doming, who has 6-1 and 4 KDA. That's a decent amount of stacks for the Piercer already. And on the other hand, you also have Teddy, who is still unscathed. Although both of these gold laners would have to tone down in terms of the damage output, because that's how their heroes are.
Yeah.
It's still a solid opportunity for both Light and maybe for JP to set things up, given that it's going to be an extended team fight no matter how we look at it.
51 stacks on Doming though.
Ow.
That's looking like a lot.
That's why Liquid didn't want to risk the push, even though it was 4v5 and they still have a frontliner with them. If they start turning into stacks and this goes to 80 again, Aurora might just be able to stretch this out and then win it. 21 minutes, epic rivalry. We asked how are they going to redefine it, and just in this game alone, they have redefined it already. Or at least reset status quo for our expectations of this match. Should be still anyone's game. Sanji and JP flanking from behind.
They're gonna look for a play.
It again, looking at the play, Yue might be at least checking it straight up, and then they're gonna find him again, but they will be able to escape, and no conversions are gonna be found. Sanji doesn't use his flicker, so it's gonna be A-okay. They're now gonna be facing head-on, fist forward, face-to-face.
Thunder's Wrath cooldown isn't long. It's gonna be back soon enough. Aurora, they know they need to do this before the Eudora gets her ultimate back.
And Yue doesn't have the Purifier available! The knockup's helping Liquid too, bursting down Light! He gets caught in the golden arc, going away, but he gets bursted down by Teddy as well. It's Nat's Nest, the next target! He's trying to run away, but a flicker from Teddy finishes him off! It's a double for Liquid and they secure the Lord!
45 seconds before Light lives. Nats needs 50, but the Lord is gonna be spawning in 3.
Space created by the golden hour of JP. He might just end up running away with the MVP of this game.
Gosh.
They got Light, and the golden hour was placed perfectly. Domeng, Yue could not find a good angle to help. Coil went forward, got a bit of damage off. He got stunned by Sanji. He backed away, and now it leads to this. Liquid, it's endable.
All right, that is going to be an eye offender. Coil, one man down, making it 2. Look at that golden hour coming in from JP, and that's all they need. Liquid take game number 1.
It went for as long as Aurora would have wanted, but Team Liquid Philippines still in control of the very first game.
More epic than we thought it would be to start things off in this epic rivalry. The first edition of Season 18. Could have gone either way. It started off with Liquid in the lead, but it turned into Aurora being able to extend the game as long as possible through their Juicin and Brody, who was getting hella stacks.
Oh, what a game this has turned out to be for a moment, or at least 75% of this game. Team Liquid Philippines have always had the upper hand, but it felt like for us, there's been some answers for Aurora with Doming building up on his piercers. There were even moments where Yue was showing some signs of brilliance, but those late game decisions, those micro mechanics that have been activated by Team Liquid Philippines is really what put them over the top.
That play from Sanji and JP cheering that Lord. The way they were just really trying to focus all of their attention to Yue because he seemed very out of reach. And look at him holding a camera!
I mean, cameras, they are meant to capture light. That's exactly what JP did.
That's a bar.
Wow.
That's a bar,
wow.
Bar.
Thank you.
Somebody clip that, man.
Somebody, please.
Somebody clip that. I would be so disappointed if nobody clips that. But I'm never disappointed with how JP was able to take that Lord, man. Out of all of the Northern Lights, he just caught it. And that was his Kodak moment.
He was all alone there, but he still got to take it away. Again, it was also off of a slight miscalculation on the retribution from Coil, but nonetheless, though, for him to take the risk and go for that steal.
A professional risk taker is what I would call it, man. Just being in there, taking Carl TZ's job, not even having the retribution. And to be fair, Aurora did an excellent job in zoning out Carl TZ and what could possibly be a retribution steal. But again, JP is what kept them alive for majority of the time. He was able to set up for his teammates.
Yep.
And I think that's what Light was doing also in this game, which is the reason why Aurora has managed to come back eventually. But again, the Roamer in the Roamer matchup, it's JP wanting up Light in this specific moment.
Yeah. But I gotta say, Light was impressive in this game too. But you end up realizing then again the power of the golden hour. Even if you don't catch anyone, it's such a huge zoning tool. This was Light's Kodak moment, of course. This is what kept Aurora in the thick of things, despite Team Liquid having the 7,000 gold lead, all the resources that they had. But oh man, all the crowd control really.
Yeah, that's
that.
Like, how did that even happen?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure even Close Rubbing said, wait a minute, I used my retro, how come it didn't kill it? Is there now an interaction with Golden Hour delaying the damage brought out by Retribution? There shouldn't be, because the Retribution damage is always instant. It's not like it's a projectile.
Okay.
There's an animation for it, but then once you press it, it happens.
Yeah. The burst pickoffs from Liquid were very instant though. Like,
Yeah, oh yeah.
when they set their eyes on something, it's gonna be a flicker, I'm offended, into the combo for Sanji or even Carl. And that's, I think, one of the worries I had in the start of the game, because it felt like they were winning out big. Aurora were winning out big on the sides, so I really was looking at how they could convert that to the first objective. But for some reason, Nath's getting bursted down by, I think, just Carl. Yeah, that already tells us a lot about how the snowball was looking like for Team Liquid.
Yeah, it's hard to be a frontliner in this day and age.
Yeah.
That's why for heroes such as Ruby with all that tempo stopping, Uranus is still a really great pick. Don't get us wrong here. But the difference between the two, Ruby has that spell vamp somewhat innate in her. All of that chaining of crowd controls increases your chances of being alive. As a Uranus, you're literally just a sponge.
Yeah.
That fights back a little bit.
You can only do so much.
Yeah, you can only do so much. After all of that burst damage, bro.
Like, you can just heal, you can enter a team fight again, and then heal against the carry, which is Teddy, that is brought to you by Visa. 93.4k in terms of damage dealt. He was very under the radar in these team fights, but you also have to admire that because of the fact that he didn't need to show himself too much, just knowing where the right positions are for them to finish off some of the members of Aurora Gaming.
Yeah, for up until a certain moment in the game, he was the highest damage dealt, if not throughout that entire game. And he didn't... Was he actually taken down? Did he have a death? I don't think he has a death
406, yeah.
throughout the entire game. So
Who?
Teddy.
Yeah, 607.
Right? So he was very particular with his positioning there.
Very solid, and you also are in position to celebrate every victory that starts with confidence. And every champion deserves support that performs just as hard as they do.
That's why gamers, creators, and pros trust TT Racing Philippines for ergonomic chairs and smart workstation solutions built for long hours of play and work.
Whether you're making game-winning plays or streaming, TT Racing keeps you comfortable every step of the way. TT Racing, we have your back.
Just like us, we're here, sitting with our backs very comfortable on it. And of course, just in case you are out of your chair and you are ready to travel to your next offline quest, welcome aboard China Airlines, connecting gamers across Asia, North America, Europe, Oceania for over 6 decades.
Consider this as your premier fast travel unlock. Enjoy state-of-the-art A350 and 777 fleets, Oriental-inspired cabins, and chef-created regional cuisine that'll keep your stats maxed out.
Business, leisure, chasing your next big win. China Airlines is your ultimate gateway to Asia and beyond.
Yeah, there.
Yes.
I appreciate that. Hopefully we get to see a lot more from them, as we can also get to stay sharp and refresh in every match with SIP Purified Water, delivering a crisp, clean taste that quenches like no other. SIP Purified Water, hydration that's made for legends. Here you go. You can take mine. Oh wait,
I just gave him one.
Okay.
We share.
Yeah, no worries. You can take your drink while I speak and talk, because this still is SIP segment, and slowly we're gonna be disappearing from the SIP segment, and we're finally gonna see the action. Or in fact, you've already seen the action anyway. Now check out the reaction. Here's the best crowd moment, brought to you by Infinix GT. Pulso ng Bayan.
It has to be, right? That lucky super fan, by the way, is bringing home an Infinix GT Watch 5 Pro.
Yay! Imagine you're just cheering, you're being happy for your team, and now you're gonna get a watch. And there he is.
Yeah.
He's gonna get a watch. He's gonna get a. So I would have thought that you get to enjoy the game and you win. And of course, given by our very own Thea Franco. Does she reveal her last name? Oh, Thea.
You know what? It's fine. They say it over the UAAP.
Yeah, it's
anyway.
there.
It's okay.
So if we were you, come watch here live at the Champions Arena and get a chance to be featured in our Infinix GT Pulso ng Bayan.
Congratulations, you are the winner. He's very happy about it, and as you should be, man. Congratulations for winning that. Brought to you, of course, by the Infinix GT Watch. Thank you for continuously supporting MPL Philippines, and from the looks of it, going back to this matchup, Aurora, finally, you know, it feels like we're seeing some sort of game that they can win. It's just that there's some missing pieces as to what they should have done for them to get the game completed.
Yeah, they were able to take the conditions. But again, this is what we were saying about the lineup of Liquid was easier to pull off. The Aurora were playing the early game really well, doing the right things early on. So to delay that, it is an inevitable tide that you have to deal with. Doming had the stacks, but in the end, Liquid just danced better than that Lord.
Yeah.
And of course, JP.
JP.
Oh, JP.
That play from JP.
It's his fault.
It's his fault.
JP,
It's his fault they won.
Sinner, you madman. It's your fault yet again. Global Vision with Odin coming up next.
Maraming salamat, casters. At bago natin ituloy ang epic rivalry, this is your very own Odin reporting on the side para sa ating Global Vision. At ngayon nga in-announce na ang slot allocation para sa M8 World Championship. Binigyan ng tigda 2 slots ang franchise leagues ng Pilipinas, Indonesia at Malaysia. Meron ding 2 slots na nakalaan para sa MCT Southeast Asia at EMEA. Samantala, meron namang may tig-isang slots ang mga liga ng major regions EECA, MCTEA at MCT-AMER. May 3 teams din ang aangat papuntang M8 wildcard. 3 wildcard teams ang manggagaling sa MCT SEA, habang tig-2 naman ang manggagaling sa MCTEA, EECA at EMEA. Isang team naman ang lalahok mula sa MCT-AMER. Samantala, opisyal nang nagbukas ang MLBB Continental Championships or MCC Season 8. Ito ay magaganap hanggang October 4 and that's the regular season ng professional league sa CIS, Georgia at Ukraine regions. Double round robin ang magiging format ng liga kung saan top 6 teams ang aangat papunta sa playoffs. Susubukan din naman ng defending champions na Team Spirit na muling dominahin ang MCC. Maalala na kamakailan lamang ay sila rin ang nagkampiyon sa ating Mid-Season Cup or MSC 2026 na ginanap sa Paris, France. Kasabay na magbubukas ng MCC Season 8 ang Mobile Legends Bang Bang Super League Myanmar or MSL-MM Season 4. 10 teams ang maglalaban-laban para sa tropeyo ng Myanmar League at makuha ang tsansang makalahok sa M8 World Championship sa pamamagitan ng MCT Southeast Asia. Tatangkain naman ng Yangon Galacticos na muling iuwi ang corona ngayong season. Matatandaan ang kanilang breakout na naging performance sa MSC 2026 din at pinatumba ang Philippine team na Team Falcons PH sa semis bago sila nagpakitang gilas pero kinapos noong Grand Finals with a 3-4 score. Yan lamang ang mga kaganapan sa ating Global Vision. I believe maraming nangyayari outside MPL Philippines. Pero ngayon, naniniwala akong mas marami pang magaganap dito sa epic rivalry. This is Team Liquid Philippines versus Aurora Gaming. Balik na muna natin sa ating mga casters. Hey, na to.
Appreciate that one, Odin. There's been a ton of news, especially for our global audience that are probably watching MPL Philippines right now. This is, again, a testament to the development of a lot of the leagues all over the world. Also, slots at the M8 World Championship have been announced, and that is basically what our 8 teams here in the Philippines are going to be fighting for.
Okay, and that's looking like Aurora deciding to go for red.
Yeah, they're gonna go again.
Okay, so there's something about the red side that's making them a lot more comfortable, I guess. But at least from game number 1, I think it did come to a point where it was a much closer fight, and
Correct.
it's similar to what we saw from them previously. So I think it's them trying to carry over some of the things they consider as working or fitting for their playstyle, which is to again play for late. I think it's a bit difficult to do that against a stampede team like Liquid, though. So
Part of me is thinking, honestly, that maybe they weren't leaning too hard on playing late because they did play the juice in. And with how they were playing, they were very aggressive with it. They were forcing battle spells.
Yeah.
I think what ended up becoming a turnaround for them, they were forced to play late, was that weird, awkward moment wherein it was Koi literally in the middle trying to clear minion waves, Light and Yue literally staying back like aura farming, I don't know what. And then Coil just getting surprised by Sanjay and the rest of Liquid, who were there holding the mid bushes that Light and Yue didn't get to check properly.
Right.
Yeah.
Knowing that they already left that and were returning to a mid lane where they don't have info on where the opposing team was.
Okay, so with that being said, I think for Team Liquid Philippines, the idea for them is, in order for the aggression to continue, is to just take out the ones that are really making it difficult for them to do that. That's the Uranus that have been eliminated in this equation. Meanwhile, for Aurora, they're going to be sticking with the Selena and the Freya in the process. I wonder if there's a specific hero that they want to take out from game number 1, or are they just really that confident in developing their own composition of things so that they can force the issue and make this a 3-game series?
If anyone's looking to do something different, it might actually be Liquid forcing the Fanny open. They were the band who banned the Fanny in game number 1. They might be trying to bait Aurora into picking it up, as Liquid might just lean towards either picking the Barats or the Hirara. With the Uranus gone, the Barats looks like the most likely pick. Because Liquid know that Aurora has 2 choices for their jungle later, Hirara or the Fanny.
Yep. I would like to see the Barats finally come through for Liquid. I think we haven't really been able to see a Barats played in their EXP lane just yet.
We saw it once at the start of the season.
Yeah, that's about it. But they're still gonna go for the Marcel.
Of course.
Wait, no, I might be mixing it up with MSC.
Yeah,
I'm not sure if they played Barrett yet. So it's, wow, that's hella momentum. Slick was just going, hey, hey, yo, Daddy JP, you want this Marcel? Okay.
Wasn't this last 2 picks something for Liquid earlier?
Yeah,
they
it was.
Just rush it.
Yeah, it's like,
it's the same thing. I think they just prioritized it heavy for now. Aurora, looking at the AI draft predictor, they have a chance to pick up the Barretts. Maybe Nats can do something about it if he wants to, but against Marcel, it's going to make it eventually difficult for them to go for.
You know what might be funny? What if Liquid just reversed the draft order? They closed out with Clint, Marcel last 2 picks, and then they picked up Eudora as their 3rd pick. What if now this time they go Marcel, Clint, Eudora?
That would be funny.
And it still makes sense, although they wouldn't have their jungle going to the 2nd phase, and they might want to pick it now. Aurora picked the Hirara because they know, and they're banking on the fact that, Carl's not going to play Fanny, right?
Hey.
Is he gonna?
we will never know, honestly. Like what went through that 1 month, we can
Harley's still there. You can just go Harley Eudora.
Yeah.
Yeah, with Atlas also being number 1 in terms of the
wait,
predictor,
you're right.
it could still go on to Sanford,
You're
which
right,
means
yeah.
that there's a ton of crowd control that Aurora needs to worry about.
Maybe picked up Aurora picked up this Esmeralda instead of the Barrets because they're expecting that the Atlas would come up as an option.
Yep, that's the Atlas.
There it is.
Gonna go
Atlas
for it.
Eudora.
Okay, this is Liquid revealing to us the Rome and XP option for them already. It's another Atlas XP game for Liquid. Into an Esmeralda. Okay, so I guess it's a more, we gotta pick up Purify's game again for Aurora.
Yeah.
Because earlier they did that already. It's I think 3 or 2 Purifies across the board.
Yeah, basing it on where I'm looking at, it's the Brody that could definitely be a priority here, but at the same time, it's a choice for Light to land on another setup hero of his own. Kaja, the Gato, the Minotaur are going to be available for him too. Even the Belleric could be a prime choice, but instead he went for a Matilda. They want to at least match the speed that Team Liquid Philippines is going to be throwing at them from minute 1.
I'm trying to think if this is going to be roam or mid. Because if it's mid, I'm not a fan of their damage profile. This might actually end up becoming roam for Light already, and then we're going to see a different mid lane pick for you.
Among mid lane picks, Novaria still there.
Oh, they're focusing on Carl.
Wait.
I wouldn't be surprised if Aurora just go ahead and ban out the Lancelot too.
Wow.
No, wait, no. Before the Lancelot, they have to consider banning out the Suyo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's true.
So you ban Suyo, and then most likely Carl's gonna pick up a Lancelot to close out the draft.
Okay.
Because you can't even play Ling here because of the Mathilda. It was Liquid who picked the Mathilda up against a Ling, and they did really well with it.
And it's not like they have a Mathilda to activate some of the other junglers that we might even consider.
So that's why TLPH are banning out the Valentina. They don't want to take any chances here. Last week they took a chance, and Haji still ended up picking up the Valentina against this Atlas EXP when they played against Falcons, and Falcons won that.
But they're going to turn a different route. Ban even Hayabusa. This is a hero that we haven't seen in a minute. And for Aurora, they're thinking about it that Carl TC actually is considering to use it.
Yeah, bro, they're Suyo though.
Yeah.
Suyo's still okay.
Suyo might be the better one even.
Yeah, between even the Haya.
Yeah.
We've seen records being broken by Carl TC with that Suyo in terms of level 15, so the mastery is out of the question. But if we are looking at it for Aurora Gaming Philippines, the gold lane is in dire need of a damage dealing hero, maybe even burst, or at least leave that, or leave that and just prioritize a mid laner for yourself, just so you can reveal it as soon as Team Liquid Philippines has theirs.
You know what? If roam mid gets shown here and you don't have to worry about Badang, what if Carl TZ just goes ahead and picks up the Fanny and shut everyone up? He's like,
I'm done.
I'm done. Let me just play the Fanny. Just show you guys I can do it.
It's the only one left.
I'm done. A lot of people would say that I can't use it anymore, but the Moskov is going to be their choice.
Maybe not into that.
Yeah, they can't pick it up. Yeah, even Moskov are expecting the possibility that the Fanny still might show up. Up to you, Carl. Are you gonna go Suyo? Are you gonna go Fanny? What is it?
Or is it
Lance?
a fighter that we might see? Because I don't think there's enough support to bring out a fighter. Suyo.
Suyo, yeah.
Okay.
We've seen this from a mile away.
Yep.
It's the
now
mid-hero.
it's just Aurora picking up a hero
or roam.
For
mid or roam.
Mid or roam. Because again, the Matilda's already there, but we still don't know where it's gonna go.
Yeah.
That's how flexible the Matilda is.
I think they have to put Matilda mid, because if they're playing Moskov, playing away from the rest of the team, and it's 5-4, you need a tankier roamer.
Okay. What's a tankier roamer available? But the Minotaur is still there.
Minotaur, yeah. I'd say it's still okay.
Or you go Mathilda Angela.
Could be a choice, but then
okay, Kimmy.
For a Kimmy.
They need continuous damage. Miss Kimmy mid, Mathilda roam.
Okay.
Kimmy into the Atlas, Suyo, Marcel.
Gotta pack up Purify, I guess, or something.
Yeah, it's gonna be rough. It's gonna be very rough.
Is it Purify or Flicker that you... yeah, it's a lot.
Yeah, it's that awkward spot again. As a damage dealer, what battle spell do I pick?
Yep.
Purify or Flicker? And look at the lineup rating.
It's 10.5 to 2.7.
Yeah, it's overwhelming.
Wow.
It's overwhelming at the side of Team Liquid Philippines. But then instead of Flickers, there will be 4 Purifies for Aurora Gaming Philippines. And it's all Flickers from TLPH. So this already tells you right from the start who's going to be engaging and who will be at the retreating position.
Oh my goodness. All Flickers and all Purifies. It's looking like a very aggressive start again for Liquid, but Aurora, let's see how they get to complement one another through this draft, and a lot of support in the mid. And a lot of damage over time.
Yeah, I guess it's for Aurora about weathering the storm. That's going to be of the essence here for the Northern Lights, because compared to game number 1, now they do have a better late game advantage against the LPH. But the question is, will they even have enough kits to allow themselves the grace of getting there? Because they're facing a Suyu, facing a Eudora, and fortunately they have all of those Purifies just to be able to escape. But in terms of the early game damage, they have everything but the Hirara and maybe even Nats to a point.
Nats will be winning the laning phase here up against this Atlas. It's going to be Sanford playing it safe. Nats will be getting the EXP crab more often than not.
Yeah.
Sanford just needs to play safe once he hits level 4. Let's see how the team fight is going to look first.
Yeah.
If Aurora surprisingly win Turtle number 1 and they actually get some kills too, then there might be something to this lineup that we just don't understand yet. But with how it's looking, there should be Liquid's early game and Liquid's game overall.
Yep. So far, it's just been Liquid trying to help Carl just a bit. It's looking like they've been able to get the farming patterns that they want, both hitting level 4 at the same time. Not much of a disruption ongoing, at least at the beginning of this game. It's been very quiet.
Yeah, I mean, that's how it's supposed to be, unless Aurora uses their damage per second, which they don't have a lot of over the first 2 minutes, and the Turtle's finally going to be spawning. So we're expecting Carl TZ to make his way down here after he gets that Jungle Beetle from the Aurora side of things. Coil now in position to be able to get it, approaching level 5, and Carl TZ on his way, kind of in a gap for a bit.
No level 4 yet for the Atlas. It's taking a while for Sanford to hit it.
Oh, Sanji already flickered out though, but that's the traction pulse already committed by Yue.
Level 4.
Sanford's finally level 4 right now, but that's a falling Star Moon going to be charged, catching 2. There's going to be perfect pair.
Oh!
JP falls down. That's one member out for Liquid. Teddy here to join the fight as well.
It's all the pokes. It's the pokes.
Yep.
The Kimmy, the Mathilda.
That's also one Purify skill taken out by...
Oh!
What happened
Oh,
again?
what a timing for Sanford right there. There are Purifies available and he eventually will go down, but that has been space created for Carl. They get to take away the turtle.
Sanford knew where Coil was and he went ahead with a perfect match. Nats might be up next on the docket.
Okay, Sanji doesn't have a flicker. They are not going to go for the chase.
Oh!
There's a bit of help from Light here. Circling Eagle alongside Yue, and none of them get caught in the golden hour.
That's the idea here for Aurora Gaming Philippines. So long as we provide some space for Yue, that is a much more necessary action for us to put out. Because Team Liquid Philippines, sure, they were able to take one turtle, get 300 in terms of gold, give a kill towards Sanji, which again has happened in game number 1. So they're banking on the fact that the burst damage is going to be enough. In that moment, it wasn't, because Light had a shield to be able to escape.
Oh, okay. I think I'm starting to see the vision here with Aurora, because even though there is a lot of burst that would be susceptible for Light, all of this dive for Yue, still, if you can't take him down, this Kimmy is going to be a huge sore point for JP. And then once JP's down, it's all up to Sanford to survive long enough. Maybe let's see what happens once the frontliners for Liquid have Radiant Armors, if this Kimmy's damage is still going to be felt. Because all those continuous pokes from the Mathilda and Kimmy, it's taking a while for them to bring down the members of Team Liquid, but it's still happening.
Yeah, and at least in that scenario, they're able to force out more Purifies. I think Light had to use his own right there,
Topside.
so he just doesn't get caught in the Thunder's Wrath a bit more or a bit longer.
Oh dear.
Okay, Teddy is going to be all alone right here though, but he doesn't get caught.
Quick use of the flicker.
Wow.
He knew he needed to burn it immediately. First item already for Sanji with a glowing wand. 4 minutes and 20 in, while it's Yue who rushed the Bloodwings instead.
Again, Teddy's instinct so far over the series has helped him to stay unscathed in certain situations, as he has a level of advantage over Doming as we speak, but that's because he is a Moskov. Now 50% of the turtle HP, and Nats is going to be the target.
Okay, Coil had to get out of that bush, and Carl TZ secures the objective yet again. Liquid might not be looking for a fight over here.
Just a little bit of a snapshot there for Teddy to stop Coil in his tracks, and Aurora not going to be able to get close. And it's going to be a while. Maybe once that Moskov is online, that's when. There are 2 sources of basic attacks here for Aurora. They're wave clear. isn't terrible. It's there, but it's more damage when you really think about it. Damage for hero is not really for minion clearing.
Yeah, and majority of the gold gap that is in this 800 gold lead belongs to Teddy because he has an 800 gold lead against Doming, and the rest of the others are probably separated by 10, so maybe even just close to 100 limit here in terms of gold. So Team Liquid Philippines are doing a great job in actually catering to Teddy's needs, just managing to put Doming in a very tough position. But so long as Doming stays alive and not really get himself killed in certain situations, then I think Aurora is also going to be okay, especially with Talisman finally bought here by Nats in the 6th minute.
Book for Esmeralda, first item, despite there not being a main frontliner.
Oh, Coil gets to iframe his way out of that though. Up top, JP forces the golden ore up against 2. That's a stun on Nats. SOD landing. But that is not going to be a risk that Doming is willing to take.
The thing is, the turret is already going to be spawned up top, and unfortunately for them, it will be taken down by Aurora. That's a first major win that the Northern Lights have had in this series because they haven't gotten a single turtle, but what matters is they got the first turret down.
Topside, Aurora able to avoid JP and Chanford, setting them up. Two tanky EXP laners to work together to make this work. Prolific gun already there for Teddy. 5k, 800 gold difference between him and the Moskov. If Liquid gets Lord 3, they need to convert it to kills. It just cannot be objectives.
Yep. Okay, Sanford's gonna come through from the sides. He's on to Coil, already using the iframes right there. Nat is all alone inside the Lord. And that goes the Fatal Link.
Nothing.
But it gets cancelled. There are multiple Purifiers and Quinn steals away the objective. Now Aurora might want to disengage. They got what they wanted. No trades for Liquid.
That's a first major win for Coil in terms of a retribution battle, and it could not have come at a better time.
Perfect for Coil. Aurora needed that to keep this game close, or it could have been a stampede converted into that. Liquid again took a lot of hits from the Moskov and especially the Kimmy, excuse me. Those constant pokes, a little bit too much to handle. They're gonna need some Radiant Armors. There you go. Sanford gets one. Will JP get his next? No, he went for Thunderbolt, of course. Will build Dominant Size. He's not gonna get Radiant Armor until later.
And that is what Aurora is banking at right now. They're swinging back and forth in terms of the gold lead, and Sanford is somewhat going to be compromised in terms of position, but there goes another Fatal Links, and Nats will fight it instead.
He's alive too. He gets Guiding Wind just to survive. Liquid don't seem to have enough damage to deal with Nats anymore.
Yeah, it seems like Esmeralda plus Mathilda is enough. I thought him not building a defensive item first would come back to bite him, but no, it's enough shield.
My goodness, and Aurora is just banking on the fact that they do have enough damage come late game, and because of them controlling the earlier portions of this game, they are now able to at least roam around the map, control some more of those neutral objectives, and this is what puts them above Team Liquid Philippines for a very short bit. They're going to be trading turrets, 2 down bottom for 1 up top, and if you are Nats and the rest of the company, you are very happy with this.
Yeah, and Aurora have been great at just splitting up the map. Just playing around Doming, going for the macro instead of trying to fight Liquid head on. But when it comes down to that, I think at this point they'll have really good amounts of damage. Look at that! But it's going to be a flicker setup coming in from Sanford! Thunder's Wrath 2! As a follow-up, the iframes are going to keep them safe. The Flask of the Oasis, the amount of sustain!
Aurora can still dance to this. Oh, but JP found Coil again!
Okay, Coil is already very low. It's OD is going to connect as well. They got to be very cautious. Sanford trying to go for the chase, but Coil is far away. Could they just still blitz this Lord down? They're going to go for the kill instead. Sanford falls, but the Lord goes over to Liquid.
They're going to be going back, but Aurora is on the chase. Will they let this go is the question, and the answer is going to be a slight yes, with Team Liquid Philippines being able to take that Lord. But eventually Coil is going to be escaping, but burns in the process. He's going to have to go back while the rest of Aurora focuses on the Lord that's marching up top.
Okay, Aurora. Moskov split away from the rest of the team.
Yep.
The constant damage coming out from the Kimmy. Mathilda and Esmeralda enough to hold the front line.
Oh, but JP and Card, could they be looking for a play here? That's 4 members of Aurora that they can actually see. They are probably just trying to hold on the Lord for a bit more longer.
Yeah, I guess they're just trying to find some really good positioning here in order for the others to be able to arrive. Attraction Pulse is going to be there.
Oh! Sanji gets caught. They find another pickoff yet again. It's a very low-scoring game, but Aurora are dealing with it really, really well. Coil using the iframes, he has to get out.
They're not stopping.
They're going for that purple buff. Coil doesn't get it. It goes over to Yue. And now they're trying to chase. Falling Star Moon from Nats, he catches 2. That's a lot of damage.
No!
But eventually Nats gets bursted down. Doming and Light here to join the fight. Golden R stopping them in their tracks. JP again with such a good positioning on the Golden R.
Finally, some sort of calmness and quieting down as TLPH and Aurora went at it for almost 2 minutes.
Wow, JP on this Marcel needs to be studied. Still doesn't have a lot of kills and assists for the team. Liquid, difficult for them to find an opening, but they might have responded. But Light, of course, a circling eagle keeping him alive.
Oh no, the SOD doesn't land! That would have stunned midair, but still Carl TZ! He wants to go for a Light, that's a double kill! Oh no, Coil all alone right here. He's in the midst of 5 members. Can he find a play? He gets stunned, he does not get out! He still tries to go for more! Sanji nearly falls, but he is gonna be okay.
Bro, I gotta give it to him. He showed us glimpses of what was that? Astana or Paris? I think it was Paris, right? It should be Paris. That was Paris Coil right there. If he gets to show himself like that over and over, then it might just get to actually, you know, showcase Carl TZ what he's made of. But that 2K of a gold lead is now non-existent from Aurora as TLPH has managed to burst down another turret. They still trailed by 3 though, but it's better than nothing.
Yeah, still, that happened through separate skirmishes. I'm not sure if that result by Liquid can be replicated in a full-on team fight. It's been still very problematic for the front line to hold. Conceal play.
Oh, JP, he's gonna go for stun! Oh! Lost the Golden R! There's nowhere to run to if you're Aurora! Circling Eagle just to get out. Light actually gets to save himself. No one from Liquid will fall, and they might just get this tier 2, but Aurora will defend.
Gosh.
Daddy and 4D finding the play. Conceal, Golden Hour, Fatal Links. And yeah, sometimes you're just gonna force something to get something, and they get the Lord.
It's the gym bros, man. The chemistry of these two are just on a completely different level. Sanford following that up with a Fatal Links, forcing Aurora to not really have other choices but to fight. They do have some purifies, but they want to save that up until this Lord Siege that is already marching in the middle. Teddy's going to be bursting down that turret down bottom, and I feel like some inhibitors are going to be lost here unless Aurora does something to keep all of those alive, or maybe a single one. But what matters is that there has to be an inhibitor that should be kept by the Northern Lights.
All right, that is going to be the Lord crashing in. They get to take down one burst base turret as of now. Purifies are available for Aurora if Liquid do decide to go for a fight, but they're going to fully respect that. It's just going to be them managing the waves as much as they can.
See how they'll be able to do on the defense. Still do have all that peppering damage, but I think at this point, looking at JP still. Oh, JP built photo already for 3rd. All the way to his 4th item. Not sure if that's going to be Immortality or the Radiant, but yeah, at this point, Liquid's front line, they have pretty much handled the problem of the Kimmy and the Moskov, and even the damage coming out from Coil.
Yeah, but eventually, given that it's almost going to be 15 minutes into this game, the damage will slowly be felt by Team Liquid Philippines. After leading at least the seesaw battle in terms of goal, we've seen Aurora take it because of those team fights, and then TLPH has managed to land a kill towards the 3 heroes of the Northern Lights. It has to come to a point that they have to figure out on what they're going to be attacking approaches. Carl did not go in, but a bunch of other ways to escape was possible, and reinforcements are eventually going to be arriving, but slowly and surely Liquid is climbing up the ranks, specifically in that top lane.
They got minion waves as Roar gave up control in mid in an attempt to take down Carl TZ. That opens up a bit of a minion wave push. for Liquid. A little bit more farm for Teddy. Bot wave gets to get handled. Good escape there by Carl. If Aurora found him there, that would have been a big win in a swing.
Yeah, but even
Certainly
Aurora, they just decided to walk. Oh, the change in targets. Light wanted to go for Teddy, but the follow-up wasn't really there. They haven't really forced anything out of Liquid just yet.
Oh, penalty for JP.
Okay, that's a Spear of Misery. It's gonna land on JP, but Aurora have to stick close. It's...
Yeah.
Okay.
Sticking together as a team now. Again, one of the weaknesses of an Atlas EXP is that your side lane minion wave clearing is atrocious. So you need to clear minion waves as a team and then return to the objective as a team.
Yeah.
Which is why I'm wondering why Aurora isn't playing around the Lord Pit.
Yeah, I mean, fortunately for TLPH, they do have the expanding river, so even if it is that atrocious, they can find a way to group up in certain situations, specifically in that Lord Pit, and that I think is exactly what they're gonna do. Sanford already with an immortality and Teddy with an orange buff. All throughout the first two games, he still hasn't died, and he does not plan on dying unless Aurora has other plans.
He wants Sanji. Light has a lot of damage. He's building magic on this Mathilda, but Nats gets trapped and bursted down by Liquid. They lose one of their front lines. Now all they have is probably just going to be Light securing the objective, and now they want to go for more. But the guiding wind, they say they just have to retreat.
It's a threat of the golden hour and the fatal links, but the funny thing was Liquid didn't even use any of their ultimates to secure that.
It was as simple as a retribution battle between Carl TZ and Coil. The homecoming hero for Aurora was just not enough to secure an objective against the GOAT. And with that being said, the Lord now marching at the middle. 2 inhibitors are left, but the middle is wide open. It's gonna be Doming in position, but he quite lost in this one.
Oh, the Spear of Misery wasn't able to push Sanford back. He's already pretty low, but he forces out the Purifies instead. Immortality is gonna get popped, but they get to take the base turrets. That's gonna be the golden R. It only catches one. Core trying to look for a play, but they deny the siege for Liquid, at least for now.
Still, no more inhibitors are left for Aurora Gaming Philippines, but what matters is all 5 members are still alive and kicking.
Liquid could not continue the siege. That's a thing you have to watch out for here. The damage of the Kimi, the Moskov, and the Herrera. Liquid have been executing this really damn well. They're not falling to any of the traps of the current metagame wherein you gotta take risks, but they're being very calculated about it. Cautious, yes, because at this point, you need to look to ending this series right here, no game 3.
This is starting to become a little tricky for Team Liquid Philippines just because they now have to face the Wrath of a Moskov and a Kimi, but then somebody's gonna be stuck and that's Nats going down!
Oh, the golden R placement as well!
Ow!
Now it's Carl TZ, he doesn't really land the stun. It's gonna be a re-engage from Coil, but he still gets to dash away to safety. But it's still 1 member down for Aurora.
Yeah, that's at least 40 seconds for Nats to get himself back into this game. It would not provide significant impact in that one because eventually he will make it back in terms of team fights. But the fact that TLPH can now burst him down means that Nats has to find another way, another approach. And the question is, where does the approach even begin? Because he's the only frontliner that really can stand in the midst of all of the damage that Liquid can give.
Unless they're crazy enough to leave base before Nats arrives, but it's not going to take that long. 3 seconds and he's already back. Once Nats is up, then they go forward and they'll just try again. But I think Liquid are starting to get really frustrated about how, like, yo, guys, how do we do this? Even if we get this Lord, can we actually end it here? Maybe they're just going to go ahead and force the base lock because we are about to hit the 20th minute of the game. So Aurora at this point, even if just playing all defense, they might just run out of time eventually.
Yeah.
Dominant size already for Sanford.
Maybe they will consider trying to look for a play because look at where they're trying to position themselves right now. It seems like they're trying to cross the river very cautiously.
Yeah, they're protecting their lower part of the map because Carl is there.
Magic Sentry already used, so I think Aurora know at least where Sanford is.
Yeah, but the Purif 4 of Aurora is going to start to come into place here, given that all of them can avoid Sanford's fatal links. And with that, coming up next is how they're going to be approaching this fight!
Oh, they want to go for Sanji all over again, but the Golden R is going to catch multiple members. Carl TZ trying to deal with the backline for now. It's going to be Nats that they targeted. It might be a good decision. Carl pops his immortality. That's a stun from JP. Coil loses his own immortality as well. all. It's just gonna be Sanji for life, and Coil escapes.
Teddy stays alive.
Oh my gosh.
Carl stays alive. And with no light, Liquid get Lord 4.
That looked like it could have been something though. Carl wanted to take out Naths.
They're playing it safe. They didn't want to. They didn't want. Oh, Carl didn't have his retro yet, so they couldn't rush it.
Okay, he has 3 seconds now.
He now has
before
it.
the retry eventually comes back, but JP is already getting poked down very low. Sanford doesn't have the ultimate as well. That's a stun for JP onto Dominic, forcing out the wind of nature, but Carl TZ, he can't get close. Golden R all over again. But Coil goes down. The Lord is reset. Dominic is within reach. Sanford closes in, and Teddy is unstoppable. Nats is looking like the next target, and it's going to be a double kill for Teddy.
They will now focus on the base with 2 Auroras remaining.
That's going to be the circling eagle, but JP is going to dash right through. He's after Yue. He's after the wave clear. It's a mega kill for Carl to close this out. Liquid sweep Aurora 2-0.
No matter how long the Northern Lights want the games in this series, it is still Liquid. It is still the Cavalry taking the dub.
It wasn't a stampede, but it's another notch in your belt, another feather in your cap, another win for Liquid in the epic rivalry against Aurora.
This has been a great showing from Aurora Gaming Philippines. This is their wheelhouse. Playing in the later portions of this game, it just felt like in spite of them having the tools to finish things off, Team Liquid Philippines was just more methodical with their approach and knowing who to target, knowing who to counter.
Yep.
And that's just what happened in this game. The experience, the late game decision-making is what really placed Team Liquid Philippines with this W.
Yeah, and in the last fight, I can't wait to see that replay there. Coil was just trying to go after Teddy, Sanford, and he saw that JP was low. But Coil unfortunately dashed into another perfectly placed golden hour by JP. No wonder they rushed this Marcel. They knew what JP could do with it.
The mastery.
I can't wait to see that.
Yeah.
that's what I am for right now, man.
Who gets match MVP?
There, wait for it. Watch Coil. He'll go in, he'll dash. Right there, frozen in time. Sanford flickered to finish off the Hirara.
That was a nasty golden hour from JP that just landed as a domino effect for Aurora. Just an amazing performance from TLPH to boost themselves up in the standings. Let's listen in to our winners.
Cavalry mugging eye because it's a sweep for Team Liquid Philippines! And
noise because it's a sweep for Team Liquid. Our match MVP is JP. And their mid laner Sanji. I'm gonna go straight right into it. Sanji, there were conversations regarding how fast Liquid could actually adapt to the meta. And now with this win, could you say with full confidence that you're back in your top form? Right now, not fully confident because I think we were just able to adapt, but the micro, in terms of the micro, we still have something to work on. But I think there was also someone who performed at the top of his performance right now. It's JP. You used the Marcel twice. And in game 1, you had a very iconic moment. You deserve to be called the MVP. Could you walk us through what happened in game number 1? This was a moment where your teammates weren't really there. It was just you, but you still got to steal away the Lord. Okay, for the steal, I actually do it even in practice, and I'm just happy I'm able to do it even here in a tournament. So what were the comms like during that moment? Were you the one doing the calls, or were your teammates telling you to go for it? Okay, so I just really tried to go for the steal. So you used your bravery. Unfortunately, it worked. And for those asking, that wasn't luck, because it was a picture-perfect moment. And now, Sanji, I'm going to talk to you again. Throughout the tournament, we only have a 30% win rate for the Eudora, but it seems like you've been using it now and it's working. What do you think are the winning conditions, and what's the right way to use the Eudora, and how do you make it work? I don't want to say it. Their win rates might get higher. Okay, let's just keep it a secret. It's a secret strategy, but they were able to make it work. And now let's talk to JP. JP, our next match is against TNC Pro Team. And we have two rising rookies that we're looking at. That's Zen and Vin. What do you think are the advantage, or is your advantage as a veteran in the league against them? Or do you think it's an advantage, or sometimes you have to watch out? My advantage is that I'm teammates with Sanji. Okay, so you're still relying on your teammates. What's your message to them? Good luck. And their performance is really good, and good luck to us in our match. And for Sanji, of course, I want to ask for your answer. When you're up against rookies, what's going through your mind? I'm thinking that I was once in their position. I used to be like that. Okay, so it's back to when he came in. But you still have a lot of supporters right here for the Cavalry. What's your message to them? Thank you so much to everyone who came here, even though it's raining outside. And please take care on your way home.
Huli na mag-ingay for Team Liquid Philippines! Ano din, what a match to end our Saturday. Pero ibabalik na namin to sa ating mga casters to watch the highlights of that match again. Casters, palag na to.
That right there was JP and Sanji together with our hosts. And man, twice in the same series is JP with his Kodak moment, your MVP of the game for game number 2.
He only died once and had 85% kill participation. To be fair, there weren't a lot of kills in this game. They only started really rolling in there right in the end. A little bit more of an old school playstyle, or maybe this is what the meta is evolving to because of all the healing and sustainability up on the board. The teams going up against a team with a healer when they themselves don't have it just really need to drag it out, or maybe it's just we're in the Philippines and yeah. But there are long games as well in other regions, but right here, JP, this Marcel, this Atlas together, if there's a combo that works well for Liquid, if they continue banning out the Valentina, we might have to revisit priorities again on that specific hero. But if I'm not mistaken, did Liquid ban it out? Yeah, they might have banned it out.
Because I think even Malaysia opened their MPL with a very long day already. So it happens.
No, Liquid knew the worth of their Valentina. They banned it out second phase, but maybe Valentina returning in the first phase might be warranted with Marcel's popping up again.
Right.
Yep. And if you're up against them. Because this is a team who's been very experimental with setter tanks and where they decide to put them in. But it's still a long game again. It's been dragged out by Aurora for 2 games in a row now.
Yeah, and if I may add, the Esmeralda didn't really contribute as much in terms of Aurora's composition. I feel like that is also the drawback of this team. It felt like, sure, there were some shields that would be arriving from JP, but other than that, not really much, because the burst down from Sanji and Teddy is going to be something that Aurora and Nats would constantly have to worry about. Again, you gotta commend Teddy for the positioning that he's had, the decision-making that he's made. 2 games in the series that he goes 0 deaths, and all of those have been stat-stuffed in kills and assists.
Yeah, you're right. He hasn't died the entire series.
Yeah, it was bulletproof, Teddy, for this one. And he's also the carry brought to us by Visa, yet again. Almost 85,000 damage dealt. But the goal per minute is still up there for Carl TZ. Nath really was just this, a sandbag for Aurora. He was essentially a roamer in a way. Although a lot of the initiations and even vision getting once Light had items was up to this Mathilda. And plus that's the risk of going up against the Mathilda. If you're not careful, if you see the Mathilda and thinking, oh, it's a Mathilda, it's not going to kill me. Suddenly the rest of the team of the Mathilda is there with you. That's why you see members of Liquid, oh, it's Light. Yeah, let's back off just in case like we get circling eagles. We don't want this.
Yeah, and it's Sanji who was almost always the victim if the circling eagle is up and if he is within reach. But it's great. It's been a really good readjustment as well from Liquid. But it feels sad to be in Nat's position. I feel like you really can't do much. You know, Uranus and an Esmeralda, but you've done your job as the sandbag.
Yeah. At this point, I feel like he's even the target of the memes right now of like, what does this guy even do?
You know?
That's all he can do.
I'm pretty sure the meme has already been released maybe at minimum 26,000 times.
26,000
in the past 4 minutes.
I thought it was gonna be like 26,000 times, but I didn't know it was posted 26k times. But hey, ultimate coordination mic check by GD versus right here by Infinix.
Alam mo sino ba ako, boy, ah? Meron pa yan. Baka sipatin tayo mga scope, ah. Wala lang nga sa akin.
Yeah, boy.
Boy ako.
Yes, boy.
Patay. Sige, press pa ako. Press ko nga. Baka may press ako. Sige. Lapit nga. Wala. Go na. Tarapord. Walang fury. Press ko pa. Press ka. Ay, si Aurora. Press ako. Nice. Nice board. Ay, may lord. Si Carl. Kaya mo. Nice call, dad. Nice, dad. Plano, pre. Atlas man ka talaga. Plano. Dito lang sa rin. Sibat ako. Boy ka. Boy. Okay na, pre. Boy, legit. Out. Boy. Gagawin ako. Dito, G. Kasi press. Ay, press ka. Patay. Ay, pre. Gira, pre. Rara. Ibo pa pa. Akin. Kaya mapasiban ko, pre. Lamang tayo. May sibat pa? Wala sibat. Okay. Yeah, boy ako. Winchar, laban. Ano nga? Chill lang, 2 seconds buhat. Tapusin mo nga. Irarap. Tapos ko. Ay, lumapap. Yeah, patay to. Wala. Matatraso ka. Nice one, boys. Easy. We played really well. Good day off. Bye-bye.
Wow! Hindi ko in-expect yung mga English na shot call doon sa dulo. At dahil dyan ay nagbabalik po ang ating English broadcast. Nandito tayo sa ating casting desk and full desk na rin para tapusin ang araw nito. English broadcast, kamusta tayo dyan?
We're good. It's very good. Like, it was just so funny that we said hi at the same time. Pero pwede namin magtagalog ng slight because it's been a pretty solid triple header for today. Slight lang.
Just slight. That's what Sanford said earlier. We played really well today.
Played really well. Good day off.
Good day, chaps. Kulang na lang may British accent na rin sa dulo. Pwede bang mag-request kung sakali? Jokes aside, mukhang things are shaping up already in week number 2. Nandito na tayo kung saan Onyx PH ay mananatili sa taas. Pero ang TLPH ngayon ay unti-unti nang umaakyat, getting that silver plaque away from Team Falcons.
Okay.
So far, the only loss of Liquid is up against Falcons too. Still early on in the season, but no other movements throughout, it looks like.
Mostly AP.Bren going from 4th down to 6th and TNC going up.
Right. TNC is now 4th. So
and Aurora, I think it was Aurora 7th, and now they switch places with Twisted Mind.
Yes, there you are. At last.
It's quite unfortunate that Aurora still hasn't gotten a match win. Hopefully, we get to see more of their improvements in the next coming days.
At kakamustahin naman natin ang ating Infinix Pansiklaban, ang Pasiklaban ng MPL Superfans kung saan number 1 ang The Cavalry, currently at 3 points at sumusunod naman dito ang Bees and Sonics, tied at 2. Pero I think may game differentials kaya may actual siyang rankings dito.
Kahapon 2-1 pa yung The Cavalry. So nanalo din sila sa game nila sa Pansiklaban tonight. Kaya naman sila pa rin ang top 1 sa ating Pansiklaban Week 2 Day 2 standings. And mind you guys, may bukas pa naman. So maaari pang ma-shake up. And even yung ating league standings, hawak ngayon ng Team Liquid yung silver, pero maaari pang makuha pabalik ng Falcons.
That's true. At ngayon ay tinatawag na natin ang lahat ng superfans. The Infinix Pansiklaban is officially here, putting you right in the heart of MLBB action.
That's right. So head on over to the playground to join the action, and you could walk away with the brand new Infinix X-Pads during the playoffs.
Don't miss out on the fun. Make sure to follow the official Infinix page on social media for all the details.
At bukod sa Infinix Pansiklaban, ang pasiklaban ng mga MPL fans ay ang daming nagpasiklaban ngayong araw na ito. Akala ko day of sweep. Naniwala ako sa'yo.
Naniwala kami.
Naniwala ako sa'yo, pare.
It was a trap.
Pare, nag-worry nga ako na, uy, baka na-curse ka to. Baka biglang 9 games tayo nung sinabi ko day of sweep.
8 lang.
At least 8 lang. Pero I think everybody's happy, everybody's safe and dry. At sana bukas ay naging action-pack pa rin laro natin. By the way, Falcons bukas, laban sa Twisted Minds, Onyx versus Omega. Ano expectations natin doon, guys?
Ayoko na magsabi ng mga sweep day.
Ayoko din.
Ano ko tinignan? Fair.
Basta ako.
Fair.
Good Sunday.
Good Sunday.
Good and happy Sunday. And ito na yon.
Maraming salamat sa atas sumubaybay sa MPL Philippines Season 18. Omi, Rockart, Joshi Cakes, Hans Galeria, Brigida, and Renmar. Magbabalik ang MPL.
The 18th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Infinix, the official smartphone partner. Unleash your ultimate with the Infinix GT Verse. Smart, the simply reliable connectivity partner of the MPL. And Visa, the official payment partner of MPL Philippines. Be the gamer you want to be with Visa. Our partner in esports, Clear Men. Power up and stay fresh daily with Clear Men. And our strategic partners, TT Racing, China Airlines, Ferry, and SIP. Don't miss any MPL PH action. Follow our official social media accounts and subscribe to our YouTube channel. Palag Na To. Catch MPL PH Season 18 action live at Victoria Sports Tower. Grab your tickets now via the official MPL PH website. MPL Philippines is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.